The world of Symphony of Sword and Sorcery, a masterpiece of a romantic action RPG, is defined by its vibrant blue skies and the figures who shape its destiny. Into this world, a young man found himself reborn. He had played through its story countless times, but now, for some unknown reason, he was living it. His new identity was Rest Albion, a villainous noble destined to appear in the middle of the story, a role he knew all too well. He looked out the window with grim certainty, convinced that this new life was a death sentence. He swore to himself that he was fated to die. This grim realization had only dawned on him a few days prior, just before the special ritual for those turning 14, where the goddess herself grants skills to the worthy. Kneeling before the cleric in the grand hall, Rest felt the divine power channel through the ornate staff during the ritual of divine revelation. The cleric paused, his expression unreadable, as he prepared to announce the skill that had been bestowed upon the young noble. The word echoed in Rest's mind, a stark and simple pronouncement of his new ability, Tame. The declaration was met not with reverence, but with derisive laughter from his twin brothers. They couldn't believe it was true, mocking him for receiving a trash skill fit only for controlling horses and pigeons. A perfect match, they jeered, for a piece of trash like him. Their father's reaction was far more severe. He roared in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a useless, non-combat skill could appear in the Albion family, a lineage known for generations of exceptional swordsmen. As his wife pleaded for him to calm down, he lamented that even if Rest wasn't a sword saint, he should have at least received some kind of swordsmanship skill. His rage was absolute. He declared Rest pathetic and unworthy of the Albion name. Nearby, his twin brothers, Edward and Sidward, sneered, remarking how pitiful their brother was, calling him a failure. As the scorn rained down upon him, Rest lowered his head. The elderly cleric offered quiet words of encouragement, suggesting there was a reason for the skill he received and urging him not to be disheartened. But the words barely registered, as a sudden, overwhelming realization struck him. He remembered everything. He looked up, his eyes wide with dawning horror. He wasn't just some boy. He was Rest Albion, a character from a game he had played obsessively in his past life, Symphony of Sword and Sorcery. A grim, twisted smile formed on his lips as the full weight of his situation settled in. He had been reincarnated, not as the game's hero, but as one of its villains. The realization sent a chill through him. If his new life followed the game's plot, then his fate was already sealed. He remembered the character's trajectory clearly. Rest Albion was destined to be killed midway through the story by a powerful commander from the Demon King's army. He turned and walked away, the cleric's silent prayer to stay strong unheard. A sense of utter hopelessness washed over him. As a dedicated player who had explored every possible path in the game, he knew with certainty that no matter what choices he made, death was an unavoidable outcome for this character. He retreated to a quiet room, needing a moment to process the terrifying knowledge. He had to think to find a way out. He understood that the key to Rest's entire story, his rise and his fall, was the unique power he possessed. His mind drifted to the skill itself. In the game, Tame was a simple ability meant for controlling common livestock like horses or birds. But the truth was that Rest's version of the skill was something far more potent. It went beyond mere animals. It held the power to control monsters. The original Rest from the game would eventually realize this, but only after the constant persecution from his family had twisted his heart. He would begin to use his taming ability not for control, but to inflict pain upon others. This path, he knew, led only to ruin. The game's narrative was clear. Because of this overwhelming strength, he would draw the attention of the Demon Lord's forces. Ultimately, his power would be stripped from him, and he would meet his prophesied demise. He understood that even if he struggled to dodge the death flags, the true power within him would inevitably attract the attention of the Demon Lord's army. That much was a certainty. The question now was how to shatter those ominous portents of his demise. With this knowledge from his past life, he resolved to become the ultimate powerhouse, strong enough to overwhelm any opponent who stood in his way. His resolve was set during a family meal. He sat quietly at the dining table with his father and one of his twin brothers, acutely aware that there was just 1 year until the story he knew was set to begin. He knew he had a mountain of tasks ahead of him if he was to dodge his fated death. Across the table, his other brother sat with Jur, the first wife, the tension in the room palpable. The 5 of them sat together in a strained silence. Rest, his twin brothers Edward and Sidward, his father, and Jur. The silence was broken by Edward, who addressed their father as part of the Albion family's daily schedule report. He announced that it was their monthly training day and promised to return with something valuable. His twin, Sidward, added that he was thinking of incorporating mock battles into their training. Jur, the first wife, chuckled with amusement, remarking how full of motivation her 2 sons were. She then cast a sidelong glance at Rest, adding a pointed comment that they were unlike some useless child of a concubine. Rest continued to eat, acknowledging the delicious food while ignoring the bar. Her sons eagerly joined in the mockery. They sneered that being from a family of livestock caretakers, the best skill Rest could ever hope for would destine him to be a carriage driver, perhaps. Rest simply finished his meal, politely thanking them for it. He calmly wiped his mouth and stood to leave. As his father began to speak, Rest cut him off with a cold, steady gaze, stating plainly that he was not interested in hearing his stories. Without another word, he announced he was heading out. As he walked away, his brothers continued their taunts, suggesting he take a stroll and maybe tame a dog or something, while Jur watched with a satisfied smirk. He finds a secluded spot within the estate's grounds, confirming he is finally alone. It has been a week since he regained the memories of his past life, a period he has spent investigating his new reality and piecing together insights for his plan. His investigation, however, revealed a key difference from the game he remembered. While he could feel his body strengthening through physical exertion, he discovered he couldn't simply call up a status screen to view his values. Despite this limitation, he was certain of one thing as sweat dripped from his brow. The core principle of leveling up was active in this world. Defeating monsters was the key to improving one's abilities. This led him to the crux of his problem, centered on his unique tame skill. He understood that he could only summon and control monsters that he had personally taken down in combat. To defeat powerful creatures and add them to his arsenal, he first needed to increase his own status and abilities. The most efficient method he recalled from the game was a daily event known as midnight training. This system, as he remembered it, presented 5 distinct training options each day: muscle strength, stamina, speed, magic, and luck, allowing a player to select one to enhance the corresponding parameter. A determined grin spread across his face. He reasoned that if he could somehow complete all of the special training regimens every single day, not just one, his power would grow at an incredible, unprecedented rate. With his plan solidifying, he turned his attention to the next step: magic reinforcement. He stood under the moonlit trees and questioned how he was even supposed to use magic. As if in answer, a faint glimmer of light appeared in his palm. To his surprise, the first attempt at mana refinement was a success. He surmised that his memories of this life, combined with his extensive gaming experience from his past one, gave him an innate understanding of the process. Holding the coalesce mana in both hands, he had another realization. His current physical abilities were far beyond what he possessed in his previous life, a testament to the desperate training the original Rest must have endured. He understood now that the overwhelming despair of acquiring the seemingly useless tame skill must have been the catalyst for such relentless effort. He stood alone in the quiet garden, deciding it was best to save his late-night prayers for the privacy of his room. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out his name, breaking the tranquility. Turning, he found his twin brothers, Edward and Sid Ward, approaching with matching smirks. They asked how his stroll was going before Edward mockingly questioned where his dog was, laughing that Rest probably couldn't even tame an ant. He then dismissed the topic, declaring that it wasn't the time for such things. With a confident grin, Edward announced they were about to begin their sword training, a field in which he excelled thanks to his innate skill. Great sword mastery. Sid Ward echoed his brother's sentiment, looking down on Rest with pity. He remarked that without any aptitude for swordsmanship, perhaps the only thing Rest could ever hope to master was taming pigs. This condescension was backed by his own formidable skill, dual-wielding master. As his brothers boasted, Rest watched them silently, a familiar annoyance rising within him. He thought to himself how utterly ridiculous the twins were, putting on the same arrogant display every single time. His gaze then drifted past them, noticing 2 maids standing nearby, and he wondered what they were doing there. His thoughts were abruptly cut short as a new figure walked past him, her presence immediately commanding his full attention. It was Elna Blazel. He stood frozen in shock as he overheard one of the maids comment that Edward and Sid Ward had arrived. His mind reeled, unable to process her sudden appearance. She stopped directly in front of the twins, her expression radiating an intense energy. With a sharp crack of her knuckles and a fierce grin, Elna declared their training objective for the day. They would all push themselves to the very brink of death. A young woman with long, light hair stands calmly before the colossal, slain body of an earth dragon. She casually announces that she had a little detour to hunt it on her way. The Albion brothers, Edward and Sid Ward, stare in disbelief, one of them wondering what she could possibly mean. Rest, watching from the side, has a shocking realization. This person is the new master for him and his brothers. She is identified as Elna Blazel, a genius swordsman who, at just 18 years old, bears the title of S-rank adventurer. A nearby maid, looking flustered, asks if she should just leave the massive carcass where it is. Elna confirms, stating she will take it home later. Her presence is overwhelming. The twins remark that while S-rank adventurers are common in games, seeing one in real life is a completely different experience. One of them cautiously touches the dragon's hide, noting its stiffness. Elna reassures them not to worry, as it won't suddenly spring back to life. As he observes her, Rest grits his teeth, a wave of frustration washing over him. He curses his circumstances, questioning why he is being denied the opportunity to receive guidance from such a powerful individual. 2 hours later, on the Albion family's grand training grounds, the lesson is underway. Elna moves like a storm, her blade a blur as she challenges her students. Edward and Sid Ward strain to defend themselves, grunting with effort as they parry her relentless assault. Her movements are so swift that one of the twins is sent sprawling to the ground. From a distance, Rest watches, amazed. Elna stands over her defeated student, taunting them. She declares that she knew all along, but facing 2 swordsmen is nothing to her, and orders them to stand up, treating them like helpless babies. The twins are utterly exhausted, with one crying out that he can't take any more. Seeing their state, Elna decides to conclude the day's training. Rest watches the scene unfold, thinking that while it was harsh, it was necessary. He reflects that he can boost his own parameters through simple training, but there is something more he needs that he cannot gain alone. He continues to observe from behind a pillar as his brothers walk away, nursing their aches. One complains about the mock battle feeling just like a real one, and the other agrees, lamenting that learning practical combat skills is impossible to do alone. Elna watches them go, reflecting on their situation. She believes that with such remarkable skills bestowed upon them and a great environment for training, they should be putting in more effort. It is noted that she visits the Albion family for swordsmanship instruction once a month. This piece of information galvanizes Rest. His eyes narrow with intense focus as he realizes this monthly visit is a golden opportunity. It is a chance he cannot afford to let slip away. As he watched from a distance, a calm voice suddenly addressed him, asking if he needed something. He whipped around, startled to find Elna Blazel standing directly behind him, her arms crossed and her expression unreadable. Flustered by her sudden appearance, he quickly apologized for his delayed introduction, presenting himself as Rest Albion, the fourth son of the Marquis family. Elna's gaze remained steady as she acknowledged him, recalling that he was the one granted the tame skill. He then cast aside his hesitation, his voice ringing with earnest desperation. He declared his desire to become stronger and implored her to teach him the way of the sword. Her expression softened slightly, but her refusal was clear. She explained that tame was not a combat-oriented skill, which was precisely why he wasn't a candidate for her guidance. Without the foundational skills of a swordsman, she stated, he would be unable to endure her training. Despite her logical refusal, his resolve did not waver. With his face cast in shadow and teeth gritted, he insisted that even so, he wanted to become strong. His unwavering determination seemed to give her pause. After a moment of consideration, she relented and tossed a wooden sword toward him. He caught it clumsily, his eyes wide with surprise. As he gripped the sword, Elna's demeanor shifted, her eyes sharp with challenge. She demanded that he show her why she should truly teach him. He met her challenge, their wooden swords clashing with a powerful crack. She commanded him to prove his worth with his own hands. The force of her single strike sent a shock through his arms. He realized with a grunt that her attack was both incredibly fast and heavy. The assault was relentless. Every single strike she delivered was immensely heavy, forcing him onto the defensive. He understood with grim certainty that she was holding back, yet if he let his guard down for even an instant, he would be knocked out. He forces himself to remain standing, his mind racing. He must not crumble. Even if it's just one thing, he has to observe her movements, learn from them, and make them his own. Elna watches his desperate resolve, her expression unimpressed as she asks if that's all he has. A swift, powerful strike sends him reeling backward. The blow sends him sprawling onto the stone courtyard. He lies on his back, dazed, wondering how much time has passed. 5 minutes? 10? It feels like an age. The duel has been a relentless cycle of him being effortlessly knocked down. Struggling to his feet, he pants heavily, sweat beading on his brow. He looks at Elna and manages to ask how he did. She, in stark contrast, is perfectly composed, her breathing even. With a calm finality, she declares that this is where it ends. Her assessment is brutal and direct. She looks at him with an impassive gaze and states that he is utterly hopeless. With that, she seems to dismiss him entirely, her posture suggesting the conversation is over. Just as he processes the crushing verdict, she pauses. A different line of inquiry emerges. She turns her head slightly, her gaze sharp, and asks him a simple, yet profound question. Why does he crave power? She continues to probe his motivations, standing opposite him in the vast courtyard. Is it because he wants to master the way of the sword? Or, she posits, is it simply to surpass his brothers? His answer comes in a raw, passionate shout, his face a mask of fierce determination. It is not about the sword, nor his brothers. He declares that he wants to overcome his fate. The unexpected declaration hangs in the air. For the first time, a flicker of genuine surprise registers in Elna's eye. That surprise seems to shift her perspective entirely. She announces that after she is done teaching his two brothers, she will give him a quick sword lesson for only 30 minutes. The offer leaves Rest utterly stunned, and he asks if she is being serious. Her confirmation sinks in, and a wide, triumphant grin spreads across his face. A wave of pure elation washes over him. He did it. Her expression softened into a confident, knowing smile. She then addressed him directly, agreeing to his request, but setting her own terms. She gifted him a wooden sword, instructing that before anything else, he must learn to grip it properly. Their next meeting, she declared, would be in a month, giving him time to sharpen his skills. He gratefully accepted her assistance. 2 months passed. In the courtyard of the estate, their third training session was underway, the sharp clash of wood on wood echoing through the air as they sparred with intensity. The young man was pushed back, breathing heavily as he deflected another blow. With a sharp look, Elna pressed her advantage, questioning what was wrong with his performance. She critiqued his movements as monotonous and predictable, announcing her next attack would be a thrust. His eyes widened in anticipation, bracing himself for the incoming strike. He moved to parry, but her thrust was a feint. In a fluid motion, she dropped low, changing her attack to a sweep. Her own expression shifted to one of surprise at his reaction. His quick dodge, however, was not followed by counterattack. Elna pointed out his blunder in not striking her exposed back. He knew she was right, but he also realized a simple head-on attack would never work on her. He would have to rely on his own special skill. He explained that there was an element absolutely essential to this symphony of sword and sorcery, a technique. These special moves could unleash power beyond a user's limits. Through his relentless days of training under Elna, he had finally mastered one. His wooden sword began to emanate a faint glow, catching Elna completely off guard. He revealed that this was a single-swing, swordsman-type skill, designed to dramatically enhance both speed and power. With a focused cry, he unleashed the technique. One flash. His blade sliced through the air, eliciting a look of pure shock from Elna. Her eyes widened in disbelief at the speed of the incoming strike. The technique he unleashed was the one flash, a single blindingly fast swing aimed directly at his mentor. But the strike met only empty air. His sword spun harmlessly away as Elna easily sidestepped the blow. Rest looked on in confusion, while Elna, now composed, remarked on how close it had been. He grunted in frustration, realizing his attack hadn't been dodged, but expertly deflected. Elna had met his blade, not with her own, but with the pommel of her sword. As he cursed his failure, Elna was internally stunned by his remarkable pace of growth. She acknowledged that despite learning the sword for less than 2 months, he was already on par with his 2 older brothers, who had started their training 6 months earlier. The final strike he had unleashed, the flash, was a skill intended solely for those who wield the sword. She considered that for a non-combatant, no matter how gifted, it would likely take a full year to even hope to master such a technique. Yet, he had achieved it in just 2 months. As Rest, undeterred, suggested they dive back into training, a thought began to form in Elna's mind. She wondered if she had stumbled upon something truly special. The realization solidified. She was not just training a noble son. She might be nurturing a true gem, an extraordinary talent beyond imagination. His name is Rest Albion, and he is a villainous noble. He recalls how, for some unknown reason, he was reincarnated into the world of the game he was once obsessed with, Symphony of Sword and Magic. In that story, he was a villain character guaranteed to die. To avert this grim fate, he resolved to use his foreknowledge of events to become the strongest. His training has been fruitful. Thanks to the blessing of a great teacher over the past 3.5 months, he has steadily gained strength, honing his body and skill. He sips from a goblet, reflecting that up to this point, everything has proceeded quite smoothly. All that remains, he believes, is to avoid the game's protagonist and any other characters who might oppose him. But his calm is suddenly interrupted. His father makes a stunning announcement. Princess Charlotte, the second princess, will be staying with their household. Rest freezes, the name echoing in his mind with dread, while his brothers look on in confusion. He knows exactly who she is, one of the main heroines of Symphony of Sword and Magic and the second princess of the Kingdom of Finale. The image of Charlotte Vaughn final forms in his mind, and a single, horrifying thought crystallizes. She is his walking death flag. He recalls her character from the game's lore. She was described as the perfect, flawless princess, sincere and kind to everyone, regardless of their status. Full of curiosity, she could get along with anyone instantly. And though blessed with rare talent, her strong sense of justice drove her to train relentlessly to protect others. It was precisely because she was that kind of person he remembers that she could not simply stand by and watch him, Rest, go around hurting people. In the original story, midway through the events, Charlotte joins the protagonist's party and stands in the way of the rampaging Rest. He struggles to comprehend the situation. That was how the game was supposed to progress, culminating in his death at the hands of a high-ranking demon warrior. But at this stage, he and Charlotte were not supposed to have any connection. He desperately wonders why this is happening. His father provides the answer, explaining that Lady Elna, besides being part of the Albion family, also happens to train the royal family in swordsmanship. Apparently, Her Highness heard there was a prodigy swordsman in House Albion of the same generation, and she wanted to meet him herself. The realization hits Rest with the force of a physical blow. He finally understood. While his mother, Jur, praised his twin brothers for capturing the princess's interest, Rest realized the truth. There was a connection between Elna and Charlotte. The entire game scenario had shifted because he had become involved with the genius swordwoman. His mind raced with the implication. If Charlotte was interested in a swordsman of their generation, she must be referring to him, not his 2 idiotic brothers. As the twins grumbled about their master Elna's strictness, the scene shifted. 2 weeks later, on the day of the royal visit, Rest sat alone and tense in the grand foyer. He sat in the grand foyer, dreading the inevitable encounter. The day had finally come. While he desperately wanted to avoid his fated pain in the ass, skipping out on a royal visit was impossible. His brothers, Edward and Sid Ward, quickly confronted him, telling him not to flatter himself into thinking the princess was there for him and ordering him to leave. He offered a placating response to their taunts. With a deadpan expression, he agreed to take his leave, sarcastically thanking them for sparing his life. His brothers took the bait, pleased with themselves for their good work. Walking away, his thoughts shifted to his own goals. He mused that it was about time to start fighting monsters, a necessary step to make the most of his taming ability and gather subordinates. His path led him to the edge of Arst Forest, a known habitat for monsters within the family's territory. However, a strict rule forbade entry until enrollment at the Royal Academy. Deciding it would be a pain to stand out right now, he chose to pass on the idea for the time being. Meanwhile, inside the manor, Princess Charlotte was being formally welcomed by the head of the Albion family. As they sat for tea, the twins looked on, utterly captivated by her beauty. Their father noted that he'd heard Her Highness had been granted the skill Holy Sword Princess about 2 months prior. The twins reacted with shock, realizing her skill was even higher level than their brother's Sword Saint ability. They couldn't fathom why a princess with such power would be interested in them. Seizing the moment, Charlotte politely asked if they would demonstrate their sword skills for her. Overjoyed, the twins readily agreed, and their father instructed them to escort the princess to the training ground. Their sparring began, a flurry of motion and clashing steel. Princess Charlotte watched from the sidelines with her attendant. When asked for her opinion, the princess noted coolly that since they had only received their skills half a year ago, their current level was nothing surprising. Her expression remained unimpressed. Their display, however, failed to elicit a strong reaction. Frustrated, one of the twins declared he wouldn't let her lose interest. He proposed that the best way to showcase their skills was through actual combat. Pointing to the nearby Arse Forest, he suggested they demonstrate their swordsmanship against real monsters, leaving Charlotte stunned by the reckless offer. She listened as Edward, with a broad, confident smile, attempted to assuage her concerns. He admitted the forest was technically off-limits, but claimed their father had personally ordered them to win her over, making this excursion permissible. He and Sid Ward both vowed to protect her, with Sid Ward adding that the forest was like their own backyard. After a silent, contemplative pause, Princess Charlotte agreed to their plan. "All right then," she declared, "I'll be counting on you both." The twins responded with absolute confidence, telling her to leave everything to them. True to their word, they led her and her attendant away from the manor and into the deep shadows of Arst Forest. Despite it being daytime, the dense canopy plunged the path into a disquieting twilight, and an expression of unease crept onto the princess's face as she gazed into the gloom. Sensing her apprehension, the twins offered reassurance, telling her not to worry. Charlotte observed how surprisingly dark it was for the middle of the day, her gaze sweeping the gloomy surroundings. Her thoughts then turned elsewhere. "By the way," she began, "wasn't there another member of House Albion around my year? Are they not coming along today?" The question left Edward and Sid Ward momentarily perplexed. Within a forest unnaturally dark for the middle of the day, Princess Charlotte inquires about the third member of House Albion from her year, wondering why he has not joined them. Edward and Sid Ward flank her, offering reassurance, though one of them concedes that the woods are indeed quite creepy. She asks for clarification, and Edward explains that Rest deduced he wouldn't meet Her Highness's expectations and withdrew on his own. Sid Ward elaborates that the princess was seeking exceptional swordsmen, and Rest's skill, TAME, was unlikely to capture her interest. As Charlotte processes this, her attendant suddenly cries out a warning. "Milady!" Her shout heralds the arrival of monsters emerging from the trees. Edward identifies the creatures as E-rank gray wolves and, with confidence, rallies the group to dispatch them in a single, swift assault. They charge forward to meet the threat. After the brief battle, the twins stand panting over the slain wolves. Princess Charlotte asks if they are departing, but her attendant voices her disappointment, stating their performance was not as impressive as she had hoped. Sensing a change in the wind, the attendant feels an ominous presence and strongly recommends they retreat. The twins vehemently protest the suggestion, boasting that the fight was merely a warm-up and that they will brilliantly defeat any other monsters that appear. Their bravado is cut short as a sudden movement catches the attention of both the princess and her attendant, their eyes widening in alarm. From the shadows emerges a new threat, a colossal wolf, its glowing eyes fixed on them, dwarfing the creatures they had just dispatched. Princess Charlotte recognizes the beast with horror, identifying it as a gale wolf, a C-rank, extremely dangerous monster. Her attendant gasps, and the Albion twins are frozen in terror. The gale wolf lunges. In a flash of movement, it strikes the attendant, sending her flying back with a cry of pain. Despite the blow, she rises, her expression resolute. She shouts at Edward and Sid Ward, ordering them to take the princess and flee while she holds off the monster. The twins stare, stunned into inaction, until she screams at them to hurry. Following her command, the twins grab the princess and run, abandoning the attendant to her fate. As they retreat deeper into the woods, Princess Charlotte looks back, her face a mask of shock and disbelief at leaving her loyal protector behind. She cried out to her escorts, Edward and Sid Ward, urging them to prepare for a counterattack. But the twins were frozen in terror, staring at the massive gale wolf that had appeared. One of them stammered in disbelief, questioning how another monster, even larger than the last, could be here. Their panic only grew as the beast advanced. One of the twins lamented the day's misfortune, convinced they stood no chance of winning. He shouted for the wolf to stay back, but his sword strike was effortlessly deflected by the creature's hide, the impact sending a shockwave through the air. He could only stare in disbelief at their complete powerlessness. As her supposed protectors fled, she realized with horror that she was being abandoned. Stealing her resolve, she understood that she would have to fight. With a determined cry, she charged forward, sword in hand, meeting the beast head-on. She parried the wolf's initial assault, her mind racing. She just had to hold on a little longer, believing that her attendant, Estelle, would surely come to her aid. But the Gale Wolf was relentless, its glowing eyes fixed on her as it lunged again, forcing a desperate cry from the princess. The force of the blow sent her stumbling back. She realized the monster could use wind magic, and knew she couldn't give up yet. With renewed determination, she began to channel her own power, her hands glowing as she prepared to cast sacred magic. But as she began her incantation, a horrifying realization struck her. The wolf was closing the distance too quickly. Her chant wouldn't be finished in time. She could only watch as the beast's gaping maw descended upon her, the razor-sharp teeth just inches away. In that frozen moment, she resigned herself to her fate, wondering if this was the end. Suddenly, a figure blurred past her, intercepting the attack. A young man with dark hair stood between her and the monster, having seemingly appeared from nowhere. The princess could only look on in stunned confusion. She stared at her mysterious savior, her eyes wide with shock and relief, while the Gale Wolf snarled at the unexpected interruption. She stammered out a question, asking who he was. He turned his head slightly, his expression calm and detached. He replied simply that he was just an ordinary passerby. A few minutes earlier, Rest Albion noticed a small party departing from the estate. He saw Princess Charlotte, her maid Estelle, and his brothers, Edward and Sidward. He wondered where they were going, his concern turning to alarm when he realized they were heading towards the forbidden Ulst forest. He couldn't believe they would seriously enter such a place. He cursed his brothers for their recklessness. The thought of them trying to impress Charlotte by taking her into a forbidden forest was infuriating. He began to run, reasoning that while the twins could likely handle the low-ranked monsters common to the area, a chance encounter with a powerful beast could get the princess hurt. If that happened, the entire Albion family could be executed. To prevent such a catastrophe, he resolved to follow them. His gut feeling had been spot on. Back in the present, he stood between a massive, snarling wolf and Princess Charlotte, having just saved her. He let out a quiet breath of relief, realizing he had narrowly averted a situation that could have led to his own execution. He turned to Charlotte, asked who he was. He hadn't planned on meeting her yet, but his brother's unreliability had forced the encounter. Wishing to keep his identity hidden, he simply claimed to be an ordinary passerby. The princess stared back, her expression filled with disbelief. This person couldn't possibly be ordinary. He told her they would talk later, as he first needed to deal with the beast. She agreed. Internally, he identified the monster as a Gale Wolf, a C-rank creature that could manipulate wind magic. He calculated his chances at 40 to 50% with his current strength. However, armed with the knowledge he retained from the game, he felt confident he could manage somehow. He charged forward, sword raised. The Gale Wolf swiped with its massive claws, but Rest dodged nimbly, the ground cracking under the force of the missed blow. His movements were swift as he pressed the attack. The monster countered with varied strikes and blasts of wind, leaving no openings whether at close range or from distance. He recognized it as an extremely dangerous opponent with a perfect mix of offense and defense. But a confident smirk spread across his face. He knew all of its attack patterns. Leaping into the air, he brought his sword down in a powerful slash aimed directly at the beast's head as it growled in surprise. Charlotte watched, utterly stunned. She found it unbelievable. His physical abilities and sword skills didn't seem much different from her own, yet he was landing blow after blow on the Gale Wolf, a monster she couldn't even touch. She stared at his back, wondering just who this mysterious young man could be. The scene changes. Elna Blazel approaches a winded Princess Charlotte, informing her that their session for the day is over and praising her good work. Charlotte, catching her breath, addresses her as Lady Elna. Elna admits she was worried that gaining the title of Holy Sword Princess might have made Charlotte complacent, but she was glad to see that wasn't the case. Princess Charlotte clenched her fists, speaking with fierce determination. She acknowledged that there were people with exceptional skills in both swordplay and magic, but declared that she could not and would not lose to them. Elna calmly pointed out that not all of Charlotte's rivals would be high-level skill holders. There were others, she explained, who weren't blessed with incredible skills, but gained comparable power through exceptional talent and hard work. Charlotte listened, a flicker of recognition on her face as she recalled Lady Elna mentioning something similar before. Her smile was knowing as she mentioned a specific example, a boy from the Albion family, the same age as the princess, whom she found quite interesting. The princess was taken aback, remarking that this was the first time she had ever seen Lady Elna speak so happily about another person. She cleared her throat, suggesting that if Charlotte was curious, she should go and meet this boy. She had a feeling, she added, that he could be a good source of motivation for the princess. The suggestion lingered in Charlotte's mind. Someone from the Albion family, a boy the same age as me, she thought, her eyes widening in realization as she saw him. It was Rest Albion. Suddenly, it all made sense. She watched him, the pieces falling into place. He was the one Lady Elna had spoken of, a genius who, despite being blessed with a supposedly useless skill TAME, possessed a power that defied all standards. As she watched, a massive, snarling wolf emerged from the trees. It fixed its glowing eyes on Rest, its body tensed and a low, guttural growl rumbling in its chest. He faced the beast without a trace of fear, a confident smirk on his face. He mockingly asked the creature who had told it to use so much magic right from the start, noting that it was already out of power. With the wolf's magic depleted, he saw his chance to finish it once and for all. But the beast, with a final roar, ignored him and lunged directly at the stunned princess. Both she and Rest could only watch in shock as the attack unfolded. He throws himself in front of the princess, meeting the Gale Wolf's attack head-on with a desperate cry. The beast's massive jaws snap shut just inches from his face. Refusing to yield, he roars that he won't let it happen. With a single, blinding movement, he unleashes his technique, a one flash, and his blade cuts a brilliant arc through the air, striking the beast. The impact sends the massive wolf flying backward, its body tumbling through the air before crashing heavily into the undergrowth. He remains poised, the follow-through of his strike complete. He finally exhales, a quiet declaration of victory on his lips. Princess Charlotte, her eyes wide with disbelief, stammers, asking if he really managed to defeat the creature. He affirms her question, but immediately tempers the mood, explaining that it is still too early for them to celebrate. His gaze shifts to the downed beast, his expression hardening with focus. He reveals the reason for his caution. For those with the tamer skill, this is the point where the real challenge truly begins. Standing over the defeated Gale Wolf, the young woman expresses her astonishment and relief. She confirms that Rest really did it, and when he asks if she is all right, she assures him she is, crediting him for her safety. Rest is taken aback, wondering how she could possibly know his name. She formally introduces herself as Charlotte von Finale, the second princess of the Finale Kingdom. She explains that she knows of him because they trained under the same sword master and recognizes the wooden sword he carries as a gift from Lady Elna. Deeply moved by his bravery, she offers her sincere gratitude for protecting her. With a radiant smile that seems to sparkle, she thanks him once more, calling him Sir Rest. Her brilliant expression leaves him momentarily stunned. He stammers an apology and announces his intention to check on the Gale Wolf. Princess Charlotte then asks if he would look after her brothers, a request he readily accepts before walking toward the massive, groaning beast. As he approaches, he muses that the only thing left is to see if the creature is willing to serve him. At that moment, a realization dawns. The Gale Wolf has taken an interest in him, acknowledging his strength. The opportunity to tame the beast is now his. His face breaks into a wide, determined grin. Yes, he thinks, a thrill running through him. I can tame him now. With newfound resolve, he steps confidently toward the downed creature, speaking its name aloud. He kneels beside the enormous wolf, gently placing a hand on its snout. He formally invites the beast to become the first he has ever tamed. The wolf responds with a low, accepting growl. A surge of light and power envelopes him. The taming is successful. As a result, a portion of the wolf's power is transferred to him, granting him a new skill, wind magic. His eyes widen in exhilaration as he feels the magic coursing through him. Another reward is granted for his first successful tame. He has unlocked the interdimensional sanctuary. He felt a surge of power as the taming concluded successfully. A portion of the Gale Wolf's strength flowed into him, granting him the skill, wind magic. As a reward for his first successful tame, he also unlocked a new ability, interdimensional sanctuary. A wide grin spread across his face as he felt the magic coursing through him. This confirmed his belief that he could become the strongest. His taming skill was unique. It didn't just grant him control over monsters. He also gained their powers, from the enhanced physical abilities common to all monsters to specific skills like the wind magic the Gale Wolf possessed. He recalled the tragic fate of his game counterpart, who had succumbed to this power and lost everything. But he was different. Having undergone intense training and improved his swordsmanship, he had no intention of letting that effort go to waste. With this power, he was certain he could truly become the strongest in the world. With his resolve hardened, he turned to his new companion. Calling it Gale Wolf every time seemed a bit much, so he decided to shorten its name to just Gale. For now, he concluded, it would be best to keep the creature's existence a secret before deciding to test his newly earned skill. He immediately activated Interdimensional Sanctuary. A shimmering portal opened before him, revealing a vast, serene landscape under an open sky. He turned to Gale and asked if it would mind staying inside for the time being. The wolf let out an affirmative growl and stepped through the gateway, which then vanished. Just as it closed, a distant shout of "Milady" cut through the silence of the forest, snapping Rest's attention toward the sound. The voice belonged to Estelle, who rushed toward Princess Charlotte with relief. The princess calmly explained that another Gale Wolf had appeared, but they had managed to repel it. Estelle was aghast, asking if Charlotte had fought it herself or if her brothers had protected her. The princess shook her head, clarifying that it was neither. The one who protected her, she explained, was someone else. As Estelle turned, Charlotte introduced the young man standing nearby as Sir Rest of the Albion family, identifying him as her savior. Rest was visibly taken aback by the sudden focus on him. Estelle struggled to process this. She recalled that it took her a great deal of time to defeat a high-ranking Gale Wolf, yet Rest had apparently done so faster. She remembered hearing that he possessed the tame skill. As her mind raced, Princess Charlotte simply offered a warm, grateful smile in Rest's direction. He attempted to downplay his achievement, stating it was a tough battle, but that he'd managed. He then addressed Estelle by name, asking her to rest assured. While Charlotte expressed her desire to thank him properly later, Estelle's focus sharpened. She questioned how he knew her name, pointing out that she had not yet introduced herself. Rest froze, realizing his slip-up. He stammered, caught off guard by the attendant's sharp question. Before he could formulate a response, Princess Charlotte intervened with a cheerful smile, suggesting to Estelle that he had likely just overheard her name being spoken earlier. The explanation seemed to satisfy the attendant, who acknowledged it with a simple "I see." Internally, Rest breathed a sigh of relief. It had been a close call, a stark reminder that he needed to be far more cautious when interacting with people he only knew from his past life. Composing himself, he turned to Estelle and offered his gratitude once more for her role in protecting the princess. Estelle, ever practical, suggested they focus on getting out of the forest. Rest agreed, turning his concern to the princess and asking if she was well enough to walk. She confirmed that she was fine, ready to depart. Chaos erupts at the Albion estate as Rest emerges from the training grounds, carrying an unconscious Edward on his back and dragging an injured Sid Ward. Princess Charlotte follows closely, her expression worried. The household staff, led by the head butler, rushes out in alarm. Rest's father, the Marquis, demands to know what has happened, his voice booming with shock. Rest calmly instructs the staff to treat the princess's injuries first, then his brothers, calling for healing MEPS and water. Inside, with the injured attended to, the Marquis confronts his youngest son. Seeing Rest completely unharmed while his other sons and the princess are hurt, he immediately demands to know if Rest was responsible. Rest denies any wrongdoing, but his father's fury grows. He insists on an explanation that he can accept for why Rest is the only one unscathed. Before he can continue, Princess Charlotte rises to Rest's defense, stating firmly that he did nothing wrong and, in fact, saved her life. The Marquis is stunned into silence. The princess's attendant, Estelle, then steps forward to explain. She recounts how Edward and Sid Ward led the princess into the Alst Forest, a place they claim to explore regularly, where they were attacked by 2 Sirank Gale wolves. Her explanation turns into an accusation as Estelle questions the Marquis directly, asking if he truly allows children into a forest known for dangerous monsters. The Marquis denies it, realizing his sons acted without permission. Estelle presses further, reminding him that because the princess was exposed to such danger, the responsibility ultimately lies with him as the head of the household. Princess Charlotte then softens the mood, assuring Rest that they do not intend to place all the blame on him, acknowledging their own fault in believing his brothers. She then makes a stunning declaration to the Marquis. Sir Rest single-handedly drove off the Gale Wolf and saved her. With a grateful smile, she proposes they overlook the entire incident in light of Rest's heroic actions. His father stares, dumbfounded, unable to comprehend that Rest could defeat a Gale Wolf by himself. The princess asks to be shown to the first aid room, and the flustered Marquis quickly agrees. As she leaves with Estelle, Charlotte turns to Rest, promising to thank him properly at a later time. As they walk away, the Marquis is lost in thought, muttering to himself. He cannot believe it. The idea that his worthless son could actually defeat a Gale Wolf seems utterly impossible. From a short distance, Rest watches his father's disbelief, his own expression unreadable. Due to the late hour, Charlotte and her attendant ended up staying the night at the mansion. Unable to sleep, Rest decides to go out onto a balcony for some late-night training. As he stands under the starry sky, a voice calls out his name, startling him. He turns to see Princess Charlotte, holding an ornate lantern. He addresses her formally. She remarks on the coincidence of their meeting and asks if he would mind having a little chat. He readily agrees. She begins by thanking him once more, bowing her head in gratitude and saying she might have died without his intervention. Rest urges her to raise her head, replying that he is simply glad she is safe. She looks at him thoughtfully, calling him a kind person. She praises his impressive swordsmanship in driving off the Gale Wolf alone, and muses that perhaps it is his very kindness that is the source of his remarkable strength. She chuckled softly, dismissing his attempt to credit her. Rest insisted the victory was thanks to her efforts in weakening the beast, joking that it had turned into a no-no battle. The light-hearted exchange seemed to solidify a thought in her mind, and her expression grew resolute. She declared that she had made up her mind. Her sudden seriousness caught him off guard. She began to speak, her voice steady as she addressed him formally. "Sir Rest, about you, if it's all right with you." The atmosphere grew tense, and he couldn't help but wonder if she was about to confess her feelings. He stood silently on the balcony, the starlit sky stretching above them as he processed her words. The air felt charged with unspoken emotion. Taking a deep breath, she finally posed her question, her voice ringing with earnestness under the night sky. "Will you become my sword friend?" The request left him momentarily speechless, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he repeated the unfamiliar term. She quickly clarified that a sword friend is a rival, a comrade who competes and strives alongside you, sharing ideals and practicing swordsmanship together. She elaborated on her reasoning, confessing that her sole focus had always been Lady Elna, whose strength felt insurmountable. In contrast, she saw Rest as someone of the same age who was consistently just a step ahead. She believed that by training with him, she could become even stronger, and so she asked him again to be her comrade. He hesitated, internally grappling with his desire to avoid deep involvement with the game's main characters. Despite his reservations, he couldn't refuse her earnest plea. "Very well, He conceded formally, "If your highness truly insists." Her face lit up with a brilliant, joyous smile as she exclaimed his name. Her excitement was palpable. She insisted that from now on, he should simply call her Charo and drop the formal speech. He was startled by her sudden command, realizing that once Charlotte set her mind to something, she was unyieldingly stubborn. Seeing no other choice, he smiled and agreed. "All right, Charo. I look forward to working together with you." As they stood together on the balcony, a comfortable silence settled between them. He watched her for a moment, a thought crossing his mind. Despite her insistence on informality, she was still addressing him with an honorific. Princess Charlotte bids farewell to Rest, smiling as she expresses her hope to see him again soon. She looks forward to their future adventures as sword friends. Standing beside Rest, the head of the Albion family formally accepts her departure, assuring her highness that they will always await her return. Rest quietly affirms his agreement. The next morning, her carriage departs the mansion, setting off on its journey back to the royal capital. Once she is gone, the family patriarch's demeanor sours. He grits his teeth, muttering how pathetic it is that of all people, it had to be Rest who caught her eye. He then whirls on his twin sons, Edward and Sid Ward, demanding to know if they understand the gravity of what they've done, roaring that because of them, the Albion family is on the verge of ruin. His wife, Jur, asks what he means, her expression one of confusion. She counters that the twins only put Lady Charlotte in danger because they were following his direct orders to win the princess's favor. Ignoring her defense, the furious man turns his attention to Rest. He bellows, demanding to know how Rest will take responsibility for her highness becoming interested in such a foolish son. Rest, caught off guard, can only stare in bewilderment, unable to comprehend what his father is implying. As his father questions him, one of the twins steps forward to speak. He claims the entire basis for the princess's interest in his foolish brother is a lie. He scoffs at the idea that Rest could defeat a Gale Wolf on his own, asserting that he and his brother had already weakened a monster before they lost consciousness. According to him, Rest merely took advantage of the situation to land the final blow and trick her highness, an act he deems absolutely unforgivable. Upon hearing this version of events, the patriarch's face twists with a grim realization. He clenches his fist tightly, declaring that if that's what truly happened, then everything finally makes sense. A memory of the actual battle surfaces, revealing the truth. It was true that Edward and Sid Ward had attacked the Gale Wolf, but their blows were weightless and inflicted no damage whatsoever. They stood terrified before the beast, pleading for it not to come any closer. Back in the present, Rest calmly refutes the fabrication, stating unequivocally that he was the one who defeated the Gale Wolf. His father, however, refuses to listen. He roars at Rest for spouting such nonsense, ordering the pathetic fool to know his place. He meets his father's furious gaze without flinching, his own eyes filled with conviction. He insists that he is telling the truth. The sheer defiance in his son's voice leaves the patriarch momentarily stunned. His father recovers, his voice dripping with scorn as he issues an ultimatum. If Rest truly defeated the Gale Wolf that both Edward and Sid Ward couldn't handle together, then proving it should be simple. He challenges Rest to a duel against both Ed and Sid at the same time, and to achieve victory. Rest understands. A 2-on-1 duel is against chivalry, but he believes the goddess would permit it to expose his brother's lies. The twins eagerly agree to their father's wonderful idea. Rest internally assesses the fight. His brothers are strong, and individually, they are nearly his equal. Against both at once, he would normally stand no chance. However, that was the story until yesterday. He meets their challenge not with fear, but with a cool, confident smile. His father and brother can only stare, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief at his sudden change in demeanor. Internally, Rest acknowledges that their logic, their understanding of his limits, no longer applies. Behind him, a vast, shadowy aura takes shape, the spectral form of the Gale Wolf, its immense power now his to command. The reason their logic is obsolete is clear to him now. He is the one who has tamed the beast and, in doing so, unlocked a new power entirely. With this profound self-assurance, his expression hardens into one of absolute certainty. Looking directly at his stunned family, he speaks with a calm finality, stating that he will gladly accept the duel. Facing his two brothers, who stand ready for combat, Rest Albion smirks with unwavering confidence. He declares that he will gladly accept their duel. The twins, Edward and Sid Ward, can only stare in shocked disbelief, while the swordswoman Elna observes from a distance, her interest peaked. Elna steps forward, her posture exuding authority. She announces that, in that case, she shall serve as the official witness to the contest. Her sudden declaration stuns the twins, who turn to Rest and cry out, "Master!" Rest himself appears equally bewildered by her intervention. The scene shifts to Elna's recent arrival at the Albion estate, where she was greeted by the family patriarch. He expressed his surprise, noting that her next training session was not yet scheduled. Elna explained that she received a message from Estelle about her students being attacked by a Gale Wolf and successfully repelling it. She continued, admitting she couldn't simply stay away after hearing the news and hoped she wasn't being a bother. She also expressed disappointment at having missed seeing Char. The patriarch quickly reassured her that her presence was no trouble at all. Returning to the present moment, Elna explains that it was upon her arrival that she overheard the 3 students she was teaching were about to duel. Because of this, she decided to offer herself as the official witness, much to the surprise of the 3 brothers and their father. The head of the Albion family reacts with outrage, shouting, "3 students?" He states that he had only requested she teach Ed and Sid. Elna calmly clarifies that, due to Rest's own firm request, she had also agreed to supervise his training. Her explanation only angers the patriarch further, who yells that he was never informed of this arrangement. The twins are equally stunned. Elna maintains her composure, stating that this is a personal matter and that the time she has spent training Rest is insignificant compared to theirs. She looks directly at Rest, delivering her professional opinion. Even considering all factors, she personally does not believe he can win against both Ed and Sid at once. She challenges him, asking where his confidence comes from, stating that as his teacher, she must confirm his abilities. Rest welcomes her scrutiny, eagerly inviting her to witness the duel. His father looks on, beginning to understand. Internally, Rest acknowledges that just a month ago, he would have stood no chance against his brothers. Now, however, his expression is one of absolute certainty. He knew that Elna had been watching his progress this whole time. She understood he wasn't the type to flaunt baseless confidence or power. Her gaze met his, her expression a mixture of challenge and encouragement. She demanded he show her, prove to her that his words were the truth. With a confident smile, she affirmed her belief in him. He met her challenge with a sharp, determined smile, acknowledging her as his master with a single word of assent. His brother's attention was drawn to the weapon in his hand. One of them pointed out the wooden sword, and the other scoffed, realizing it must be a gift from his master, confirming his discipleship. Rest calmly stated that this wooden sword was all he needed against them. They stood ready, one with a great sword and the other with a pair of daggers, questioning his choice. Their own weapons were forged for real combat, and they reminded him that he was facing 2 opponents, not one. His confidence, however, was not misplaced. He knew the reason he could face them both was due to the new power he had gained through taming, a combination of enhanced physical abilities and wind magic. He resolved, however, not to use his wind magic in this duel. It was better to keep the true power of his tame ability a secret for now. Besides, a faint smirk touched his lips as he recalled that his trump card was not limited to wind magic alone. With Elna's declaration, the duel began. The twins surged forward, one vowing to make quick work of the coward before them. The first brother, Edward, lunged forward, shouting that he alone was more than enough. Rest calmly observed his opponent's speed, but as their blades met, he effortlessly deflected the blow, leaving Edward stunned by the ease of the parry. He reeled back in disbelief, realizing all of his attacks were being blocked. Seeing an opening, Sid Ward yelled for his twin to move aside and leaped in, raising his own weapon for an overhead strike. Enraged, Edward joined him, roaring that he would finish this in a single blow. He calmly met the furious downward swing. His brother, Edward, roared in disbelief, declaring it impossible to block a steel greatsword with a mere wooden one and vowing to smash it to pieces. But the wooden sword did not break. Instead, it held firm against the steel blade, a faint glow emanating from the point of impact. Edward's eyes widened in shock as he realized what was happening. Magic infusion. With a confident smile, he explained the technique, calling it magic infusion. It was an advanced form of mana control, he elaborated, that drastically enhances an object's strength by infusing magic into its tiniest internal gaps. He then added a sharp barb, suggesting that for someone who only knew how to swing a sword blindly, such a concept might be beyond their understanding. He recalled that magic infusion was a powerful and versatile skill in the game, typically used by frontline classes. Mastering it required both a large amount of magic power and delicate control, but through his diligent daily training, he had acquired the necessary technique. His brother's rage boiled over. Edward, sweating and furious, demanded to know how he had blocked the attack with a mere toy sword. Rest met his enraged glare with cold composure, his silence only fueling his brother's frustration, which escaped as a low growl. He then revealed the full extent of his power. By circulating magic throughout his body, he could enhance his physical abilities, allowing him to activate both body enhancement and magic infusion simultaneously. Combined with the boost in magic power he received from taming the Gale Wolf, he now held the upper hand in both weapon performance and physical strength. The revelation struck Edward with the force of a physical blow. The sheer force behind Rest's stance sent Edward stumbling backward, barely keeping his footing. Nearby, Sid Ward watched in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend how his brother had acquired such immense power. A confident smirk played on Rest's lips. With his brothers momentarily stunned, he stood poised, his wooden sword held ready. He declared calmly that it was now his turn. With a swift, decisive move, Rest presses his sword against his brother's throat, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He declares that it is now his turn. His twin can only stare back, eyes wide with disbelief and shock. The duel resumes with a clash of steel. His brother, gritting his teeth in frustration, parries a powerful strike. Rest remains on the offensive, his expression one of pure, cold focus as he advances. They move across the training grounds at a blinding speed, their blades meeting in a flurry of sparks. The exchange is a blur of motion, a testament to their rapidly escalating fight. His opponent, sweating and straining, roars at him not to look down on him, Rest's gaze, however, remains unwavering and analytical. He easily ducks under a wide swing, calmly pointing out his brother's flawed stance. His hips are too high, leaving him unbalanced. As he speaks, Rest lands a solid blow, forcing a pained grunt from his twin. Rest coolly asks what's wrong, reminding his brothers that the fight has only just begun. He now faces both twins at once, weaving between their coordinated attacks with impossible grace. From the sidelines, his parents watch in utter disbelief. His father wonders aloud what is happening, questioning how Rest can achieve such movements without a time, skill. His mother can only stammer that something is clearly wrong. Observing from distance, Elna notes to herself that Rest's growth rate until now had been anything but normal. His progress over the last month, she concludes, has gone far beyond common sense. As he fights, Rest senses there is something within him that even he cannot yet perceive. His thoughts are interrupted by Edward, who furiously declares that he and his brother still have a trump card they have yet to show. Elna's analysis continues. She recognizes that the twins' strength lies in the overwhelming power of their skills, which can instantly compensate for a lack of ordinary effort. She understands that if Rest cannot overcome that innate power, he will be unable to advance any further. He considers the conditions for victory. He must make his opponents surrender. While knocking them unconscious as he did the Gale Wolf would be simpler, he realizes there is a possibility he could instill that same level of fear in them now, during this very duel. He resolved to settle the matter of who was superior once and for all, deciding to thoroughly and completely crush his siblings. In response to his sudden shift in demeanor, his brothers took their stances, Edward with his greatsword and Sid Ward with his dual blades. He felt it instantly. The very air around them had changed. His brothers, their faces twisted with rage, shouted at him not to mock them. They accused him of thinking they had no secrets of their own, declaring that they had been holding back until this point and that a single moment was all they needed to finish him. Their fury crescendoed into a unified roar, vowing to shatter him and carve him to pieces. With their threats still hanging in the air, they lunged forward, unleashing their signature techniques, the powerful art Rock Mountain Crusher and the swift art High-Speed Dance. As the attacks bore down on him, he calmly identified them as arts, specialized techniques tailored to their specific weapons. He mused that such skills would have been useful during his battle against the Gale Wolf. He understood that while he possessed some countermeasures, his fundamental power and speed were simply no match for the specialized arts his two brothers wielded. The pressure mounted. He knew that if things continued this way, he would be overwhelmed without being able to do a thing. This, he concluded, was the decisive difference between one who possesses a combat specialized skill and one who does not. But he was not without a trump card. Gripping his sword, he activated his own art, wind magic. It was a technique that could reproduce the ultimate sharpness by vibrating the blade with super high-speed wind. And this art had a name. His wind-infused wooden sword met the simultaneous downward strikes from his brothers. In the courtyard, under the watchful eyes of his family, the three blades clashed in a single, decisive impact. The result was instantaneous. Edward and Sid Ward stared in utter disbelief as their steel-practiced swords shattered at the point of contact, the metal giving way completely. With a sharp clatter, the broken hilts were wrenched from their grasp, leaving the twins stumbling backward, completely disarmed and defenseless. From the manor's entrance, their father watched, his face a mask of shock. He couldn't comprehend what he'd seen, muttering that it was impossible for a wooden sword to have cut steel. In the center of the yard, Rest stood calmly over his defeated brothers. Edward and Sid Ward trembled on the ground, their arrogance replaced by pure fear. While their parents remained stunned, Elna observed with a faint, satisfied smile. Rest broke the silence, looking down at his siblings to ask if they wished to continue. Receiving only terrified silence in response, he clenched his fist. With an air of finality, he declared himself the winner of the duel, citing Edward and Sidward's surrender. With the duel concluded, Elna stands between the combatants and makes the official declaration. Due to Edward and Sidward's surrender, the victor of this contest is Rest Albion. The announcement sends Jur, the first wife, reeling in disbelief. She stumbles backward, crying out that it's impossible for her precious sons to be defeated by such a boy. Before she can fall, Elna swiftly moves to support her. Having steadied the distraught woman, Elna turns to the head of the Albion family. She states that this is the outcome and asks if he can accept it. The patriarch looks down at his wife, now held by her sons, and asks if she is all right, to which she affirms. He clenches his fist tightly, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. Through gritted teeth, he concedes, acknowledging that he understands. Rest is the winner. His gaze, heavy with unspoken frustration, settles on Rest, who stands a short distance away, looking back over his shoulder at his father. With a grunt of fury, the patriarch turns on his heel and storms back towards the manor, ignoring the protests of his twin sons who call out after him. As he departs, Elna approaches Rest. She congratulates him on a job well done, admitting that while she never doubted his claim of defeating the Gale Wolf, this result has truly surprised her. She adds that it's a pity he couldn't show his brothers a more challenging fight. She smiles warmly, explaining that those two are her disciples as well, and perhaps this incident will serve as good motivation for them. Her expression then shifts to one of serious contemplation. She tells Rest he performed well, but confesses that there is something about his final swing, including the flourish, that she finds concerning. Rest looks up, startled by her observation. She offers a soft chuckle, reassuring him that she has no intention of asking about everything. There is, however, just one thing she needs him to tell her. She observed that in the instant his brothers unleashed their techniques, it seemed he was merely biding his time. She questioned him directly, asking if he had considered a strategy other than simply breaking their weapons. He stammered, caught off guard by her perception. He admitted that while he had managed to subdue them without using his own gear, it was true that he had been unable to fully suppress their powerful skills. His mind flashed back to the duel. He had realized that completely blocking their powerful techniques would be difficult. However, he could guide the trajectory of their initial sword strikes, inducing them to clash with each other. He knew, even then, that this method was not without its problems. He identified two major flaws in that plan. First, it relied on using his opponent's power, which meant he couldn't acknowledge his own true strength. Second, if one of them had been injured, he would have been blamed, inviting trouble from his father and stepmother later. For those reasons, he had ultimately chosen to break their weapons with his gear. Returning to the present, he saw Elna smiling knowingly. It was clear to him then. She had seen through his entire thought process. He conceded that he couldn't fool her. With a bright laugh, she confirmed it was only natural, closing her eyes with a confident smile. Declaring that she was, after all, his master, she playfully ruffled his hair. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Rest let out a cry of protest as she laughed at his reaction. Later that evening, he reflected that no matter the details, he had finally managed to secure a firm position for himself within the Albion household. Within the confines of his private extra-dimensional residence, a massive, shaggy wolf materialized with a soft hum. Recognizing his companion, Rest called out, beckoning Gale to come closer. The great wolf bounded forward, affectionately smothering him at his desk. Rest protested, complaining that it was too cramped and that he was being crushed by the creature's enthusiastic greeting. He pushed himself up from the ground, his companion Gale growling softly nearby. Acknowledging the unseen command, he agreed to move, his expression weary. In the quiet of his extra-dimensional space, he embraced the now massive wolf, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you, Gale," he murmured into the thick fur. He explained to the great beast that it was thanks to its wind magic that he was able to win the duel against two opponents. He admitted that he hadn't really been thinking about the future, to which Gale responded with an affectionate hug. As he contemplated this, a translucent window materialized in the air before him, displaying a system message. The number of possible tames has reached its limit. 1/1. Lying back, a look of understanding crossed his face. He confirmed his suspicion to himself, realizing that this was his current bottleneck. He leaned against the sleeping Gale, reflecting on his situation. His tame skill was incredibly powerful, but it was limited. To domesticate any creature other than Gale, he understood that he would first need to raise his skill level. His mind drifted to his past life as a player in the game. He recalled that he had only ever used about 5 monsters in total. One of them had been quite strong, but because his own abilities were lacking, the others were quickly defeated, becoming weak. With newfound resolve hardening his gaze, he vowed not to let that happen again. He knew he had to raise his own level. Putting thought into action, he began hunting. While intense training could raise his stats, he knew that for the most efficient growth, there was no substitute for defeating monsters and earning experience points. A notification of level up appeared as a large forest bear fell before him. He assessed his current standing. By taming Gale, his own rank had jumped to C. He was now on par with Estelle and his powerful companion, and possessed strength approaching B rank, placing him well above his brothers, Edward and Sidward. He sat up, contemplating his next move. Ideally, he would head to the Alst Forest immediately to battle monsters. However, he acknowledged his current weakness, realizing he should still be capable of handling some minor irregularities. His thoughts were interrupted by the massive form of the Gale wolf, Gale, looming beside him. He broke into a cold sweat, reasoning that such a creature surely wouldn't be permitted to enter the forest. But his fear quickly twisted into a fierce resolve. With a wide, determined grin, he decided then and there. If he was to tame another creature, it would absolutely be this one. And so, in an unexpected turn of events, his worries were resolved the very next day. He found himself sleeping soundly, resting peacefully against the warm flank of the giant wolf. 3 months prior, during the Sacred Divine Oracle, Rest Albion was granted his skill, Time. For the Albion family, a lineage that had produced generations of the strongest swordsmen, this was a profound disappointment. His father, the head of the family, viewed this outcome with utter contempt. He considered the skill not just a disgrace, but completely useless for battle and utter failure. Therefore, immediately following the ceremony, he sent a formal notice to all relevant parties. The letter declared that Rest was officially removed as a candidate for the next head of the house. He believed this act of mercilessly casting out his own son would be a display of strength, a demonstration to all that he was a formidable leader, like a lion culling its pride. But his plan went awry. As Rest defeated the Gale wolf and grew into a formidable individual, he unexpectedly began to earn the favor of the second princess, Charlotte von Final. The development left him seething. Damn it, he growled to himself. Why? Why did it come to this? Alone in his study, he wrestled with his thoughts. He considered that perhaps his judgment in removing Rest as a candidate had been a mistake, but he immediately recoiled from the idea. That was a path he could not allow his mind to wander down. He slammed his fists onto the desk, his composure shattering. I made no mistake, he insisted to himself. It was unthinkable that a mere user of time could ever lead the proud Albion family. His resolve hardened. He decided that, above all else, Rest must be made to prove he was not a worthy heir. Furthermore, the princess's influence and her very presence had to be removed from the Albion estate. After all, the family already had a chosen heir, his eldest son, who attended the academy and possessed the same advanced skill as himself, Sword Saint. He was convinced that this son, with his rare talent, was the one truly fit to bear the family's future. He stood by the window, contemplating his next move. Discarding Rest was a simple matter, but the method was crucial. With the princess now fond of the boy, simply disinheriting him from the Albion family was no longer a viable option. As he searched for a suitable method, an idea struck him. A grim certainty settled on his face. His plan was simple. If he could not act directly, he would orchestrate a situation where Rest would bring about his own demise. Failing that, he would ensure Rest suffered a disgrace so profound that he could never recover his standing as a knight. The recent commotion in the Alst Forest presented the perfect opportunity. The following morning, he summoned Rest to his study. Without preamble, he issued a direct order. Rest was to begin an investigation of the Alst Forest immediately. The command caught the young man completely off guard. He processed the order, a flicker of excitement mixing with his surprise. It was an unexpected chance to raise his level, an opportunity he wouldn't have dared ask for. Yet, a seed of doubt was planted. He couldn't understand why his father would grant him such a task. His father elaborated, his expression stern. A gale wolf had been sighted in the shallower regions, a clear sign that something unusual was occurring within the Alst Forest. He reminded Rest that the forest was normally off-limits to academy students. Citing the urgent situation, he declared his intention to entrust the investigation to him, framing it as a test. Rest was to defeat the gale wolf alone and demonstrate his true capabilities. His mind raced, questioning the premise. An abnormality? Such occurrences were common in that forest. A fact his father, as the long-standing ruler of the territory, should know better than anyone. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was another reason for this sudden proposal. Unseen by his son, the father's true intentions were clear in his mind. He knew that, deep within that forest, creatures far stronger than a mere gale wolf, monsters of B rank and above, were lying in wait. He mused that if the investigation continued, an encounter with those individuals was inevitable. No matter how strong Rest had become, he believed escape would be impossible. He then confronted his son, declaring that he cared little for whatever Rest was thinking. Rest, however, recognized that being granted entry into the Alst Forest was an opportunity he could not afford to waste. His father's voice boomed, demanding to know if he would accept the mission. Rest calmly affirmed that he would, as it was his father's command. His father appeared satisfied, remarking that this would secure the future of the Albion house. A strange anger surfaced within Rest, but he resolved to push it aside. With his mindset, he announced his immediate departure for the Alst Forest. The Alst Forest, as it was known in the game, was divided into 3 distinct zones: the shallow, middle, and deep layers. The mission assigned to Rest was located within the shallow layer, considered the least dangerous of the 3. As Rest ventured into the woods, he considered the logic of his assignment. It would be unnatural for his father to send him beyond the shallow layer, an area known to be inhabited primarily by relatively weak monsters, ranging from E rank to mid-D rank. He recalled the recent appearance of the gale wolf, a creature of exceptional power for this region. The memory served as a stark reminder that one could never be too careful. His thoughts were interrupted as he noticed a shimmering, oval distortion in the air just ahead. From a portal, an otherworldly dwelling, the familiar gale wolf emerged. Rest greeted the creature warmly, calling it Gale. The massive wolf responded with an affectionate nuzzle, and Rest noted that this would be their first time fighting together. The newly formed pair stood before a group of hostile, goblin-like monsters. Rest understood that one of the extraordinary effects of his tame skill was that its benefits were not limited to the tamer alone. With a ferocious snarl, Gale lunged into the fray, its movements a blur of power. The tamed beast's abilities were amplified, and this enhancement grew in proportion to Rest's own increasing strength. Meanwhile, Rest engaged another monster, his wooden sword moving with precision. He had a specific reason for choosing a non-lethal weapon. For a tamer, incapacitating monsters without killing them was the most effective strategy. He crouched, facing a small, feral creature. He knew that as long as he could use his concealment skill, he could handle any number of them. His confidence was short-lived as a new threat emerged from the trees. A firebird, a high-level D-rank monster. He immediately recognized that his wooden sword would be useless against such a foe and questioned why a creature of its power was in the shallow part of the forest. Reacting instantly, he leaped backward, conjuring a blast of compressed air, a wind shot, and launched it directly at the fiery beast. The spell struck true, creating an opening. He sidestepped a retaliatory burst of flame, a smirk crossing his face as he confirmed his plan was working perfectly. After the battle, a strange sensation washed over him. His body felt lighter, more responsive. He understood then, this was the feeling of a level up. He reflected on his recent battle alongside Gale. Because he hadn't landed the finishing blow that time, he hadn't received any experience points. This time, however, he had successfully defeated the monster himself and reaped the rewards. He stood with his companion, the Gale Wolf, explaining that when Gale was the one to defeat a monster, the experience points were naturally transferred to him. Thanks to this phenomenon, his own level had been increasing dramatically, but he knew that simply relying on Gale's victories to level up wouldn't be enough. He also needed to practice his wind magic, something that was difficult to do back at the family estate. With renewed determination, he understood that this combination of shared experience and personal training was the key to achieving the astonishing growth he saw. 1 week has passed since the investigation of Ulst Forest began. Day after day, Rest and his companion, Gale, continued to subjugate the monsters that appeared before them. Occasionally, powerful creatures emerged from the woods, but they were no longer a match for the pair. Rest swiftly cut down a massive, rhino-like beast, a testament to their growing strength. He paused to reflect on their progress, noting to Gale that they had steadily earned experience points over the week, raising their levels significantly. He mused that they would need to level up even more to challenge the forest's middle layer and considered going without permission, prompting a low grumble from the wolf. Back at the estate, his father sat at his desk and called out his name. He issued a new directive. Starting the next day, Rest was to expand his investigation into the deeper areas of the forest. He was taken aback by the order. It had come at the perfect moment, just as he was growing weary of patrolling the shallow layer. Now standing before his father, he sought clarification, asking if he meant the middle layer and noting that the monsters there would be much stronger. His father confirmed this was the case, stating that he expected everything from Rest and asking if he understood. Rest affirmed that he did. The next morning, filled with renewed purpose, he and Gale stood at the entrance to the deeper woods. He joyfully announced that they had received permission and could finally enter the middle layer. Their new hunting ground was immediately more dangerous. While the shallow layer was home to D and E rank monsters, the middle layer teemed with C rank threats, such as the massive carnivorous plant that now lunged at them. He faced the creature with unwavering resolve, knowing that even an opponent of this caliber was no longer enough to truly challenge them. As he moved to strike, a realization dawned on him. Somewhere along the way, he had acquired the strength of a B-rank adventurer. He gently pats Gale's head, noting with satisfaction that since the monster's ranks have increased, his own leveling pace has returned to normal. The great wolf responds with an affirmative bark. Another week passed in this manner, with both of them leveling up smoothly. Then, without any warning, a new presence appeared before them in the forest. It was a massive, one-eyed cyclops, which loomed over them and brought a crude club crashing down towards them. As the club descends, Rest shouts for Gale to attack. He recognizes the creature as a cyclops, a mid-tier B-rank monster that was a formidable opponent even in the game. Gale snarls, ready for battle. With a confident smirk, Rest unleashes a wind shot, sending a compressed blast of air directly into the Cyclops' single, massive eye. The monster recoils in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Rest yells for Gale to attack now. The wolf lunges, sinking its fangs into the Cyclops' leg. Rest praises his companion's excellent timing. Following up on the opening, Rest charges forward, his sword glowing as he prepares to unleash his wind-clad severance skill. The Cyclops grits its teeth, bracing for the impact. However, the creature begins to counter. Its eye glows with immense power as it prepares its own ultimate skill. Rest recognizes the technique, the Cyclops beam, and realizes the monster has anticipated the timing of his own major attack and is preparing to intercept it. A fierce grin spreads across his face. He has never had a worthy opponent to test his limits against. He decides to use this monster as an experiment and meet its attack head-on, unleashing his own powerful eye beam. The two beams collide in a blinding flash of energy. Rest's attack proves superior, shattering the Cyclops' beam and striking the creature directly in its eye. His beam of light slams into the Cyclops' single eye with devastating force. The massive creature stumbles backward, roaring in pain as the energy obliterates its head. The creature crashes to the ground, its massive body now still. With the threat neutralized, Rest exhales, relieved that he somehow managed to pull through. He walks over to his companion, affectionately patting Gale's large head. "You did well, Gale," he says, offering praise. Suddenly, a surge of power flows through him, and he recognizes the feeling, a level up. A formal notification confirms it. His level has reached the specified value. Immediately following the first message, a second one appears. It informs him that the upper limit of his tameable creatures has been updated, increasing from 1 to 2. He can now tame one more creature. A confident smile spreads across his face. He tells Gale to rest up, because tomorrow they will face their strongest opponent yet, a legendary existence known throughout the land. He excitedly explains to Gale that he can now tame a second creature. His target is already chosen, a monster in the deepest part of the Forest of Arst. Though he lacks the permit to enter that guarded area, his resolve is firm. He cannot wait to claim his next companion. The next day, Rest stands beside the massive Gale Wolf. Though he hasn't yet received permission to enter the deeper layers of the dungeon, he has resolved to proceed to his destination alone. To do so, he must first break through the middle layers. For nearly an hour, he carves a path forward, felling the B-rank monsters like a hulking cyclops, that occasionally bar his way. After his relentless push, he and Gale finally arrive at the location they sought. He comes to a stop, a confident smirk spreading across his face. His target is here. Beside him, Gale lets out a low snarl, its fangs bared. In the distance, nestled against a line of trees, stand the skeletal remains of a grand, forgotten cathedral under a vast, cloud-strewn sky. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind rushes past them, forcing Rest to plant his feet firmly on the ground. His head snaps upward as he identifies the source. "Black Dragon!" he exclaims, realizing it has arrived. The colossal creature descends with a deafening roar, its immense, dark form blotting out the sky. As the dragon circles above the ruins, an exhilarated grin spreads across Rest's face. It's overwhelming. He murmurs, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The dragon's thoughts echo with ancient power. It notes that, despite being born only a few years ago, it is still a juvenile. Even with its immense, intimidating presence, the black dragon is not yet a fully realized being. The creature perched atop the spire was but a fraction of its full potential, perhaps only a tenth of the size it reached in the game. Rest recalled the lore. A fully matured black dragon would stretch over 100 meters, its sheer mass swelling with its power. He remembered the devastating role it played in the original story. Manipulated by the Demon Lord's forces during the middle stages of the conflict, this very dragon had laid waste to half the capital in a storm of fire and ruin. The memory of the overwhelming defeat was still vivid. The protagonists had fallen, and the people fled in terror. It was then that the dragon, having broken free from its forced servitude, used the last of its strength in a final, desperate act to shield the city and its inhabitants. Rest recalled his own despair from that time, believing the kingdom was truly lost. In its final moments, the truth was revealed. The Black Dragon was descended from a line of guardian deities that had once protected the country from monsters. It had only fled its manipulators to protect its people, and after imparting its story, its life faded away. This tragic end was so unpopular with players that it was almost entirely omitted from the game's popular memory, leaving a deep impression on Rest. Because of this, he had become deeply invested in the fate of this tragic creature, who had only appeared in that one solitary event. His resolve hardened. He understood now that from the moment he realized he was reborn into this world as Rest, his path was set. He would use the power of his tame skill on this dragon. Of course, having such a powerful creature as an ally would be a tremendous advantage. But more than that, he refused to let it suffer the same tragic end it had in the original tale. He had waited 4 long months since his reincarnation for this very opportunity. Now, the chance was finally before him. The challenge, however, was immense. To even attempt the taming, he had to prove himself stronger than the most powerful of its kind. It was a contest he could not afford to lose, and that strength was no small matter. In this world, dragons were beings of immense magical power, true sovereigns over all natural phenomena. They could absorb magic to grow with astonishing speed, irrespective of their actual age, eventually reaching the legendary Super S rank in the game by feeding on the Demon Lord's army. However, this one was still a juvenile. Rest assessed its power, concluding it could be no higher than a high B rank at its current stage. Facing the juvenile dragon, Rest stands with his companion, Gale. He calmly assesses the situation, concluding that victory is not impossible. If he and Gale combine their strength, they have a chance. A confident smirk spreads across his face as he addresses the creature. He explains that this is the situation with the Black Dragon, and while it might be unpleasant for them, he'll need the dragon to go along with his plan for a little while. As if in response, the Black Dragon soars through the sky, its massive wings casting imposing shadows over the landscape below. Its presence exudes an overwhelming pressure, a palpable force that causes a bead of sweat to run down Rest's temple. He grits his teeth, a strained grin on his face as he feels the sheer weight of the dragon's power. Despite the crushing aura, Rest's resolve does not waver. As the dragon looms, he shouts his command, "Let's go, Gale!" In response, the Gale Wolf lets out a fierce bark, ready for battle. With the Black Dragon circling overhead, Rest Albion looks up and sets his strategy in motion. His first priority is to keep the beast from landing. He shouts a command to his companion, "Let's go, Gale!" The Gale Wolf responds with a ferocious roar, ready for battle. Following his master's order, Gale unleashes a powerful torrent of wind magic. A double-layered cyclone blast swirls into existence, rushing towards the airborne dragon with immense force. The cyclone slams into the dragon, which lets out a pained roar. Rest watches intently from the ground, realizing with satisfaction that a single flap of its wings was countered, neutralizing its flight. He remains unfazed, remarking to himself that a setback of this magnitude was entirely within his calculations. From the sky, the dragon glares down, its focus now entirely on the young man and his wolf. In retaliation, the dragon opens its maw and begins to gather a sphere of dark energy. Rest instantly identifies the attack, a breath, a destructive blast specialized for annihilation. But he remains resolute. The beam of dark power erupts, narrowly missing him. A confident smirk spreads across his face as he thinks to himself that such an attack is meaningless if it cannot find its target. He reveals his foresight, stating that he had already prepared countermeasures for an aerial battle. Using wind magic to levitate, He launches himself into the air, believing the dragon will be slow to react while airborne. He simultaneously invokes two skills, body enhancement and magic sword. With his blade glowing with power, he descends upon the beast, bringing the weapon down in a powerful two-handed strike aimed directly at the dragon's head. The sword connects, but the wounded dragon roars in defiance and unleashes anew, terrifying power from its body, gravity. The beast's furious roar echoes as the crushing force of its gravity magic slams into the earth, causing a massive, violent explosion that obliterates the ground below. The force of the dragon's spell sent Rest tumbling through the air, but he managed to land on his feet. Gritting his teeth, he acknowledged that while their first strike had succeeded, it hadn't inflicted significant damage on the king of magic power. He shouted a warning to his companion. Gale, the dragon, however, gave them no time to recover. It lashed out with a powerful physical strike, slamming its armored body directly into the Gale wolf. The powerful blow sent Gale skidding across the ground, but the beast quickly found its footing. Rest watched in disbelief, realizing that even Gale's formidable claws were having no effect on the dragon's hide. Undeterred, the wolf let out a defiant bark, ready to charge again. But the black dragon simply stood its ground, radiating an overwhelming and oppressive presence that dominated the battlefield. He met the dragon's oppressive gaze not with fear, but with a growing smirk. Now that they were on the same ground, he could properly gauge his opponent. He wondered if this was truly the extent of its power. His confidence was palpable as he calmly addressed his companion. Relax, he said to Gale. What we've done so far is merely an exchange of greetings. He then leveled his sword toward the colossal beast. With Gale standing ready at his side, Rest declared, the real fight starts now. Having been cornered, the black dragon seemed to abandon any further attempt at flight. It lowered its head, glaring at Rest and the Gale wolf with immense pressure. Instead, it poured all of its strength into a ground battle. Rest, watching from below, knew that even the slightest lapse in concentration would mean instant defeat. Despite the danger, he felt an unconscious sense of elation rising within him. He realized that in the game, he never could have fought an opponent possessed by a demon like this. This was a rare opportunity, a chance to face the magnificent beast head-on in a fair and honorable fight. A fierce, determined grin spread across his face. He vowed that he would not let it escape. The thrill of battling such a powerful enemy made his blood race. As he gripped his wooden sword, power flowed into his hand with a natural ease. He charged forward, wishing for more time to savor this direct confrontation. Yet, he knew there was more he had to accomplish. His true objective was clear. He had to succeed in taming this black dragon. A trail of displaced earth marked his powerful launch toward the airborne beast. Closing the distance in an instant, he prepared to strike, driven by the need to save the creature from its sorrowful destiny. He steels his resolve, recalling his declaration to Gale that this is the critical moment. For his goals, he has no choice but to achieve victory here and now. He reflects that landing a non-fatal blow on the black dragon wasn't particularly difficult. The beast's attacks have been powerful, but as he considers the exchange, a sense of unease begins to surface. Something feels wrong. He reasons that even for a juvenile, his opponent is the king of magical power. The fact that his plan is proceeding so smoothly feels far too simple, almost suspicious. The dragon looks up, smoke curling from its nostrils. Then, realization dawns on him. It's as if the dragon is deliberately telegraphing its moves, making it clear that it has no real intention of attacking them. He thinks that if his prediction is correct, the dragon's breath attack is the key. While there have been powerful attacks that were difficult to evade, this one is different. As if on cue, the dragon's maw begins to glow, gathering immense energy. His eyes widen in alarm as the dragon's jaws open fully, revealing a swirling vortex of destructive power coalescing within. The black dragon unleashes its breath, a massive, overwhelming torrent of raw energy. His instincts scream a single, primal warning, dodge this. He shouts a warning to Gale, but instead of evading, he plants his feet firmly and extends an arm, choosing to face the blast head-on to shield his companion. The black dragon watches, its glowing eyes wide with what appears to be utter shock. A bead of sweat traced a path down Rest's temple. In that split second, facing the dragon's power, a crucial understanding dawned on him. He now saw it with perfect clarity. To tame a creature, especially one as magnificent as this black dragon, simply overpowering it with strength was not the answer. In fact, that approach was absolutely, fundamentally wrong. In the middle of a vast, open field, the colossal black dragon descends, its immense form dwarfing Rest Albion. The young man stands his ground, his expression a mixture of shock and alarm as the creature's overwhelming presence bears down on him. He feels an intense, searing heat wash over him. The sheer magical power is on an entirely different level from anything he has ever encountered. A dreadful thought crosses his mind. Had he misread the situation entirely? Was he about to be vaporized? His thoughts are cut short as a blinding flash of white light erupts from the dragon, threatening to engulf everything. But the searing pain never comes. As the light subsides, he finds himself unharmed, though bewildered. Without hesitation, he grips his sword and runs toward the source of the disturbance. He arrives to find the black dragon standing not over a defeated foe, but over the Gale wolf. The wolf, wide-eyed with terror, lets out a whimper. The dragon seems to confirm its safety, and Rest realizes the smaller beast is unharmed. A wave of relief washes over him as the truth of the situation dawns on him. A single bead of sweat traces a path down his temple as he murmurs to himself, understanding at last. As he processes this, the black dragon itself speaks, its voice resonating with ancient power. It states plainly that it never had any intention of harming either of them. It continues its explanation, clarifying that its attacks were intentionally designed to look like they would connect, which is why Rest felt a strange sense of wrongness about them. The only real point of concern was the breath attack, a fact that sparks a hypothesis in Rest's mind. Hearing this, a confident smirk spreads across Rest's face. He realizes that he probably would have been fine even if he had taken the breath attack head-on. His prediction, he concludes with satisfaction, was correct. His gaze remains fixed on the distant dragon as he pieces together the final detail of the deception. The creature couldn't be sure its feint would be recognized, so it camouflaged only the surface of its attack with high-density magic, leaving the inside completely empty. He stands before the colossal black dragon, who explains that to be called the king of magic, one needs an exceptionally high level of magical control, a skill it deems essential. A jolt of understanding strikes him. He realizes the crucial point was not just anything, but specifically the black dragon's true motive for its actions. A notification materializes before him, explaining the dragon's respect. It wasn't just for his power and wisdom, but for honoring his pride and protecting others, a trait shared with distant ancestors. The message concludes with a startling offer. The black dragon is now available to be tamed. A question hangs in the air. Will you tame it? He looks down at the ethereal screen, his suspicions confirmed. It was indeed a test. The message further reveals that the black dragon, as the country's guardian deity, holds the memories of the ancestors who protected it. The great beast elaborates, its voice resonating across the field. It does not wish to use its immense power to harm the innocent. For that very reason, it never had any intention of truly hurting him. A confident smile spreads across his face. He now understands completely. The black dragon became willing to be tamed precisely because he had recognized and respected its profound pride. He extends his hand in a gesture of acceptance. Of course, he declares with conviction, explaining that he came here precisely so that he would not have to wound the dragon's pride. The dragon's massive head lowers, its glowing eyes fixed on the outstretched hand, a silent moment of consideration passing between them. In a gesture of profound submission, the great beast bows its head, bringing its snout down to meet the young man's hand. The pact is sealed. He gently pats the massive creature's head, a quiet understanding passing between them. Black dragon. He begins, his voice steady. Leaning forward, he extends a hand in a formal gesture. From now on, fight with us, he declares. The dragon responds with a deep, rumbling roar of affirmation. The pact sealed, a sudden, violent surge of energy courses through his body. He gasps, clutching his chest as power floods his senses. What is this? He exclaims in shock. He realizes an unbelievable amount of magical power is flowing into him, awakening every function of his body. His strength, his five senses, everything. This, he understands, is the true meaning of taming a magical beast. As the power settles, a series of notifications appear in his mind's eye. The taming was a success. A portion of the target's power has been granted to him. He has acquired the characteristic, Dragon's Divine Protection. He smirks as another message confirms that because this was his second time taming the creature, he has also learned the miniaturization skill. The power of the Dragon's Divine Protection feels immense. His thoughts turn to the game he remembers. In it, the black dragon possessed a conceptual interference skill that could transform magic into reality. He observes the dragon before him, realizing it doesn't seem to have that ability. The creature tilts its head, seemingly unaware of his line of thought. He reasons that unlike its game counterpart, this black dragon is still a juvenile. It simply hasn't learned that skill yet. He grins, a thrill running through him at the implication. This means that depending on its future growth, it could gain even more power. The potential is staggering to imagine. He clenches his fist, the knuckles tight with resolve and anticipation for the power they will build together. He realized that he couldn't keep calling the creature Black Dragon indefinitely. Just as he had done for Gale, this new companion deserved a proper name. He mulled it over, first considering Kuro, but dismissed it as too simple. His thoughts then turned to the French word for black. His expression brightened with a decision. He looked at the small dragon and declared that from now on, he would call Noir. In response, the dragon reverted to its true, massive form and let out a powerful, sky-shaking roar of acknowledgement. The moment of triumph passed, and Rest looked on with a satisfied smile as Noir returned to its miniaturized state. Suddenly, a blur of fur and a loud bark interrupted them as Gale, the Gale wolf, pounced directly on top of him. The wolf's tackle was affectionate, however, as it began to nuzzle him insistently. Gale seemed to be reminding Rest that bringing Noir into the fold was only possible thanks to his help. He looked up at his first companion with a confident smirk, reassuring the wolf that he was counting on him from now on as well. The declaration seemed to catch Gale by surprise. The two beasts, Noir and Gale, now sat together on a grassy hill overlooking the estate. A new team formed. Noir let out a happy yip, cementing their new partnership. With their objective fulfilled, Rest Albion announces that it is time to return. He looks between the massive black dragon, Noir, and the Gale wolf, Gale, explaining that he cannot bring Noir back to the family estate in his current, enormous form. He smiles, revealing his solution. Noir is simply too large to bring along as is, so he will use his newly acquired shrink ability. First, however, he opens a shimmering portal, activating his skill, extra-dimensional resonance. The dragon lets out a low, questioning sound. Sensing the creature's hesitation, Rest turns to him and asks, Noir, do you want to stay here? His eyes widen in sudden realization. He recalls a piece of lore from the game, a specific explanation he had forgotten until this very moment. Beside him, Noir nods his massive head, as if in confirmation. He remembers the truth of this place. The Forest of Alst is home to a great number of powerful magical beasts, all drawn to the area by a potent, malevolent magical energy. It is this very concentration of beasts that allows demons to be summoned, using them as bait. These demons are unlike the magical beasts or demonkin native to this world. They are a race from the demon world, beings constructed purely of soul and magical power. In the game, their immense strength and cruelty were, for some reason, deeply connected to Rest himself. And that was Noir's true purpose. As the king of this land, saturated with malevolent magic, he existed to purify it, thereby preventing the summoning of demons. This was his hidden role. From the shadows, Noir had been protecting the people of the nation all along. Understanding dawns on Rest. With a gentle smile, he accepts the dragon's duty, telling him, all right, you continue to protect everyone here. Noir seems to nod in silent agreement. He reaches out, placing a hand on the dragon's massive snout. If I ever need your power, he asks, will you lend it to me? In response, Noir lets out a resounding cry of affirmation. With the pact sealed, Rest and Gale stand before the immense black dragon. A permanent path is now forged, forever connecting the user to his powerful familiar. He understood that in times of crisis, the path connecting them would instantly communicate the danger, allowing them to rush to each other's side. Beside him, Gale the wolf stood as a steadfast companion. As Noir flew off into the distance, Rest realized that with this pact, he would eventually gain the skill Servant Summoning, allowing him to call forth demons at will, just as he could in the game. For now, however, the simple act of taming Noir had already granted him a significant status increase. He mused that the dragon's divine protection was more than sufficient for the time being. As Gale barked, Rest turned to his companion and asked if it was time to head back. He then remembered the shrink skill he had just acquired and proposed trying out on Gale. The wolf tilted its head in confusion before being suddenly enveloped in a puff of smoke as the ability took effect. From the dissipating smoke, a tiny, fluffy version of Gale emerged. Overcome with delight, Rest scooped up the miniature wolf, exclaiming how adorable he was, right down to his tiny bark. His joyful moment was shattered as a colossal, stone-like foot slammed into the ground nearby, sending tremors through the forest. Still held aloft, the tiny Gale barked defiantly at the unseen intruder. His expression shifted to one of alarm, his eyes widening as he registered the sudden and immense threat. Before him stood a monstrous, winged gargoyle. The beast lunged, its sudden movement forcing him to stumble back in shock as he identified the formidable creature. The gargoyle stood fully revealed, a terrifying figure of stone and muscle, its body coiled with aggressive intent. His mind raced, identifying it as a high-level B-rank designated monster. In terms of classification alone, it was an opponent on the same level as Noir. He assessed the new threat with a grim expression. The gargoyle's hide was highly resistant to physical attacks, rendering his sword almost useless. With its speed, escape was impossible. He realized there was only one option, to fight. Putting his plan into motion, he shouted for Gale. The shrink skill was released, and the Gale wolf erupted from Noir's mouth, returning to his full, massive size as he lunged toward the gargoyle. The wolf unleashed a powerful cyclone blast, but the agile gargoyle dodged the vortex of wind. Seeing this, Rest quickly directed Gale to take to the air and attack from above. His eyes narrowed as he observed the creature's reaction. It confirmed his suspicion. The gargoyle disliked magic. Compared to its formidable physical defenses, its resistance to magical attacks was clearly much lower. He called out to his companion, instructing Gale to keep the monster occupied. As long as they could land a blow, he reasoned they could surely inflict damage. Gale barked, acknowledging the command. As Gale engaged the enemy, he began to gather his own power. He knew that he was limited to intermediate-level magic, which wouldn't be enough to fell the beast in just 1 or 2 strikes. He steeled himself for a battle of attrition. But as he focused, he felt a strange sensation. The process of weaving his magic felt remarkably easier than it ever had before. A realization struck him. It was the dragon's divine protection. This had to be the source of his newfound boon, the ability to manipulate magical power with incredible speed. He wondered if, with this newfound power, he could now attempt magic beyond the intermediate level. He focused his will, channeling the swirling energy between his hands. As Gale drew the gargoyle's attention, Rest unleashed his spell. The creature recoiled in shock as the shrink magic took hold, its massive form beginning to contract. Rest watched, his expression one of intense concentration. He follows up the shrinking spell with another attack, unleashing a blast of concussive force directly at the B-rank gargoyle. The monster, caught off guard by the sudden assault, lets out a cry of surprise as the spell impacts its chest. The attack is revealed to be advanced wind magic, Arrow Burst. A powerful vortex of swirling wind erupts from his hands, enveloping the massive creature in its destructive energy. The spell's force is overwhelming, carving a violent, swirling path through the dense forest. Both he and Gale can only stare in utter disbelief at the sheer scale of the destruction, a single sound of astonishment escaping his lips. The gale tears onward, leaving a billowing cloud of dust and debris in its wake. When the wind finally subsides, he stands within a newly formed clearing, stunned by the outcome. He internally marvels at the incredible firepower, realizing he just defeated a B-rank gargoyle with a single blow. He questions if this is merely the strength of advanced magic, but quickly concludes that it cannot be the only reason. He understands that his magical power must have increased so dramatically because of the contract he forged with the Black Dragon, Manhwa. A confident smirk forms on his face as the truth solidifies in his mind. This, he realizes, is the power granted to one who has tamed the king of magic. It reaffirms the unbelievable nature of the being with whom he now shares a pact. His attention shifts to his companion, who barks excitedly at their victory. He turns to the wolf and praises him for a job well done. He clenches his fist, reflecting on his rapid growth. He now possesses both the sword techniques learned under Elna's guidance and the immense magical power gained from taming Gale and Manhwa. He feels with certainty that he is now truly on the path to becoming the strongest. This feeling solidifies his resolve. Standing tall in the ravaged forest, a faint aura of power emanating from him, he declares his intention to continue this ascent, to climb ever higher. At the entrance of the Grand Albion estate, Princess Charlotte and her attendant are formally greeted by the head of the family and his 3 sons, Rest, Edward, and Sidward. The princess expresses her gratitude for being received despite the suddenness of her visit, but the family patriarch dismisses the formality, assuring her that she is welcome anytime. With a hopeful expression, she asks if that welcome extends to the future as well. The father, slightly flustered but warm, enthusiastically confirms that it does. In response, Charlotte's face lights up with a brilliant, sparkling smile. As the group walks through the grounds, the situation becomes clearer. The patriarch informs Rest that the princess has a specific request for him, prompting Charlotte to turn her gaze towards Rest with a look of quiet determination. The purpose of her visit is now fully understood. Second Princess Charlotte has arrived at the Albion estate to fulfill a prior promise of swordsmanship training. She holds a serene, confident smile, ready to begin. Her presence immediately draws the attention of Edward and Sidward. Just as she begins to address Rest, the twins eagerly interject, inviting her to join them for tea instead. The twins press their advantage, offering a belated apology for their past behavior. They then propose that after tea, they could all participate in some special sword training together. Rest observes his brother's transparent attempt to curry favor, a cynical smile forming on his lips. He realizes they still haven't learned their lesson and are merely trying to get closer to the royal family. He steps forward, cutting his brothers off. He reminds Charlotte that the promise was made to him, not them, and suggests they can meet with her another time. Edward and Sidward are left speechless and visibly annoyed by his direct intervention. With the matter settled, he turns to the princess and offers to guide her immediately. Charlotte readily agrees, addressing him formally as she prepares to follow. He leads her into a vast, open-air courtyard, presenting it as the grand training ground. As they stand in the large, empty space, Charlotte calls out his name, her voice echoing slightly. He is immediately taken aback when Princess Charlotte sharply questions why he is addressing her so informally as Charo. She reminds him that they had no such agreement and that he should call her Charlotte Sama. Rest stammers, caught off guard by her sudden formality. As he struggles for a response, Charlotte's attendant, Estelle, watches from a distance. She overhears the exchange and internally reflects on the fact that her mistress is being addressed with a nickname, something usually reserved for close friends. Regaining his composure, he looks at the princess with a serious expression. He clarifies that while he would never be so informal in public, there is no need for such pretense when they are alone together. Her stern facade melts away instantly, replaced by a bright, cheerful smile. She readily agrees, addressing him as Rest Sama. Visibly relieved, he confirms her nickname, Charo, and formally begins their training for the day. Standing in the middle of the vast training ground, Charlotte recalls a story she heard. She mentions that when she previously met with Elna, she learned of Rest's victory in a 2-on-1 duel against his brothers, Edward and Sidward. She holds up the training sword he provided, her eyes sparkling with admiration for his skill and reputation. "As expected of you, Rest Sama," she exclaims. He offers a slightly sheepish thank you in response. Her expression then shifts to one of fierce determination. She declares that she has also been training diligently for the past week and has no intention of being defeated easily. A confident smirk spreads across his face. He welcomes the challenge. From the edge of the training ground, Estelle gives the official command to commence the duel. "Then begin," she calls out. In an instant, Charlotte explodes into motion, lunging forward with a powerful cry. Her attack is swift and precise, forcing Rest to quickly raise his own sword to parry. He inwardly notes the sharpness of her assault. Their blades lock with a sharp clang. As he holds her back, he realizes something profound. Only a week prior, he had judged her skill to be on par with his brother's. But in this moment, he senses she has already grown strong enough to surpass one of them. He assessed her current level, concluding that he could likely still defeat her in a one-on-one match. Yet, he couldn't ignore the fact that it had only been a month and a half since she had awakened her skills. As if sensing his thoughts, she lunged with renewed determination, recognizing her own burgeoning power as the inherent talent of the story's main heroine. The intense spar came to an end when Estelle called a halt to the match. Princess Charlotte bent over, panting from the exertion, while Rest could only admit his astonishment. She had pushed herself, believing she had grown strong enough to begin closing the gap between them. Instead, she felt the distance had only widened. Rest, meanwhile, was stunned that she could have acquired such power in such a brief period. Her introspection gave way to fervent curiosity. She rushed toward Rest, startling him as she pleaded to know what kind of training he was doing and begged him to teach her as well. She was practically beaming, her mind already racing with the possibilities. She felt that her spirit wouldn't be discouraged by any hardship his training might involve. He, however, was hesitant. He couldn't simply talk about his power. The guards had warned him to stop investigating Ulst Forest, and he couldn't risk doing anything that might trigger Charlotte's trauma related to that place. His thoughts turned to the incident in the forest and the foolish order from his father that had put him there. He couldn't expose that truth. At this stage, he felt there was nothing more he could teach her without revealing his secrets. Just as he resigned himself to that conclusion, an idea sparked in his mind. There was something else he could do, the late-night training. He quickly explained that he could teach her the basic training he always did, a regimen he called late-night training, or fivefold training. He recalled it was something done late at night in the game, but for him, it was now just habit. Charlotte's eyes lit up, and she immediately insisted he teach her, eager to catch up as quickly as possible. His proposed late-night training was revealed to be a grueling, game-like regimen designed to systematically raise all parameters. It involved a repeating cycle of muscle training while carrying heavy sandbags, full-power running, magic training, and even prayer for ranking purposes. Princess Charlotte immediately began, straining under the immense weight. She struggled to balance the sandbags while simultaneously performing magic training, crying out that she could take no more. This was the very routine Rest had performed without fail every single day since his reincarnation. Watching from the sidelines, Estelle expressed her astonishment to Rest. She remarked that he undertook this brutal regimen in addition to his swordsmanship practice, declaring it a valuable reference. He, however, began to have second thoughts, realizing that what was routine for him might be far too harsh for the princess. He turned to Estelle, thanking her for her help in officiating the training session. She replied that as the princess's attendant, she was simply performing her duty. She then made a personal request, asking him to please call her Estelle. She explained that it felt awkward for her to be the only one addressed with such formal honorifics. He agreed, though he admitted it felt a little strange since he was older. Her face lit up with a brilliant smile as she thanked him. In the distance, Charlotte called out, having finished her task and asking what was next. Later, on a balcony overlooking the grounds, Charlotte thanked Rest for arranging a place for her to wash off her sweat. He acknowledged her thanks, remarking that they had finished much earlier than he had anticipated. He mused internally on the results. Because he had increased the intensity of the special training, it had concluded sooner than expected, despite her only having been at the mansion for 3 hours. He briefly considered suggesting they have tea. The thought was quickly dismissed as he anticipated his brother, Edward, might appear with some bothersome excuse. A better idea struck him. He turned to the princess with a bright expression, proposing that, if she was willing, they could explore the castle town together. Her eyes widened in surprise and delight at the unexpected suggestion. "The castle town," she exclaimed. Her face lit up with pure delight. Clasping her hands together, she eagerly accepted his offer, exclaiming that she would absolutely love to go. A warm smile spread across Rest's face as he looked at her. "It's settled then," he declared. And so, with their plans made, the two of them set off to explore the castle town. Princess Charlotte gazes at the bustling town square with wide-eyed wonder, exclaiming how magnificent it all is to Rest. He asks why she doesn't visit such places more often. She explains with a gentle smile that due to her position, she rarely has the opportunity to act freely, as her visits are almost always for official business. She turns to him, her face alight with a brilliant, joyful smile, and declares that for that very reason, she intends to enjoy today to the absolute fullest. Rest listens, a small smile on his own face. From that moment, the group, including her attendant Estelle, begins their tour of the town, starting with a visit to a market stall laden with fresh produce. They wander throughout the castle town, with Rest and Charlotte pausing to enjoy some grilled food on skewers. The princess savors the simple treat with obvious delight. For Charlotte, every sight and sound is a fresh and exciting experience, a fact she eagerly shares with Estelle while examining a new piece of jewelry. Her tour even includes a stop to greet some of the local children, who look up at her with awe and happiness. From a short distance, Rest observes the interaction quietly. As he watches her, a realization dawns on him. He thinks to himself that in this short span of time, he has seen something new. His gaze drifts over her form as his internal monologue continues. He has witnessed her many different sides. The fine details of her hair and dress fill his vision. He focuses on the intricate pattern of her sleeve contemplating the person beneath the royal facade. He watched as a radiant, unrestrained smile spread across Princess Charlotte's face, the culmination of her day of freedom. In that moment, he felt he was truly able to see her. As they stood by a fountain in the town square, she turned to him, expressing how much she had truly enjoyed the day. He replied that he was glad, feeling it was well worth the effort of guiding her. She then grew slightly more serious, noting that he seemed to be very popular with the commoners. She asked if he was often approached by shopkeepers and children, explaining that she herself usually only left the castle for official inspections of the town. He suggested with a smile that being spoken to so casually might be a threat to the dignity of the royal family. Charlotte firmly disagreed, stating that there was nothing more important than earning the trust of the people. Her expression brightened once more as she leaned in, declaring that she felt she had just learned another wonderful side of him. Her directness made him blush, a fact not missed by her attendant, Estelle, who remarked that he was skilled with more than just his sword. Suddenly, a commotion from down the street caught Rest's attention, and he turned in alarm. The source of the noise was a hulking, tusked monster and its smaller goblin companion. The large beast roared that it was a monster attack and bellowed a challenge, asking if there was anyone who could fight. His eyes widened in disbelief. Monsters inside the city? As civilians screamed for help, he saw the beasts advancing on the princess, and heard another scream from a different direction. His mind raced, questioning what was happening. With gatekeepers and castle walls, he wondered how this could have possibly occurred. He felt a malevolent intent in the air. This was different from the usual commotion of the city. It was the distinct feeling of being targeted, and he knew it was directed at Princess Charlotte. His gaze shifted between the distressed princess and her stern attendant. It was only natural to conclude that Charo was the one being hunted. In response, Estelle immediately formulated a plan. She declared that she could not allow the princess to be drawn into danger. She would take on the monsters herself, while Rest was to focus solely on protecting the princess. Rest immediately rejected the idea. If that was the plan, he would fight as well. Estelle protested, but even Charlotte declared her intent to join the battle, shocking her attendant. The princess argued her point with conviction. Considering the number of monsters, it was more certain that all three of them fighting together would be the best course of action. She asked if they disagreed. He then turned to Estelle with a revised strategy. They would split into two groups. He would pair with Charo, arguing that if the princess was going to fight, it would be better for someone stronger to be with her for protection. After a moment's consideration, Estelle bowed her head in agreement. Understood, she said, formally entrusting the princess to his care. Rest acknowledged her decision with a simple, of course. With the plan set, he yelled for Charo to go, and they immediately broke into a run. She responded in kind, calling his name as they moved together through the chaotic streets. They moved as one, dispatching monsters and protecting civilians who cried out in relief. Charlotte called out that her side was clear, and Rest, after a moment's thought, directed her to meet up with Estelle. Suddenly, a new threat emerged. A Fong tiger, a C-rank monster on par with a Gale wolf, lunged from the side. Rest yelled a warning to Charo, who turned just in time to see the beast bearing down on her. Her peril was immediately noticed. From a distance, Rest Albion watched as a second Fong tiger appeared, its timing so precise it felt like a deliberate ambush. He cursed, realizing the danger was far from over. He saw that the distance was too great to intervene in time. He had wanted to save his wind magic, but now he had no choice. As he prepared to cast, Charlotte acted first, drawing back an ethereal bowstring of light. Rest watched stunned. She unleashed the spell, crying out its name. Holy Arrow! A brilliant projectile of sacred energy shot forth, striking the Fong tiger squarely in its side. He recognized the attack as divine magic. He recalled that during her battle with the Gale wolf, she hadn't been able to cast it in time. To have mastered it to this degree in just 2 weeks was astonishing. He realized anew that she possessed an incredible talent. The beast roared in pain from the holy arrow lodged in its flank. Undeterred, Charlotte knocked another arrow of light and fired again, striking the monster's head. The Fong tiger stumbled, its body convulsing as the divine energy coursed through it, before collapsing to the cobblestones with a low growl. With the threat neutralized, she turned back, a bright, relieved smile on her face. I did it, Lord Rest, she called out. He smiled back, acknowledging her impressive feat. Yes, he replied. That was magnificent. Just then, Estelle rushed to the princess's side, asking with concern if she was unharmed. Their victory did not go unnoticed. A crowd of onlookers began to cheer, celebrating that Lord Rest had saved them. From the edge of the crowd, a cloaked figure watched the scene unfold in silence. The figure's gaze was fixed on Rest. They had heard that a boy who should have possessed only the time skill had suddenly started growing stronger. They wondered if it was just a coincidence, or perhaps a bluff. At a lively gathering, Princess Charlotte beams with a bright, infectious smile. Beside her, Rest Albion watches, a gentle smile on his own face. Yet his mind is not at ease. He looks at her seemingly pure joy and wonders if it's all an act, if she is skillfully hiding her true nature. As he contemplated this, the hooded observer from before walked purposefully down a quiet, cobblestone street. A confident smile touched their lips. They had seen enough to know this situation required a much deeper investigation. Seated in his grand office, the head of the Albion family issues a grave command. He orders an investigation into Alst Forest, a mission to last 1 week. The penalty for failure is absolute. The subject will be unable to ever recover. His current cold demeanor is a stark contrast to a recent outburst, where he had berated Rest for his daily monster hunting. He had questioned why his son wasn't satisfied, angrily pointing out that the middle layer of the forest was a realm far too dangerous for someone who had not yet even entered the academy. The memory is interrupted by the frantic arrival of the family butler. He rushes toward the marquis, exclaiming that the situation is terrible. He cannot comprehend how someone possessing only the useless skill TAME could possibly accomplish such a thing. The butler's words strike him with force. "What did you say?" The marquis roars, his eyes wide with disbelief. He demands to know if it was truly Rest who subjugated the monster that had appeared in town. The butler confirms the astonishing news, adding that Rest is safe. He then states his intention to investigate why the monster appeared so suddenly, leaving the marquis to silently grapple with the revelation. As the butler departs, a cold sweat forms on the marquis's brow. He realizes this is a terrible development. If Rest's reputation grows any further, his own pursuit of his son will have to intensify as well. His thoughts turn to another complication. Princess Charlotte is now a witness to Rest's power. He concludes that he cannot afford to waste any more time on his plan. If he is to act, this is his final chance. With his mind made up, his expression hardens into one of grim resolve. He makes his decision. Tomorrow, he will order an investigation into the final area of the forest. The target of this order is a demonic realm, a place so treacherous that even the Holy Sword Princess could lose her life with a single moment of carelessness. It is a danger zone beyond what anyone could imagine exploring alone. And yet, Rest accepts the mission. He reflects that while he has miraculously survived until now, this time, he will surely lose his life. As his son departed on the deadly mission, the head of the Albion family remained behind, his eyes wide with a fleeting moment of doubt as he contemplated the finality of his command. He quickly dismissed the thought, settling at his desk. Dealing with assassins was always a messy affair, best avoided. He mused that by having Rest venture deep into the forest, his objective would be achieved without leaving any incriminating evidence. A twisted grin spread across his face, erupting into a low, guttural laugh. It was a perfect plan, he gloated to himself. All of this was Rest's fault. His glee twisted into a snarl of resentment. His own standing, his very position, was jeopardized simply because Rest continued to live. Suddenly, a calm voice echoed in the study, agreeing with his sentiment. Startled, the family head shot up from his chair, demanding to know who had entered his private chambers. Before him stood a figure shrouded in a hooded cloak. The hooded woman remained perfectly still by the window. She acknowledged his plan, but stated there was one problem. It had a flaw. He recoiled, his mind racing. He hadn't sensed her presence at all. Who was this person? As if reading his thoughts, the woman offered a knowing smile, explaining that she was here to offer a substitute for his flawed plan. In an instant, she was behind him, her voice a soft whisper beside his ear. A strange fog clouded his thoughts, his eyes widening in dawning horror as he began to understand. The woman's voice was calm, almost soothing. She declared that the preparations were now complete, all thanks to the secret he had been hiding about Rest Albion. She praised him condescendingly, calling him a good boy. She stood beside the now docile patriarch, her hand resting on his head in a gesture of complete control. She would be the one to expose it all. The next day, outside the Albion estate, Princess Charlotte expresses her disappointment to Rest. She had hoped to train with him a little longer, explaining that she was originally scheduled to stay for several more days. Her attendant, Estelle, stands by silently. The decision for her early departure was made in consideration of the recent monster attack. If the princess was indeed the target, it was deemed wisest for her to leave the area as quickly as possible. Because of this urgency, a special means of travel was arranged. Instead of a conventional carriage ride, a teleportation magic circle would be used. These powerful circles, typically installed in the churches of major cities, allow for instantaneous travel over long distances. However, such a method is an extravagance that requires immense magical power and manpower, making it something even royalty cannot typically use. The fact that it was approved for a transfer from the church in the Albion's castle town signifies just how grave the situation was judged to be. Rest contemplates the teleportation circle. He recalls how in the game, it was a simple fast travel system for moving between towns. He now understands that acquiring the special power source needed to operate it in this world is an entirely different, far more complex matter. He turns his attention back to the dejected princess standing near her carriage. Seeing her downcast expression, he quietly reassures her, telling her that it's all right. He continues, praising her efforts from the previous day. He notes that both her swordsmanship and her magic showed remarkable improvement, and encourages her by stating that she can continue to grow stronger even without him there. She listens to his words, her expression softening slightly. With a quiet affirmation, she agrees that he is right. Later, inside the carriage, her spirits have clearly lifted. Beaming with newfound determination, she reminds Rest that he taught her a new special training method. She promises that by the next time they meet, she will have grown stronger and will surprise him, adding that she is looking forward to it. As the carriage departs down the long road, a maid approaches Rest. She informs him that his brother is summoning him. Rest thanks her, but an exclamation mark betrays his surprise. He inwardly questions the timing of this summons, coming just as Charlotte has left. He was summoned to his father's study, where the older man stood gazing out a large window. Without turning, his father addressed him by name, giving him a new directive. Starting today, he was to investigate the deepest part of the Alst forest. He entered the room and faced his father, his mind racing. The order was just as he'd anticipated. The deepest part of the forest was known to be a highly dangerous area, and the thought of investigating it alone was daunting. His father, sensing his thoughts, remarked that his son's animosity seemed even greater than he had imagined. His father's expression remained stern, but he offered a sliver of reassurance. He acknowledged that it would indeed be too dangerous for Rest to challenge the forest's depths by himself. For that reason, he explained, he had arranged for a personal guard. The young man's eyes widened in disbelief. He stammered, questioning the very idea. His father was arranging a guard for him? The notion was completely unexpected. In response to his son's shock, the head of the family turned toward the door and called for the person to enter, stating he would make the introduction. Rest, still processing the situation, could only manage a quiet acknowledgement. The door swung open to reveal a woman clad in a dark, form-fitting outfit and a light-colored cape, a large mace resting on her shoulder. She announced that she had arrived for the introduction and presented herself as Rave, a B-rank adventurer. He could only stare, his mind blank with surprise at the sight of the capable-looking adventurer standing before him. As he remained silent, Rave continued, explaining that she had accepted a nomination from the Marquis and would now be tasked with serving as his guard. The adventurer turned to him with a curious smile, asking what was wrong and if there was something on her face. Flustered, Rest looked away, insisting that it was nothing. Before he could properly respond, his father's voice cut through the room, sharp and absolute. He declared to Rest that this was a direct order. Refusing the guard was not an option. He lowered his head in formal acceptance, hand placed over his heart. I understand, father, he affirmed. His father's gaze remained hard, delivering a final, stern reminder that this was for his own sake, and that he was expected to comprehend the seriousness of the matter. He then turned to face his new guard, Rave. She offered a warm, disarming smile, thanking Lord Rest, and expressing that she looked forward to their time together. He could only manage a quiet acknowledgement in response. And so, their journey began. Together, he and Rave made their way toward the deepest, most dangerous part of the forest. An hour later, Rest Albion and the woman named Rave walk through the middle layer of the Alst forest. As they walk, she breaks the silence, remarking that she was told he had hired an adventurer to serve as a guard. She continues, stating that from any normal perspective, bringing her along would be unthinkable, and that there must be two reasons for his decision. He internally weighs these possibilities. The first, he considers, is that she might stage an accident during the investigation to assassinate him. The second is that she's trying to discover the truth of how he, lacking the tame skill, is exploring the forest. His eyes narrow as he reaches a grim conclusion. Regardless of her true motive, she is undoubtedly an enemy. She, however, offers a piece of advice with a calm smile, telling him it's essential to be thoroughly wary of Tame. She suggests it would be best to avoid using Gale's power altogether. They press on, and she observes how strange it is that they have yet to encounter a single monster, despite being so deep in the woods. She acknowledges they are proceeding with caution to avoid monsters, but his father's orders make it impossible. She praises his judgment as truly astute, noting that the purpose of their journey was, after all, an investigation. He listens in silence. Suddenly, her demeanor sharpens. She announces that the ambient magical energy has shifted, warning that they have reached the deepest part of the forest and must be more vigilant. He quietly agrees. She adds that it's been several minutes since they entered the deepest section without a single monster encounter. Before she can finish, he abruptly raises a hand, hissing for her to be quiet. She turns to him, a silent question in her eyes. He held his ground as the source of the disturbance revealed itself, a hulking orc general. Rave immediately identified the creature as a B-rank monster, a formidable opponent, and noted that, true to its title, it commanded a retinue of lesser monsters. She concluded that a direct confrontation should be avoided. The general was flanked by at least 10 high orcs, each AD or C-rank threat. Rest quickly assessed that while individually manageable, their numbers were the true danger. He explained to Rave that using magic would be difficult while his Gale skill was active. He instructed her to draw the enemy's attention so he could prepare a spell to eliminate them. With a resigned sigh, she agreed. She began to channel her power, a sphere of crackling fire materializing in her palm. Rest, meanwhile, drew his sword, remarking that her role as a simple decoy should pose no issue. He gave the order to proceed, and she confirmed her readiness. With a cry, she unleashed the spell, a fire javelin. A roaring torrent of flame surged through the forest, engulfing the surprised orcs in a blistering inferno. The flames subsided, revealing the orc general standing unscathed amidst the smoldering bodies of its followers. The powerful spell had done nothing to the commander. As the monster fixed its gaze on them, Rest yelled at the stunned Rave not to lose focus. He sprinted past her, closing the distance to the orc general in an instant. He roared, leaping into the air and bringing his blade down with immense force. The sword sliced cleanly through the general's head, felling the B-rank monster in one swift, brutal strike. Standing over the corpse, he calmly cleaned his sword. Rave, still processing the event, praised his magnificent display of skill. He deflected the compliment, stating that he had merely provided the final push and that she shouldn't downplay her own contribution. He suggested they continue onward, but she stopped him. Looking away with a slight blush, she apologized and asked if he would mind if she excused herself for a moment. She quickly retreated behind a line of trees, a faint glow emanating from her. Rest watched her go, a look of understanding on his face as he realized her purpose. Of course, he murmured to himself. He stood alone in the forest, noting that a considerable amount of time had passed since Rave left. He began to wonder if he should go search for her. His thoughts were cut short by a sudden, jarring realization. The forest had become unnervingly quiet. Not a single bird's call could be heard. From the shadows between the trees, a colossal figure emerged, its sheer size dwarfing him completely. He stood frozen, sword in hand, staring up at the monstrous creature. His mind reeled in disbelief. An ogre. He couldn't understand why the boss of a much deeper area was appearing here. This was no ordinary beast. It was an A-rank, mid-tier monster, an ogre. Barring the exceptional case of the Black Dragon, it was the most powerful creature to reign over the Alst Forest. This appearance defied all logic he knew from the game. The ogre was meant to be confined to a predetermined zone. It should not be here. He frantically considered if this was some unforeseen consequence of the world becoming real. Before he could process the anomaly, the ogre lunged, bringing its massive weapon down with devastating force. The ground where he had been standing moments before erupted in a shower of earth and stone. He gritted his teeth, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. At the very least, he realized its raw power was just as formidable as he remembered from the original story. His mind raced, assessing the threat. The most powerful enemies he had defeated until now were high B-rank gargoyles. But the gap between a B-rank and a mid-A rank ogre was not a simple numerical step. It was a chasm. In this world, the progression of power was manageable up to the lower tiers of a rank. However, moving from there into the higher echelons of a rank, and especially towards S rank, represented an exponential leap in difficulty and danger. He analyzed the colossal beast before him, understanding the absolute difference a single rank could make. Unlike a gargoyle, which possessed a weakness to magic, this ogre boasted a formidable balance of attack and high durability. The creature's attack forced him to leap back, narrowly avoiding the devastating blow. He grit his teeth, realizing there was no way to defeat it but head on. Yet, he knew that with his current strength alone, taking down even a low-tier A-rank monster would be an arduous task. His thoughts turned to the power of a team, a strength he knew he should be leveraging. A fleeting image of his allies flashed through his mind. With his resolve hardened, he cast aside his hesitation and shouted into the forest, "Come, Gale!" In response to his call, the massive Gale wolf appeared, letting out a ferocious roar. With his companion now by his side, Rest charged forward, declaring that there was no time to waste. They would end this at once. The colossal ogre slams its club into the earth, forcing Rest and the Gale wolf to leap away from the impact. With a determined gaze, Rest gathers energy in his hand, preparing to retaliate against the towering beast. He unleashes a powerful cyclone blast, but the vortex of wind strikes the ogre's chest with little effect. The monster merely grunts, its hide proving incredibly durable. Rest observes this, noting how tough his opponent is as the ogre begins to advance once more. In a blur of motion, the ogre swings its massive weapon in a swift counterattack. The blow sends him flying backward through the air, yet a confident smirk remains on his face, seemingly undeterred by the monster's raw power. Landing on its feet, the ogre roars a command to the Gale wolf. "Go, Gale!" The wolf, however, whimpers and hesitates, its wide eyes filled with reluctance and fear. He watches the exchange, and a realization dawns. The ogre's greatest feature is its overwhelming physical enhancement, a power so immense it can dominate the will of others. This makes it a troublesome foe, as he concludes that neither conventional physical nor magical attacks will be effective against it. With a new strategy in mind, he challenges the beast. "Let's see about this." He channels wind magic directly into his blade, causing it to glow with swirling energy in a technique he calls entwine. He lunges, unleashing Wind's Sever. The magically infused sword slices across the ogre's torso, leaving a deep, dark gash. The monster's face contorts in pain. The ogre lets out a guttural roar of agony. Rest watches from a distance, a smirk returning as he confirms his hypothesis. This method works. The attack has clearly inflicted damage. The ogre, however, now glares with pure fury. Bellowing with rage, the wounded monster raises its club high overhead, preparing to crush him. On the ground below, Rest's expression turns grim. He understands now that his successful attack has made him the sole target of the ogre's unrestrained wrath. He watches the enraged ogre, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He realizes that by being the one to inflict damage, he has successfully focused the monster's consciousness entirely on himself, diverting its attention from Gale. It was a risky gambit, but perhaps the correct one. His theory, however, hinges on one critical fact, that Gale's own attacks are genuinely useless against the ogre. A whirlwind of air kicks up around the wolf's paw, a sign of its power, yet has no effect. Suddenly, Gale turns, snarling not at the ogre, but directly at him. Rest's eyes widen in surprise as the ogre's voice rumbles, warning him not to provoke its companion. In response, Gale lets out a ferocious howl. A powerful aura of wind erupts around its body as it activates the entwine ability. The wind coalesces into a blade. A wind sever attack slices across the ogre's torso, leaving a deep, bleeding gash. The monster roars in agony, stumbling backward from the unexpected blow. He watches in disbelief, realizing that Gale can also use the entwine, wind sever technique. It was a possibility he had never even considered. The ogre, clutching its new wound, explains that it has only been teaching Gale for a short time. Compared to its own mastery, the wolf's technique is less precise and takes longer to activate. He smirks, seizing the opportunity to taunt the beast. With this new development, he asks if the ogre can truly afford to ignore Gale any longer. The wolf stares back, its eyes burning with intensity. The ogre's only response is a low, guttural growl, its tusks bared in silent fury. Its patience exhausted, the wounded ogre lets out a final, deafening roar. It leaps high into the air, raising its colossal blade to bring it crashing down upon both Rest and Gale at once. With a confident smile, Rest praises his companion. He tells Gale that he did well, and that their strategy will make the coming fight much easier. The strategy was simple. Force the colossal ogre to focus its entire awareness on a single target. By doing so, Gale became a credible threat in the monster's eyes, something it could not afford to ignore. The plan succeeded. Gale was now a presence capable of delivering a fatal blow. The ogre roared, realizing that to ignore either of its opponents would be to have its own formidable power, an unacceptable risk. As the beast reeled from the unexpected threat, Rest seized the opening. He dashed up the side of a fallen tree, a confident grin spreading across his face as he internally challenged the beast to a contest of strength. He launched himself into the air, arm cocked back for a strike. He roared a challenge, declaring that they would now demonstrate their true power, and called out to Gale to join the assault. In that instant, their wills synchronized. A new power began to form as man and beast prepared to entwine. He flew towards the ogre, his arm enveloped in a vortex of razor-sharp wind, unleashing the wind sever technique. At the exact same moment, Gale lunged forward, sinking his fangs deep into the ogre's other arm in a perfectly timed pincer movement. The combined assault was devastating. The wind sever sliced cleanly through the ogre's massive arm, sending it flying. The beast stared at the gushing stump, its mind unable to process the sudden, grievous injury. The colossal beast crashes to the forest floor, its immense weight sending splinters of wood flying. With the battle won, Rest and Gale observe the aftermath. In the wake of their victory, a notification materializes before Rest. It announces that he has reached the required level, and as a result, the upper limit of creatures he can tame has been updated. His capacity has increased from 2 to 3, allowing him to tame one more beast. He turns to his companion with a bright smile, congratulating Gale on a job well done. The great wolf lets out a triumphant bark in response. His wolf then looks toward the lingering notification, remarking that the level up occurred sooner than anticipated. Rest confirms this, observing that his limit is now 3 and acknowledging that the area boss must have granted a significant amount of experience. He ponders their next move, voicing his thoughts to Gale. His plan had been to continue leveling up in the forest to unlock the 3rd taming slot. Now that he has accomplished this goal, however, he admits there are no other creatures in this particular forest that he desires to tame. His thoughts drift to a particular creature he has long considered. Since his reincarnation, there have been several monsters he wished to tame. One of them was the beast he just defeated, and another was the formidable black dragon, Manhwa. Returning to the present, he clarifies for a curious Gale that he wasn't targeting a random beast like the ogre by chance. While he is very satisfied with the outcome, he explains that according to the original story, there's a limit to the number of creatures Rest can tame. He glances back at the fallen giant. Even after its defeat, the ogre was far too powerful and hostile to be tamed. However, a new priority has emerged. His eyes narrow with determination as he realizes there is another monster that must take precedence. He explains to Gale that the main issue is the location where this new target resides. It is currently based not far from the Albion domain, a place they can reach within a day. He pondered the best course of action, realizing it would be impossible to explain the situation to his guards and gain their understanding. He needed to find another way. His thoughts were interrupted by a sudden, crashing sound from deep within the woods. His companion, Gale, let out a low growl, equally alerted by the disturbance. The source of the commotion revealed itself to be a young woman with a long braid, Rave, who hurried towards him. She called out, asking if Lord Rest was all right, explaining that she had heard the distinct sounds of battle from a great distance. She stopped short, her eyes widening in shock at the sight before her. Lying motionless in a clearing was the massive, defeated form of an ogre. Her gaze shifted to Rest, her voice filled with disbelief. She identified the beast as an A-rank monster, far beyond a typical designated target, and asked if he had truly managed to defeat it all by himself. He confirmed her suspicion, but clarified the circumstances. The ogre was already significantly weakened when he encountered it. He explained that he had merely delivered a single, final blow, which was enough to bring it down. Her observation was astute. Looking over the creature's body, she noted the numerous fang and claw marks covering its hide. Rest absorbed this, his mind racing as he considered what to do next. The implication of this discovery dawned on her, her expression turning grave. If an ogre was driven to the brink of death, It meant that an even more powerful monster must still be lurking somewhere in this very forest. Given this new threat, she suggested that their investigation for the day was more than sufficient and that they should conclude their business in the area. Rest readily agreed. As they prepared to depart, Rave called for him to wait. She then held out a small, ornate bottle, offering its contents to him. Yeah, the ornate bottle she held out. What is this? He asked. With a gentle smile, Rave explained it was a fatigue recovery potion, suggesting it would be best for him to use it, just in case. After a brief moment of consideration, he uncorked the bottle and drank its contents in one go. The effect was immediate and violent. He doubled over, his body seizing as he choked out. What is this taste? Collapsing to his knees, he glared up at her, his voice strained. Something's wrong. What was in that potion? He demanded, adding with dawning horror, haven't you realized yet? Rest Albion? Her gentle expression twisted into a cruel smirk. To think you drink a paralytic poison so readily, she mused as her form began to shimmer and change. How disappointing. His eyes widened in shock as he watched her very features begin to warp and reshape before him. The transformation completed, revealing a demonic figure with dark horns sprouting from her head. I am Lib, she declared, her voice dripping with malice. One of the executives of the Demon Lord's army. He could only watch, paralyzed and sweating, as she continued. And now, you'll be dealt with by my own hand. In a forest clearing, Rest Albion kneels on the ground, weakened. Before him stands a woman with small horns, who asks him about the taste of the paralysis potion she gave him. She smiles condescendingly, introducing herself as Lib, an executive of the Demon Lord's army. She chides him, questioning if his parents ever taught him not to trust strangers so easily. He concedes that she is right. Lib continues, suggesting it's not that his parents failed to teach him, but that he is simply naive by nature. She offers to educate him herself. She then reveals that both the monster attack from the previous day and the current ogre assault were orchestrated by her. It was all a setup, she explains, to investigate his hidden power. Lib elaborates that her plan required him to reveal his true potential by defeating the ogre. She needed to witness it firsthand to confirm her suspicions. She suddenly stops, covering her mouth with a hand, as if she has spoken too much. With a slight laugh, she apologizes, admitting that she wasn't supposed to reveal that much. Despite the slip, her confident, cruel smile returns. She looks at Rest's pained expression and states that all that remains now is for him to curse his own misfortune. Rest lowers his head, his face cast in shadow, as Lib gestures dismissively. He slowly pushes himself to his feet, turning his back to her. Lib watches him rise, casually confirming that he now understands the situation. His eye snaps wide open, a bead of sweat on his brow. A silent question hangs in the air as a shocking realization dawns on him. He remains standing, much to Lib's fury. She demanded to know why he was still on his feet, shouting that he should have been immobilized for at least another 30 minutes. His gaze hardened as he met hers. He stated plainly that, in fact, he had never been paralyzed at all. The reason was his innate ability. The dragon's divine protection was active, and its unique properties granted him complete immunity to the paralysis effect. As Lib stared in disbelief, he elaborated on the two effects of his protection. The first being an improvement to his magic manipulation techniques, and the second, a high resistance to abnormal status conditions. A confident smirk spread across his face. He revealed that he had been aware of her ill intentions from the very beginning. It was for that reason, he explained, that he had intentionally played along with her elaborate invitation, all to lure her true nature out into the open. Her composure shattered. She furiously retorted that his claim was absurd, that it couldn't possibly be true. Her plan, she insisted, had been perfect, and it was unthinkable that a mere human could have seen through it. Unfazed by her outburst, he challenged her to explain herself now that she knew he was aware of everything. He dismissed her paralysis attempt as trivial, then shifted the topic, mentioning events from 1,000 years ago. He began to recount the history of the Great War that erupted between humans and demons. Initially, the Demon Lord's forces held the advantage, but the tide turned with the sudden appearance of the hero and the divine dragon, who ultimately defeated the Demon Lord. On the brink of being sealed away, the Demon Lord made a final, desperate gamble. He split his very soul into 10 pieces, the fragments that would come to be known as the shards of the Demon Lord, and cast them 1,000 years into the future. These shards, he concluded, were reborn, lodging themselves within living beings chosen at random from among the populace. He then looked directly at Lib, stating that her Demon Lord's army was now attempting to gather those very shards in order to resurrect their fallen master. He continues his explanation, revealing a shocking truth. He, Rest Albion, is one of the very individuals who harbors a shard of the Demon Lord. He explains that this influence caused his supposedly useless skill, time, to transform, granting him access to demonic powers. Lib stares, her mind reeling from the confession. She realizes that by using the ogre, he has now confirmed her own objective, to steal the Demon Lord's shard from him. He presses his advantage, a confident smirk on his face. He deduces that the vial she used earlier contained neither a deadly explosive nor a magical poison. Its true purpose, he claims, was to kill him before she could retrieve the shard, thereby destroying it along with its host. Isn't that right? He asks, his tone sharp. She stands frozen, unable to form a reply. He identifies her as one of the Demon Lord's top executives, chiding her for not realizing the truth sooner. He addresses her directly by her true name, Lai. The use of her real name shatters her composure. "How?" she screams, her voice echoing through the trees. "How do you know everything?" From a distance, he calmly replies that it was obvious. Her anger gives way to frantic thought. She questions why this woman, Lai, is being treated like some kind of prophet. A chilling memory surfaces. In the original story, the one he calls the game, it was Lai who ultimately killed Rest. He recalls their first meeting in this life, realizing he should never have forgotten such a fateful opponent. When she appeared before him as Rave and asked what he was doing, he was so stunned by her presence that he froze, unable to properly react. In that original timeline, after Lib successfully stole the Demon Lord's shard from Rest, she assimilated its power and used it to directly challenge the story's main heroes. Her abilities were temporarily amplified to the level of an S-rank adventurer, but a critical flaw remained. Her own body was not a suitable vessel and could not withstand the immense power of the shard. As a result, she ultimately self-destructed, her body violently scattering as she died. His gaze remains fixed, his expression unyielding as he delivers the final, grim detail of her fate. She was utterly obliterated, blown to smithereens. In the original story, the Demon Lord Executive's role was ultimately to consolidate the actions of the Demon King's army. Her fate was sealed when she tried to defeat the villainous Rest by absorbing a fragment of the Demon Lord. Unable to withstand its power, she self-destructed, taking the fragment with her. It was a fine play that also inadvertently created an opening for the Demon Lord's revival. This tragic and artistic end, coupled with her somewhat clumsy nature, led to her becoming an incredibly popular character in fanworks. He, on the other hand, had become so familiar with the nickname Katsubami-chan that he felt it was almost his own. Now face to face with a real person, she demanded to know how he alone could possess such knowledge. Information that hadn't even been revealed to the Demon Lord's top executives. He calmly replied that what he could teach her directly was limited. For the rest, she would simply have to curse her own misfortune. His dismissive tone made her grit her teeth in frustration. After a moment's thought, she relented. "Fine," she conceded. "If you insist, I will let you speak without reservation." She turned, her power flaring around her. "After I inflict upon you a pain worse than death," she declared, "I will hear everything you have to say." A multitude of gleaming swords materialized in the air, all pointed forward. "Watch closely," she commanded. He identified her ability without hesitation. Teleportation magic. She spun around, stunned. "Don't say it first," she snapped, demanding to know how he knew. He simply explained, "This is the special power that was given only to me." He watched as his opponent's composure shattered into rage. She declared she would not forgive him and, pointing a finger, commanded him to prepare himself. Pillars of light erupted from the ground around her, hemming him in. Facing this overwhelming display, he understood that the real problem was just beginning. The tension was palpable, but still manageable. He recalled that while Rave was an executive-class opponent with guaranteed strength, this new foe was of a different caliber entirely. His opponent, however, smiled with chilling confidence. In the original story, her strength was equivalent to an A-rank adventurer, placing her above Rave. This meant she had defeated an opponent with superior aura. While her raw physical power was not exceptionally high, she possessed a unique ability that more than compensated for it. She lunged forward in a blur of motion. He twisted and dodged, narrowly evading a flurry of powerful kicks and strikes that cracked the very air around him. As he evaded, she calmly revealed the name of her unique ability, teleportation magic. She explained that its effect was not merely creating objects like swords from magical energy, but the power to freely alter the form of mana itself. This even allowed her to do the reverse, to deconstruct matter back into pure mana. The horrifying implication of her words struck him. He understood now. If she were to touch him while he was defenseless, his body would be disassembled, resulting in instant death. It was a terrifying power, truly befitting an executive of the Demon Lord's army. His opponent watched him, a smug smile playing on her lips. She remarked that she had thought her last attack connected, complimenting his impressive skill at evasion. Her relentless assault forced him to a knee, surrounded by the sword she had manifested. He knew there were some limitations to her power. It was most effective when her magical energy was equal to or greater than her target's. But even accounting for that, the core of her terrifying ability remained unchanged. This realization settled heavily upon him. With a grimace, he concluded that winning this battle on his own would be incredibly difficult. And so, he called for aid, shouting the name Gale. In an instant, the Gale Wolf materialized beside him, letting out a ferocious roar. Meme 40 watched, first with surprise, then with amusement. She noted that he was re-summoning his creature, but her thought trailed off, an unspoken but hanging in the air. She scoffs at the new arrival, dismissing the addition of a single dog as meaningless. The forest floor around her is already littered with the remnants of Rest's previous attacks. Swords and spears embedded in the earth. Unfazed, she stands amidst the weaponry, her long hair flowing as she questions if he truly believes he can win against her. He knows that to secure victory, he must somehow force a close-quarters battle. However, he understands that achieving this will be anything but simple. His resolve hardening, he shouts a command to his companion. He tells Gale to forget about capturing their foe. The priority is to carefully herd her towards him. He quickly explains the dire situation to the wolf, warning that with their current magical strength, they can only endure her power for 5 seconds at most. They must fight with that critical time limit in mind. The Gale wolf lets out a low growl, acknowledging the plan. The demon executive's expression sours with irritation. She mutters that his precise countermeasures are truly vexing. In response, a confident smirk plays on Rest's lips as he tells her he's honored by the compliment. Her patience worn thin, she roars a challenge, questioning how long his bravado will last. A gleaming polearm, wreathed in magical energy, suddenly materializes and hurtles through the air. But the weapon does not fly towards Rest. Instead, it pierces directly through Meme 40's own body. Rest's confident expression shatters, replaced by utter shock as he witnesses the impossible. Rest, Albion, and his companion, the Gale Wolf, weave through a storm of magically summoned swords. He manages to evade the attacks, but understands the grim reality of their situation. Against an opponent of this caliber, likely another of the Demon Lord's executives, simply fighting defensively ensures their defeat. He knew he had to find a way to close the distance and engage her directly. As if sensing his master's intent, the Gale Wolf lunges forward with a ferocious roar, charging straight at the horned woman. She meets the assault with a dismissive smirk, questioning if he truly believed such a simple attack would work on her. A wave of force erupts, effortlessly repelling the beast. The display of power leaves Rest momentarily stunned. The executive, Meme 40, taunts him for approaching despite knowing her abilities. Unfazed, Rest declares it's no problem. He just needs to pin her down. He lunges, and their blades clash in a shower of sparks. As they fight, he recalls his duel with Elna, realizing he must prioritize speed over raw power. He focuses his movements, determined not to give his opponent an opening to counter. Meme 40 is taken aback by his swiftness, noting how drastically different his fighting style is now. Her surprise turns to irritation as she deems him a nuisance. Rest presses his advantage, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He understands that while her unique abilities are a threat, her raw physical and magical power are not insurmountable. She, too, analyzes the battle, believing that if she can draw him into a close-quarters brawl, she can overwhelm him. Just as she resolves to push forward, Gale attacks from the side, forcing her to defend on 2 fronts. Seeing the opening his companion created, Rest shouts a command to Gale to press the attack from above. Simultaneously, a rain of summoned swords descends from the sky, pinning both the wolf and the demon executive to the ground. Pinned beneath the beast and the barrage, Meme 40 looks up with defiance. She mutters, questioning if he truly believes he has won with something so trivial. She furiously declares that he shouldn't mistake her for a simple magic user, unleashing a volley of summoned swords toward him. The blades whistle past her, closing the distance in an instant. He realizes with a start that a typical magic user would be defenseless at such close quarters, a thought confirmed by her triumphant cry that he shouldn't have expected otherwise. She internally notes that this particular combat style, manipulating such a volume of weaponry without incantations, is characteristic of someone named Lai. Despite the onslaught, he remains resolute, declaring that he will simply maintain the distance and continue his assault. He then shouts a command to Gale. In response, the great wolf leaps forward, intercepting the barrage of blades. Rest knows that at this range, one miscalculation would be fatal, and he is certain his opponent no longer has the luxury of making mistakes. She grimaces, acknowledging a critical weakness. No matter how immense her magical power, the mental resources required to control it all are finite. His expression hardens with resolve. He plans to continue pressing the attack, forcing an opening at the opportune moment. It is the best course of action. He puts his plan into motion, swinging his weapon and shouting the name of his technique. Cyclone. A vortex of force erupts, deflecting the swords around a startled Meme 40. Her eyes widen in disbelief. Magic? Here, she scoffs, declaring it foolish to challenge her in her own domain. Unfazed, he unleashes another spell. Blast. A powerful gust of wind slams into her, catching her completely off guard. His wind magic dissipates against a suddenly manifested shield. Meme 40, her back to him, expresses frustration, muttering that this wasn't what she was saving her power for. This was not the form of her true enemy. Seeing her momentary distraction, he shouts to his companion, "Now." In perfect sync, Gale the Great Wolf lunges forward. Meme 40 glances back, dismissing the coordinated attack as nothing more than an annoyance. In response, she unleashes a massive, omnidirectional wave of pure magical energy. The brilliant flash erupts outwards, effortlessly repelling the charging wolf. As the light subsides, a glowing crescent and star symbol materializes on her forehead. She announces the activation of her power, Extreme Heavenly Garment. Rest watches from a distance, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and recognition. He realizes with dawning horror that she is the one known as the Queen of Magical Power. A torrent of destructive energy blasts from her, vaporizing the ground beneath her feet. The raw force of the attack is immense, instantly turning a thick tree trunk into dust and splinters. Despite the overwhelming display, a faint smirk plays on his lips. He had anticipated this. "So you're finally using it," he thinks to himself, watching her float before him, now fully cloaked in her power. Rest Albion braces himself as his opponent reveals her new form. A powerful aura radiates from her, identified by a status effect as the Queen of Magical Power. He recognizes it instantly. This was the ultimate skill Lib used in the game, a technique that temporarily unleashes all of one's internal magical energy. She walks forward, her power manifesting as the Annihilation Bell, Lib's trump card, an ability that returns anything it touches to nothingness. With a confident smirk, she expresses surprise that he managed to force her hand. She tells him to praise her, Rest Albion. In response, he determines that evading her is the only path to victory and unleashes a blast of advanced wind magic, shouting its name. Arrow bursts. The spell dissipates without effect. Lib looks annoyed, remarking how rude it is to suddenly attack a lady in the face. Beside a wide-eyed Gale, Rest stares in disbelief, realizing his attack was completely ineffective. She explains that in this form, her Queen of Magical Power state, she is invincible. She mockingly asks if he truly thought any kind of magic, even that of the game's protagonists, would work on her now. Sensing the immense danger, Rest shouts a warning to Gale to be careful. From this point on, he knows that if either of them is touched even once, it will be the end. The wolf growls, acknowledging the threat. She declares that since the current Lib does not possess a Demon Lord's fragment, it is now her turn to act, dismissing any other possibility as impossible. As she lunges forward, Rest analyzes the situation. He knows that maintaining the Queen of Magical Power continuously drains her magic and stamina. Furthermore, without the power-up from a Demon Lord's fragment, her abilities must be suppressed compared to how they were in the game. He concludes that there must be a way to attack her. His eyes widen with a sudden realization. He uses wind to propel his feet, an application of the wind attribute support magic swift step for high-speed movement. He reasons that if he combines it with body reinforcement, his speed will increase even more. The burst of speed catches Lib by surprise. As she watches him flee, she thinks to herself that he must truly believe he can escape with speed alone. She unleashes a furious barrage of magical projectiles, declaring his actions foolish. Caught off guard by the sheer volume of the attack, Rest desperately twists and dodges to evade the onslaught. He grits his teeth, recognizing the attack as her Annihilation Bell. From a distance, she smirks, taunting that even grazing one of the tendrils is the same as touching her directly. The moment he is caught, she warns, will be his end. He quickly assesses the situation. While the number of attacks is overwhelming, he realizes the magical power within each individual projectile is not immense. Deciding on a strategy, he cloaks himself in wind-clad and surges forward, slicing through the magical barrage with incredible speed. He comes to a halt, breathing heavily but with a look of grim satisfaction. His theory was correct. The magical output of his own wind-clad is superior to that of her individual attacks. Her confident expression shifts to one of surprise. She admits that while her attack wasn't at full power, she never expected him to evade it so easily. She quickly regains her composure, stating coldly that miracles don't last forever. She vows to prove it to him now. In response, she unleashes a far more devastating assault. A forest of light spears erupts from the ground around her, a cataclysmic display of power that leaves Rest staring in wide-eyed shock. The ground is torn asunder by the beams of light. He sprints for his life, and at his side, Gale materializes, the great wolf matching his frantic pace to escape the overwhelming attack. He pushes himself to his absolute limit, shouting that he just has to win. With a final burst of effort, he casts Shrink on his companion. As Gale is reduced to a pocket-sized form, the exertion proves too much, and Rest collapses to the forest floor. He looks up from the ground to see her standing over him. She explains that her Queen of Magical Power is a self-destructive technique that intensely consumes her magic. All he has to do, she states, is survive until that moment arrives. As he lay on the ground, Lib finally understood his true intention. She realized that the longer their battle dragged on, the more her own stamina and magical power would be chipped away. She saw that his plan had been to simply endure, to keep attacking relentlessly, knowing that a single mistake against her would be unforgivable. The shrunken Gale at his side was proof of this defensive, attritional approach. But the strategy was taking a severe toll on him as well, and he could feel the profound exhaustion setting in. His mind flashed back to a training session in the woods. Gale stood before him, growling, its hostility palpable. The danger had been clearer than seeing fire. He had understood in that moment that he couldn't counterattack. His only option was to keep running and evading. Lib had been there too, watching from the sidelines. Her voice cut through the memory, sharp and confident. Well now, Rest Albion, she said with a smirk, looking down at him. It's about time you gave up. In a clearing littered with the splintered remains of felled trees, the battle reaches a tense stalemate. Rest Albion, his companion Gale, and the horned woman all pant heavily, their bodies pushed to the brink of exhaustion. The horned woman, Meme, 40, breaks the silence with a confident smirk. She states that she must retrieve the Demon Lord's fragment and had to go easy on them to avoid killing them. Mockingly, she asks if they have any strength left. His brow furrowed in defiance. Rest glares back, retorting that she is the one who is out of strength, not them. She touches a finger to her lip, amused. She admits that she was deliberately targeting their magic reserves from the very beginning, calling it a regrettable necessity. This, she declares, is the absolute, unbridgeable gap between them. His eyes narrow as the truth settles in. He realizes that Leib's words were correct. This outcome was decided the moment the fight began. He silently assesses their dire situation. Both his and Gale's magic is nearly gone, while Leib still possesses several times their remaining power. Leib continues her confident explanation, stating that if they are struck by her whip of rain just 2 more times, they will lack even the strength to resist. A faint, knowing smile touches his lips, but he murmurs a single word hanging in the air. He then addresses Leib directly, asking if he can pose one final question. He offers a trade. If she answers his, he will tell her the source of his fighting spirit. His voice is low and steady. "Do you remember what I said earlier?" he asks. "I saw through all of your aims. I let you lead me here." Mame 40, the Demon Lord Executive, smirks, acknowledging rest preparations. She concedes that his actions up to this point seem to have been genuine, but she questions what he could possibly do now. In response to her query, he asks why she believes he acted this way. As she stares back in confusion, he explains the answer is simple. It was merely more convenient for his side. He continues, his gaze hardening, revealing that from the moment he saw through her true identity, he had no other choice but to set this trap. However, he trails off, a crucial detail yet to be revealed. The unspoken thought hangs in the air as he explains his reasoning. If she, the so-called Queen of Magic, were to be cornered into a state of having no magic, even he would lack the confidence to secure a victory. For that very reason, he stands firm in the desolate clearing, the massive Gale wolf looming at his side. He declares that this is why he chose to lure her into their territory. She questions his declaration, asking what he means by territory. She dismisses the idea that simply being familiar with the area would grant him any advantage in their current situation. He stands his ground, addressing her as Leib. He tells her she is mistaken and has overlooked a critical detail. Puzzled, she asks what important thing he is referring to. He poses a question in return, asking how she thinks he managed to evade her attacks up to this point. He scoffs at the notion of it being mere luck, insisting that she should already understand the truth of the matter. Her confusion turns to indignant anger. She demands to know what he is implying and what supposed countermeasure he possesses. She shouts that she will not be swayed by such empty provocations. In the midst of her outburst, a sudden, shocking realization dawns upon her. Her eye widens in disbelief as a single, questioning sound escapes her. Standing beside the immense Gale, Rest Albion's smirk widened as he addressed the Demon Executive's dawning horror. He stated that if she was truly part of the Demon Lord's army, then she should already know the truth of this place. Her eyes widened in shock, the pieces clicking into place with dreadful certainty. She stammered, unable to believe the implication. The true, overwhelming power that held dominion over this land. She rejected the notion outright, shouting that it was impossible. She demanded to know if he even understood what he was implying, declaring that there was only one being in existence that could be granted such a high level of divine protection in this region. Even as her denial echoed through the clearing of felled trees, a deep, resonant tremor shook the ground beneath her feet. From the shadows behind Rest, a colossal head emerged. It was a creature of jet-black scales, with a maw full of razor-sharp teeth and eyes that glowed with ancient power. Her breath hitched, her mind screaming the name of the legendary beast as she stared in utter terror. A black dragon. In stark contrast to her fear, Rest Albion remained perfectly calm, a welcoming smile on his face as the dragon loomed behind him. The great beast leaned forward, its presence alone a crushing weight, and extended the invitation. "Welcome," it seemed to say, to the black dragon's dwelling. Rest Albion observes his black dragon, Noir, who has grown immense in size, seemingly in tandem with his own level up. He notes that the dragon, once 10 meters long, now appears to be around 15. Nearby, the Demon Executive Leib stares, her mouth agape in utter disbelief. Her shock quickly curdles into fury. She whirls on Rest, demanding to know why he is there and identifying herself as the adventurer, Ray. Rest, however, remains unfazed. He recalls their first encounter, when she wore a hooded disguise. Even then, he had seen through her intentions and made the decision to use her for his own ends. His gaze hardens with determination. This was because he had already considered the worst-case scenario. That scenario involved her discovering his unique taming ability, escaping his grasp, and sharing that vital intelligence with the rest of the Demon Lord's army. He knows that with his current level of strength, he cannot yet contend with the other Demon Lord executives. This understanding makes it absolutely necessary to eliminate Leib here and now, a task he recognizes as exceedingly difficult. His strategy is informed by his knowledge of the game's world. In that original timeline, Leib only made her move against the protagonist after all of his tamed monsters had been defeated. This behavior stems from a core aspect of her personality. She is exceptionally cautious and will not initiate a battle unless she is absolutely certain of victory. Even her official character profile from the game's lore confirms this, describing a personality defined by high pride and a cautious nature that is fixated on survival. It was for this very reason that when the ogre attacked them earlier, Rest knowingly played along. He understood it was her doing and deliberately walked into the trap she had set. He stood before the towering ogre, weighing his options. He could retreat, or he could face the beast alone. There was also the possibility of summoning Noir, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Using the black dragon would be an overwhelming and unnecessary display of force against a single opponent. Therefore, he judged that the best course of action was for him and Gale to fight together. The Gale wolf lunged, its claws and fangs meeting the ogre's brute strength in a ferocious clash. From a distance, hidden among the trees, Leib observed the struggle. She understood his intent. This display was not just to show that he was special, but to make her miscalculate the true extent of their power. She recalled their earlier encounter. Just as he had planned, she had fallen for his trap, preparing a paralysis poison as an insurance policy against him. It was precisely because she had judged him to be an opponent she could overwhelm with force that she had revealed her true form and issued her challenge. She believed herself to be his ultimate trump card, the Queen of Magic, used sparingly. However, everything had unfolded according to his design. He had anticipated this exact situation from the very beginning, knowing her personality from the game's events. This knowledge allowed him to orchestrate the outcome, and he had already made his move. The key was the black dragon Noir. Having been tamed by Rest, the dragon had followed the same path of rebirth and now sought its power directly from him. All this time, the great beast had kept its body hidden, completely erasing its presence from the battlefield, waiting for the opportune moment. Her eyes widened in horrified realization. She understood now. She had been lured to this very spot for the sole purpose of being utterly defeated. With Gale at his side, he looked up at the descending dragon and addressed his stunned adversary. "Have you figured out yet?" he asked, a confident smirk on his face. "That black dragon is my familiar." His familiar, the great black dragon Noir, blotted out the sky. Below, the demon executive Leib could only stare upwards, her mind reeling at the impossible sight before her. As she stood frozen, Rest leveled his gaze at her, his voice ringing with cold authority. He declared that if she was going to call herself the Queen of Magic, then he would counter her with the King of Magic. He then roared a command to his familiar, entrusting the battle to Noir. In immediate response, the dragon opened its maw, gathering a swirling vortex of dark energy, an attack of pure annihilation. Leib could only watch, stammering that it was impossible. With a guttural roar, the dragon unleashed the concentrated sphere of darkness directly at the demon executive. The torrent of destructive energy surged towards her. Leib, despite her shock, reacted instantly, throwing up a shimmering barrier. She couldn't comprehend how a mere human could command a dragon, even with his unique abilities. Her defense met the full force of the annihilation breath. The barrier buckled and cracked under the immense pressure as she grit her teeth, her mind refusing to accept the overwhelming power she now faced. But her magic was not enough. The barrier shattered, and the world erupted in a blinding flash of light and destructive force. A colossal explosion erupts, tearing through the forest and obliterating the landscape in a blinding flash of power. Amidst the settling dust and splintered trees, Rest Albion stands alone, the epicenter of the devastation. From within the smoke-filled crater, the demonic executive Leib slowly pushes herself to her feet, her body trembling with the effort as she surveys the destruction. She grits her teeth, sweat beading on her brow as she struggles to comprehend the sheer force she just endured. She realizes with dawning horror that this must be the true power of the king of magical power. Her strength failing, she hunches over in exhaustion. From behind her, Rest's voice cuts through the silence. He states that his breath of annihilation seems to have worked to some degree, but admits that he and his two companions no longer have the strength to fight an opponent like her. Refusing to be dismissed, she snarls that she won't deal with them any longer and lunges forward. In response, Rest shouts a command to his allies, calling for Gale and Noir to act now. The great wolf and the black dragon materialize, roaring as they move to intercept her. The two beasts execute a pincer movement. Noir descends from above with jaws agape, while Gale whips up a furious vortex of wind, trapping Leib between the twin assaults. Caught within the swirling gale, she struggles to maintain her balance, shielding herself from the razor-sharp currents. She realizes with grim determination that if she cannot break through this attack, she has no means of defeating them. As she battles the tempest, Rest watches calmly from a distance, informing her that this is where she will fall. Her eyes widen in fury, a glowing symbol flaring to life on her forehead. She demands to know how his attacks could possibly still be effective against her now. He offers only a slight, confident smile. "Of course they are," he replies. He no longer needed to defend. Instead, he compressed his immense magical power to its absolute limit, wrapping it around his blade in countless layers. The wind he controlled was no longer a vibrating shield, but a razor-thin edge ready to sever all in its path. Seeing this, Leib cried out in disbelief, demanding to know what he was doing. She watched in horror as he poured every last drop of his remaining magic into the sword, causing it to glow with terrifying intensity. The power coalesced into a massive vortex of wind, a raging storm centered entirely on the tip of his raised blade. A confident grin spread across his face as he announced his preparations were complete. Leib could only stare, her voice trembling as she questioned how he could create something of such an absurd magnitude. This was no ordinary attack. The destructive force hidden within this storm blade was comparable to the devastating breath attack unleashed by his summoned beast, Manhwa. And yet, its firepower was amplified even further, augmented by the unparalleled swordsmanship he possessed. He was not just a tamer. He was a swordsman, forged and refined through rigorous training with the strongest of them all, Elna. This was the power he had painstakingly honed since the very beginning, from the moment he was reborn into this world with nothing to his name. In this final moment, he would entrust everything to his sword. If his weaving severance was a delicate art that cut with a fine thread, this technique was its brutal opposite, a storm of countless sharp blades descending upon his foe. She stares in disbelief, her mind reeling. How could she, a demon lord executive, be overwhelmed in a place like this? The sheer force of the gale is an overwhelmingly destructive great sword of wind, and its name is Weaving. Rest Albion completes the motion, his body low to the ground as the full power of his attack is unleashed. The gale wind sword engulfs her completely, a maelstrom of razor-sharp wind tearing through the clearing. She is flung through the air, coughing up blood before crashing violently into the ravaged earth. From a distance, Rest watches the dust settle, remarking to Gale that their opponent is remarkably durable. Pushing herself up from the crater, Lib glares at him, bloodied but unbroken. She warns him to wait, suggesting he rethink his decision to kill her. If he does, she threatens, other Demon Lord executives will surely come after him. He dismisses her threat, stating that she has no comrades among the executives. He correctly deduces that she's acting alone this time, sharing information with no one, and his hand tightens into a fist. Her eyes widen in shock. She had always believed demons and humans were fundamentally different, that they couldn't truly understand one another. It seemed only natural that someone like him, who grew up in a peaceful Japan, would hesitate to kill. But he is no longer that person. He affirms to himself that he is now Rest Albion, living in this world. He understands that waiting for things to happen is no longer an option. In the future, he may be forced to kill not only demons, but humans as well. He declares that his resolve is the only thing that matters now. Hearing this, she lets out a sharp breath, a mix of frustration and resignation. She accepts her defeat, telling him to get it over with. With her head thrown back, she makes one final declaration. I am Lib, a Demon Lord Executive. As she speaks, Rest's focus shifts. A system window, a familiar sight from his past life, appears before him, displaying her name. He murmurs it aloud, Lib. Window. He stood over the defeated demon executive, Lib, who lay sprawled on the cracked earth. Though she appeared still, her mind was a storm of panic. She cursed herself for trying to maintain her composure, her true feelings screaming out. She did not want to die. She would do anything, use any means necessary, just to survive. Within her heart, she was desperately begging for her life. As Lib lay defeated, the luminous window before him changed. It now presented an entirely new and unexpected proposition. Lib has become tameable. Do you wish to tame? The young nobleman stared, his mind struggling to process the words. A single, bewildered sound escaped him. Huh? In the aftermath of the battle, a strange notification materializes in the air. It declares that Rave has become tameable and asks if a taming attempt should be made. Rest Albion is taken aback, questioning how it could be possible to tame a member of the demon race. He recalls his time playing the game. While he had tamed monsters, and there were exceptional cases of individuals using special techniques, there was never an instance of taming a demon. The thought stops him cold. The ability for him to tame a demon was something that simply did not exist within the game's mechanics. Wait a minute, he mutters, his mind racing to process the discrepancy. He considers the fundamental rules of taming. The primary condition is that the target must first be defeated in battle. Given that demons are extraordinarily powerful, even achieving this prerequisite is a monumental task. Below him, Rave lies dazed on the forest floor. Even if he were to make her a subordinate, there is another condition. The target must demonstrate a clear intention to serve. As he contemplates this, Rave stirs and slowly gets to her knees, facing him. Looking down at her defeated form, he reflects on her character. Considering her immense pride, a common trait among demons, he finds it hard to believe that someone like Rave, who would do anything to survive, would genuinely submit. He speculates that this might be the very reason the original Rest from the game was never able to tame a demon. As if reading his thoughts, Rave glares up at him, defiantly asking if he's going to act or not. A critical realization dawns on him. The information provided within the game does not encompass the entirety of this world's reality. This was a blind spot he had completely overlooked. He analyzes Rave's potential. Her latent ability, Demonic Magic Shift, is undeniably powerful. Although it has drawbacks against higher-level opponents, its sheer versatility is remarkable. He compares her to his current companions, Gale and Noir. With them at his side, he thinks that adding Rave, another magic-focused entity, might make his team's capabilities too skewed towards that one area. He considered the monsters he planned to tame in the future. Adding a demon with her particular characteristics might actually improve the team's balance. With that decided, the only remaining problem was her own intention. Turning to the defeated demon on the ground, he stated that he had no intention of keeping someone by his side who might betray him. However, he had a proposal for her. Rave looked up, questioning the word proposal. His expression hardened as he leaned closer. He declared that, depending on her answer, he might even be willing to spare her life. The demon's eyes widened in shock. She quickly composed herself, questioning the sudden change of heart. She asked if he truly believed that she, his enemy, would even consider his proposal. Rest calmly replied that if she wouldn't, it was simply a shame. A sly grin spread across her face. However, she began, asserting her own magnanimity. She declared that she would at least hear him out. Sitting up, she looked him in the eye and demanded he speak plainly. She asked what he meant, questioning if he intended for her to serve him. He explained that his team was capable of employing not just monsters, but demons as well. He then made his offer clear. If she so desired, he would add her to his subordinates. Her confident smirk returned. She conceded that it wasn't a bad proposal, depending on one's perspective. Her true concern, she stated, was whether she could truly trust him. He met her gaze evenly, admitting that he believed there was a chance she would betray him later on. She smiled, remarking that surely he hadn't come this far only to be refused. In that moment, Rave understood that accepting his proposal was her only path to survival. Internally, she cast aside the last vestiges of her pride, desperately pleading for her life and promising not to cause trouble if he would only help her. Her continued silence was met with a sharp question from Rest Albion. He demanded to know what she was thinking, asking if she had already forgotten the very reason for her defeat. He then made a bold claim that he possessed the power to see directly into her heart. His words struck her with the force of a physical blow. The thought that defying him was useless was immediately followed by a shocked cry of disbelief. She retorted that it was impossible, demanding to know what he was truly thinking by trying to read her mind now. Clearing his throat, he calmly asked if she was sure she wanted to know, proposing a little test. He then held up a reflective, mirror-like surface, and as she screamed for him to stop, he began to perfectly recite her innermost thoughts. Her desperate plea to live, her willingness to do anything for survival, and her demand that he keep his word to spare her. He watched her terror with a satisfied smile, commenting on her good reaction. Her mind reeled from the violation. Clutching her head, she realized he wasn't actually reading her mind, but his insight was so precise that it was more than enough to make her believe he could. In truth, even without the ability to read minds, a special pathway forms between Rest and his taming targets. This connection allows him to convey a certain degree of emotion and intent, and through it, he can issue commands to partially restrict their actions, much like the bond he shares with his dragon, Noir. He had always considered this an unnecessary side effect of building trust with Noir, never imagining it could be used in such a coercive way. Reaching out, he gently touched one of Rave's horns, delivering a quiet ultimatum. If she ever planned to betray him, he would deal with her in that very instant. His expression hardened with chilling resolve. He made it clear that this was the arrangement. Any lie or act of betrayal would result in her immediate disposal. Faced with this absolute certainty, she finally submitted. With her head bowed, Rave declared that if he let her live, she would do anything for him. Rest noted to himself that her choice of words could easily be misunderstood. With her pledge made, he sealed their new pact. He placed a hand gently upon her bowed head, a soft sound marking the completion of the taming. He places a hand on the demon's head, his voice calm but firm. He instructs Rave that from this moment on, she is to change her heart and serve him. With her eyes closed in submission, she quietly agrees. The instant her consent is given, a powerful jolt courses through his body, causing him to stagger back in surprise. As he recoils, Rave collapses to the ground, unconscious. A formal notification materializes, confirming that the taming was successful. A brilliant light envelopes him as a portion of the tamed target's power is bestowed upon him. He has acquired the skill Teleportation Magic. Furthermore, as this marks his third successful taming, he has also gained the ability Mimicry. He clenches his fist, a wide, triumphant grin on his face. He exclaims that the taming was a success, and that he didn't just get teleportation magic, but mimicry as well. Behind him, Rave begins to stir, looking utterly bewildered. The newly acquired mimicry skill allows the user to alter their own appearance, changing features like hair and eye color, or even their physical outline, to resemble those they are familiar with. However, it is impossible to mimic someone who is drastically different. This versatile skill has many potential applications. As the reality of her situation begins to set in, Rave clutches her head in her hands, overwhelmed. She mutters in disbelief, unable to comprehend how this could have happened to her. He watches her quietly, observing that she clearly hasn't processed the current situation yet. He muses that she will get used to it eventually, though he admits to himself that even he is still a bit bewildered by it all. Setting that aside for the moment, he turns his attention to his other companions waiting patiently nearby. The massive black dragon, Noir, and the Gale Wolf Gale. A genuine smile touches his lips as he looks toward them. He tells them they were a huge help today, expressing his gratitude and acknowledging that he only achieved victory because of their hard work. His companions, Noir and Gale, let out triumphant cries. The great black dragon roared, and the Gale Wolf howled in kind, their voices echoing across the cleared land. With a powerful beat of its wings, Noir ascended into the sky. From the ground below, amidst the wreckage of fallen trees, Rest called out to the departing dragon, as Gale stood watch beside him. He began to descend gently from the sky, with Rave floating beside him. As Gale barked from below, Rest announced it was time to go, but quickly had to tell Rave to stop pulling on the horns he had mimicked. With a smile, he declared their return to the mansion, leaving Rave to silently fume. In the depths of the forest, Rest and Lib stand before the enormous Gale wolf, now seemingly subdued. Rest remains silent, contemplating their next move. Lib, however, looks thoroughly flustered. She mutters that while taming the beast is one thing, the current situation is embarrassing. The real problem, she realizes, is what to do now. They can't just leave it here. He shares her concern. Though he can issue commands and restraints through their newly formed connection, he knows he must keep the creature close to prevent any potential betrayal or unforeseen trouble. Turning to Lib, he states the simplest solution. Gale will live with them inside his spatial residence. Lib erupts in fury, demanding to know why she must live in a kennel with a giant dog. Her sudden outburst provokes the Gale wolf, which lets out a startlingly loud bark directly at her, causing her to recoil in fright. As the wolf continues to bark, Rest calmly notes that it seems to understand him. Lib glares, clearly irritated. He then asks if she would prefer to camp in the forest instead. She immediately rejects the idea, insisting that an inn in town is the only acceptable option. He considers her point. Leaving aside the issue of his brother, he acknowledges that if they are to live within the mansion using the spatial residence, he must first figure out how to persuade his father. His thoughts then shift to a previous event. He recalls that assassins were hired to kill him and asks Lib if she was the one who interfered. She confirms it, stating plainly that she used her teleportation magic. The true value of teleportation magic is not limited to combat. Its power lies in its high applicability across all manner of situations. This versatility was the basis of their arrangement. If the target was an ogre, they would provoke its battle instincts to lure it outside the territory. If it was Gato, they would hire assassins and present a proposal he couldn't refuse. The plan hinged on a known vulnerability. At times, a monster attack could occur even within the castle town. During such chaos, it was possible for an operative to blend into the surroundings, erasing their presence and magical signature entirely. Rest considered this ruthless strategy. He had known Gato was wary of him, but he never imagined assassins would be sent. It was a level of intrigue the original Rest from the game would have been completely oblivious to. His expression hardened with resolve. If his opponents were willing to resort to such measures, then he would have to respond with a suitable counter of his own. Sometime later, he and Lib returned to the Albion mansion. They stood before his father and reported that they had found nothing unusual in the deepest parts of Gato's territory. The patriarch's gaze remained stern, his brow furrowed. As always, he seemed to find the report unconvincing, leaving an air of dissatisfaction in the room. As Lib excused herself and left the study, Rest caught up to her in the hallway. He asked how things went, and she confirmed with a simple, "It went well." She then revealed the full truth of her mission. During their investigation, she hadn't been under his surveillance at all. Her true purpose was not merely to act as a guard, but to serve him, win his trust, and then, at an opportune moment, attempt to assassinate him. She admitted that while she couldn't simply follow his proposal regarding teleportation magic, exactly, it had made convincing his father surprisingly easy, almost anticlimactically so. Rest could only agree. With this, Lib had successfully created the perfect justification to remain at the Albion estate. They knew that before long, Gato would begin to feel a sense of unease. When that time came, they would propose another plan. Several days later, while walking through the gardens, Rest was startled by a sharp voice from behind. "What did you just say, newcomer? Do you have any idea?" In the sunlit gardens of the Albion estate, a senior maid sharply questions Lib, who is holding a broom. The older woman points out that one does not sweep the garden with a simple broom, adding that this is not the proper way to do things. Observing from a short distance, Rest smirks to himself. He thinks with amusement that she's at it again, having been told that she must finish the laundry before it dries. Lib has been assigned as his exclusive servant, but in her free time, she is tasked with cleaning. She grips the broom handle tightly, her face a mask of pure frustration. The senior maid continues her lecture, but Lib's patience snaps. She glares, demanding to know why she must perform such menial labor. The older woman gasps, shocked by the outburst, and asks what she just said. Her anger vanishes as quickly as it appeared, replaced by a dazzling, cheerful smile. "Nothing," she exclaims, while Rest observes from the background, noting to himself that Lib has a surprisingly clumsy side to her. As the senior maid continues to scold the now placid Lib, Rest seizes the opportunity to slip away, announcing he's heading to the training grounds. His departure catches Lib's eye, and her smile instantly vanishes, replaced by a sharp glare. He glances back over his shoulder with a knowing grin. He reflects that he had ordered her not to make a move, which must have been building up a considerable amount of stress for the former Demon Lord Executive. Now alone amidst the estate's rose bushes, Rest muses that a little stress relief is probably necessary. Just then, a soft voice calls out to him, "Big brother." He turns abruptly, his eyes wide with surprise at being addressed so familiarly. "Huh," he utters, caught completely off guard. Standing before him under a stone colonnade is a young girl in a simple dress. A flicker of recognition crosses his face as he breathes her name, Rain. She looks at him with a hint of apprehension. Her name is Rain Albion. She is Rest's younger sister by 1 year, and like him, her mother was lost to the family's second wife. He recognizes her, of course. In the game he knew, Symphony of Sword and Magic, she was a minor supporting character. He is stunned that she would be the one to approach him. This is because, in the life he remembers before his reincarnation, he and Rain were siblings who were never particularly close. He resolves that perhaps he should try to be more amicable toward Rain this time around. However, since his reincarnation, their paths have diverged even further. To practice the divine protection of the god of art, he has been taking his meals separately from the rest of the Albion household. As a result, their opportunities to even see each other have dwindled significantly. Returning to the present moment, he asks her, "Rain, what is it?" She flinches, her eyes wide with surprise, before explaining that she has heard many rumors about him recently. How he defeated Edward and Sid Ward in a duel, how he befriended Princess Charlotte, and how he defeated the monsters that appeared in town. After listing his recent deeds, she looks up with newfound resolve and declares that she, too, wants to become like him. He quietly echoes her sentiment. "Me too." Her expression brightens with hope. She clasps her hands together and asks earnestly if he would teach her how. Rain Albion looks at her brother with wide, earnest eyes, her hands clasped nervously before her. She declares that she wants to be like him and asks if he would be willing to teach her how. He is taken aback by her request. He asks why she would want to be like him, admitting to himself that he found her simple, direct plea to be amazing. She explains with a rush of emotion that she wants to be like him because he never gives up, no matter the environment or circumstances. Flustered, she apologizes for her disorganized thoughts. He smiles gently, reassuring her that it's all right and that her feelings were conveyed perfectly. He understands her struggle, acknowledging that her position within the family has always been as precarious as his own. A memory surfaces of their difficult past. The first wife, Jur, mother to his twin brothers, Edward and Sid Ward, and the rest of the family who sided with her, always looked down upon them. Raised in such an oppressive environment, Rain's personality had become timid, leading her to view her own future with pessimism. In that same situation, her older brother, who shared her unfortunate circumstances, was given the supposedly useless skill, time. Yet, despite the scorn, she watched him continue to train and steadily produce results. She must have held onto a small glimmer of hope. What Rain was truly seeking was not a specific method for becoming strong, but a reason to keep striving without giving up, even in the face of her own desperate situation. Returning to the present, Rest places his hands on his sister's shoulders. He knows he cannot tell her that he is a reincarnated person, nor that his time, skill, is special. Instead, he simply calls her name, Rain, and she responds, ready to listen. Rain looked at him with pleading eyes, voicing her doubt. She wondered if there was truly a way to restore a broken spirit, believing that such a thing couldn't possibly exist from the very beginning. In response, Rest's face lit up with a brilliant, almost manic grin. He declared with absolute certainty, "Let's do some muscle training." His sister could only stare back, utterly dumbfounded by the unexpected suggestion. Moments later, inside the Albion family's small training hall, Rain peeked out from behind a wooden beam. She announced to her brother that her warm-ups were complete, to which he replied, "All right, let's do this." He knelt beside her as she got into position on the floor, instructing her simply to copy his movements. With a determined expression, Rain agreed. As he watched, she immediately began to struggle, her arms trembling under the strain of a single push-up. The physical exertion caused Rain's mind to drift. As she looked at her brother, she began to recall a symbolic scene from the original story she knew, a scene involving Rest. She pondered why Rest was known as a villainous noble. It wasn't merely because he was an obstacle to the protagonist. No, the reason was far darker. He had committed a great sin. The memory became a vivid, horrific tableau in her mind. Rest, splattered in blood, standing with his sword amidst the corpses of his own family. An act of familicide. Her thoughts returned to the present, her eyes wide with fear. The story was clear. In a fit of madness, Rest had slaughtered his family, sparing only her. She stared at him, desperately wondering why. Was it because she, like him, was the child of concubine? He considered the possibility that the skill she possessed, the one she spoke of, was related to the ultimate swordsmanship ability, Sword God. This skill was even stronger than the Sword Saint ability held by the eldest son, Gad. In the original story, Rain was, in fact, the character most blessed with talent for the sword. He recalled a specific event from that story, one that occurred after his own death. She had drawn her sword only once. In that single moment, as a first-year student, she had displayed an overwhelming talent, cutting down a powerful magical beast. It was an incredible feat, a display of power so immense it could only be called a cheat, permitted only for that one specific event. Yet, Rain had always maintained that she first noticed something was wrong with her brother shortly after she awakened her Sword God ability. He contemplated this discrepancy. From his current perspective, Rain's supposed rampage seemed to have no connection to him, and he admitted to himself that he could not yet grasp her true meaning. Putting the past aside, he spoke to Rain with a new plan. He informed her that in a few months, he would give her the mythical sword, assuring her that if she began training now, she would undoubtedly gain considerable skill. He continued, a confident smile on his face, explaining that her becoming stronger was not at all at odds with his own objectives. With that settled, he declared their next step, sword training. She turned to him, her eyes wide with surprise. Sword training? She asked. He thought to himself that it would be good for her to gain a little confidence. The sharp ring of steel, striking steel, echoed across the quiet landscape. He clashes swords with Rain, easily parrying her strike. Internally, He marvels at her skill, noting that her movements are already far better than his were when he was first reincarnated. He praises her aloud, calling her the future sword god, which catches her by surprise. After a few more exchanges under the open sky, he decides that's enough for one session. The training concludes, leaving Rain bent over and panting from exhaustion. Between breaths, she manages to thank him for the lesson. He smiles, praising her for keeping up so well on her first day, though he admits to himself that he held back significantly. He then offers to continue training her from time to time, if she would like. With a gentle expression, he confirms his offer is genuine, saying, "Of course." Her face lights up with a brilliant, joyful smile as she expresses her gratitude once more. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the estate grounds, Leib, dressed in a maid's uniform, scrubs laundry in a large wooden tub with clear agitation. Her frustration mounts as she scrubs. She fumes internally, questioning why she's being forced to do menial chores like cleaning, laundry, and cooking. She recalls her true mission. She was not sent merely as a guard, but to serve Rest directly, win his trust, observe him, and test his capabilities, with assassination being the final option. The memory causes her to snap. She wails in exasperation, shouting that no one told her that being Rest's personal maid would involve so many miscellaneous chores. Her frustration had clearly reached a boiling point, a fact Rest observes with a wry smile, noting how much resentment seems to have accumulated. She snaps back with a furious shout, confirming that his assessment is absolutely correct. He then offers a solution with a confident grin. He explains that he will find the right moment to tell his father that Leib is a trustworthy person, which he believes should result in a reduction of her menial chores. His proposal seems too convenient, and she leans in close, her voice sharp with disbelief as she demands to know if he is truly serious. He must be absolutely certain, she insists. Rest calmly affirms that he is. With that matter seemingly settled, he shifts the topic, stating that he needs to inform her of his future plans. He notes that things cannot continue as they did in the Forest of Alls. He elaborates, explaining that he intends to change his approach, acknowledging that the situation has altered slightly since he tamed Leib. His reasoning leaves her looking puzzled. He continues, specifying that by using the concealment magic she recently acquired, the two of them can proceed to the next stage. With a look of firm resolve, he announces their immediate objective. They're going to the Adventurers Guild to investigate a rumor. The sudden and unexpected declaration leaves her utterly speechless and bewildered. While crossing a sun-dappled bridge in the estate gardens, Leib turns to Rest Albion. She asks why he is heading to the Adventurers Guild, questioning if he intends to earn some pocket money. He smiles confidently, explaining that his goal isn't money, but rather an identification document. His true purpose, he declares, is to challenge a dungeon. The word hangs in the air, leaving Leib looking utterly surprised. Dungeons are known to be isolated spaces, vast and ancient corridors of stone where various traps, gimmicks, and monsters appear to test any who dare enter. Much like in the games of another world, conquering these dungeons is a crucial endeavor. Within their depths lie rare and powerful items, essential for the growth of any aspiring hero. Returning to their conversation, Rest elaborates on his reasoning. He explains that there is a limit to the experience one can gain by defeating monsters in the forest. Therefore, he believes it is far more efficient to seek strength by acquiring powerful items. She seems to understand his logic but points out a flaw. Finding a dungeon that drops such rare items would be incredibly difficult. He simply replies that he has a plan concerning that. His confidence stems from a profound secret. He is a reincarnated individual possessing knowledge from a game. Because of this, he knows the locations of this world's unconquered dungeons, along with all their internal gimmicks and the monsters that dwell within. Unaware of his inner thoughts, Leib accepts his explanation for the moment. She understands his desire to go to a dungeon, but asks what that has to do with needing an identification document. He turns to her, his expression serious. That, he states, is the problem. As a member of the Albion family, he cannot simply be disowned and left alone. If Rest Albion makes any move, information will immediately be relayed to his father. Elsewhere, the head of the Albion family erupts in fury. He bellows, demanding to know why the investigation mission in the Forest of Alst is being ignored. He roars about Gad's blatant insubordination, while his first wife, Jur, watches with a faint, satisfied smile. The solution to the problem that had plagued him since his reincarnation was clear. He would go to the Adventurers Guild and create an identification document under a false name. After all, anyone could register at the guild, so long as they had the money. As he finalized his plan, Leib voiced her concern. She pointed out that his face was well known among the common folk, and going to the guild could expose him. With a confident smile, Rest assured her that it would not be an issue. His confidence stemmed from a new power he had acquired. By forming a team with his third familiar, he had gained a new, game-changing skill. With a sly grin, his appearance shifted, his dark hair turning a light, silvery shade. He now possessed the skill of mimicry. The transformation was so complete that Leib stared in shock, exclaiming that his entire presence and atmosphere had changed. He simply confirmed her observation, pleased with the result. She processed the change, realizing its brilliance. The men of the Albion family were known for their black hair. This man had ash blonde hair. The disguise was inhumanly perfect. No one would ever suspect he was an Albion son. With his identity secured, they walked through the gates of a nearby town. Rest decided that, just to be safe, they should also procure new clothes and weapons. Inside a shop, he tried on the simple attire of a common adventurer, a loose shirt, dark trousers, and a leather belt rig for his swords. He looked himself over, satisfied that this would suffice. Leib watched him, remarking that he looked like a runaway adventurer, seemingly weak and without money. It was, she thought, an excellent cover. His new gear included an additional short sword, a purchase made for two specific reasons. The first was to support his cover story. He would register at the guild not as a swordsman, but as a tamer. He considered his choice of weapon. The wooden sword was a deliberate choice to avoid attracting any strange rumors or unwanted attention. As they walked, Leib remarked that it was better to use a weapon he was comfortable with. She explained that a wooden sword, having a lower physical density, was better suited for channeling magic than a clumsy weapon, though she wryly added that it wouldn't fill his stomach. Their destination soon came into view, the large, multi-story building of the Adventurers Guild. The interior was a lively hall, bustling with adventurers drinking, laughing, and perusing the various notices posted on Questboard. They approached the reception desk, where a cheerful young woman greeted them with a bright hello and asked what their business was for the day. With a determined expression, he stated plainly that they wished to register as adventurers. The receptionist confirmed it was a new registration and handed them a form. She instructed them to fill in their names and professions, adding that, naturally, they did not need to use their real names. They completed the forms with their chosen aliases. He registered as Ares, a swordsman, while she became Rave, a mage. Leib noted his choice, remarking that since she was reusing her adventurer name, he was now Ares the swordsman. With the paperwork filed, the receptionist asked if the two of them would like to take a rank-up test. He agreed without a moment's hesitation. She then explained the process. All newly registered adventurers are dispatched starting from F rank, the lowest tier. However, by taking and passing an appropriate test, they could begin their careers at a more suitable rank. The guild receptionist cheerfully presented the options for their ranking test. For Vanguard roles, a mock battle would be required. For mages like Rave, she explained, they would use a magic measuring device. She gestured to a glowing orb on the counter, instructing them to pour their magic into it, so their rank could be determined by the resulting numerical value. He processed this information, a thoughtful expression on his face. In the game world, he remembered, rank certification was conducted at the Royal Academy. He found it peculiar that a system seemingly tailored for reincarnated individuals existed here. He was confident that, together with Leib, they could easily achieve a rank. However, he immediately dismissed the idea, realizing that such a feat would draw far too much unwanted attention to them. As he weighed their options, a gruff voice boomed through the hall, interrupting their conversation. A large, intimidating man confronted them, angrily questioning why children were meddling in guild affairs and demanding to know when the establishment had turned into a nursery. The man, identified by murmurs from the crowd as Goldo of the Twin Swords, strode purposefully towards them. Other adventurers commented that he was causing trouble again, acknowledging that while his B-rank party was certainly skilled, he was a known agitator. Goldo stopped before them, his hostile presence palpable. Rest narrowed his eyes, sensing that the man's aggressive aura was directed squarely at him and Leib. The receptionist quickly tried to de-escalate the situation, calling out to Goldo and explaining that the two were new registrants. The large warrior paid her no mind, dismissively telling the little lady that this was none of her concern. He then turned his full attention back to Rest, looming over the boy. The sheer difference in their size created an intimidating silence as the veteran adventurer stared down at the newcomer. Rest, however, remained unfazed. He met the man's gaze, calmly assessing the immense pressure emanating from him. He concluded internally that the B-rank designation was clearly not just for show. Looking up at the towering figure, he finally broke the silence. He asked if there was some problem with their presence at the guild, adding with a hint of challenge that perhaps there was indeed an issue to be discussed. He remained silent as Goldo scrutinizes him, questioning his skills and dismissing his weapons as cheap, mass-produced goods. The larger man declares that pampered, paper-thin adventurers like him are a disgrace to the profession. Leaning closer, Goldo offers to personally teach him the harsh realities of their world, a lesson from a senior adventurer. Rest's expression hardens, his eyes meeting the challenge with cold defiance. Before the confrontation can escalate, a sharp cracking sound suddenly echoes through the guild hall, startling both of them. The unexpected noise draws everyone's attention. Onlookers gasp as both Rest and Goldo turn toward its source. From Leib's hand, the crystalline magic measuring device falls, shattering into countless pieces as it hits the floor. She stands over the fragments with a calm smile, offering a simple apology. She explains that she seems to have broken it by pouring in just a little too much magical power. Behind her, the guild receptionist stares in utter shock. The receptionist's composure breaks as she exclaims that the magic measuring device is broken, noting that it was supposed to withstand power up to the lower S rank. Leib turns to her and asks if this demonstration is sufficient proof of her abilities. With her own test concluded, she shifts her attention to the wide-eyed, speechless Goldo. She informs him that, as he can see, she is with Rest, assuring the B-rank adventurer that everything will be fine. At the Adventurers Guild, the hulking adventurer Goldo stands silently before a shattered magic measurement device. Leib, a fellow adventurer, confronts him sternly, with Rest Albion looking on. She tells Goldo that if he intends to apologize, now is the time. He remains speechless, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as his eye twitches with disbelief. His shock suddenly erupts into manic excitement. He throws his fist in the air, roaring with delight about how incredible it is that he managed to break the magic measuring device. His celebration is cut short by Lib's sharp rebuke. She angrily demands to know what he thinks he's doing, telling him to stop accosting a new adventurer so abruptly. He stammers, trying to defend himself. Goldo insists he was only trying to offer support to someone who looked inexperienced. But Lib is unrelenting. She points an accusatory finger at him, declaring that his methods are the absolute worst and that his intimidating physique and expression don't help. Her words strike a deep chord. Goldo covers his mouth, tears streaming from his eyes as she continues that he's easily misunderstood. In the background, other adventurers laugh and urge her on, while Goldo seems to silently agree with her assessment. As the large man stands dejected amidst the onlookers, Lib momentarily wonders if she went too far. Rest, however, simply observes the scene, pondering the man before him. A subtle, knowing smirk crosses his face. He thinks to himself how unexpected it is that someone like Goldo would try to pick a fight with him. His private thought is interrupted as Lib whirls around, her eyes wide with sudden, shocking realization. She exclaims, questioning if he noticed her because he deliberately used his teleportation magic. Her mind still reeling. She listened as Rest explained his reasoning. He stated that her pure magical output was so powerful that the measuring device simply couldn't handle it. Therefore, he continued with a calm smile, it was only natural for people to assume he had used his teleportation magic to make the reading disappear. She bristled at his explanation, her cheeks flushing with indignation. It couldn't be helped, she thought, since she was technically his master. Still, his condescending attitude was infuriating. Her frustration boiled over. She shouted that if he kept acting like this, everyone would think she was weak too. In response, Rest simply reached out and pinched her cheek, silencing her outburst. He leaned in, a playful smile on his face, and told her that he found her annoyance far more appealing than the large-chested receptionist's demeanor. He considered it an honor, leaving her utterly flustered. His expression then hardened. He declared that destroying the magic measuring device was unforgivable, as it was supposed to be an event for a reincarnated person. Lib could only stare, having no idea what he meant. Just then, a booming voice cut through the hall. The large adventurer, Goldo, announced that he was a B-rank greatsword user and would be making this guild his new base of operations. He gestured proudly to the three figures standing behind him. He introduced them as the members of his B-rank party, the Steel Fangs, of which he was the leader. Striding over to Rest and Lib, Goldo declared that his profession was a swordsman and that he was in love with Rest. He then pointed to Lib, adding that since she was a mage, he was in love with her too. He offered that if they ever needed anything, they should consult his party. Behind him, one of his companions quietly apologized for their leader's behavior. The moment was interrupted by one of Goldo's party members, an armored man, who warned that if they didn't leave soon, they would miss the carriage and have to wait over an hour for the next one. Goldo grunted in acknowledgement. Turning back, Goldo gave a hearty wave. "See you both later," he called out as he departed. Rest simply watched him go, a look of mild bewilderment on his face. He remarked with a weary smile that he felt as exhausted as if he'd just cleared a dungeon, despite not even having finished his registration yet. The guild receptionist laughed good-naturedly at his jest, while Lib simply looked on. She then reassured him, asking him not to get the wrong impression. The boisterous adventurer from before wasn't a bad person. From aside, Rest quietly agreed that it seemed so. With that settled, he formally announced to the receptionist that they would now proceed with their adventure registration. Internally, however, he acknowledged that they needed to think carefully about their next steps and avoid drawing any more unnecessary attention to themselves. To that end, he insisted that the previous display of power was a complete fluke. As a registration crystal shattered before them, it was decided they would officially be registered as F-rank adventurers. The receptionist, Anna, appeared doubtful of his claim. However, since it was his own request, she felt she could not compel him to do otherwise. And so, with their registration complete, Rest turned his attention to the guild's quest board, scanning the various requests posted for adventurers. His gaze fell upon a particular notice, a quest issued by the guild itself to investigate a newly discovered dungeon. The recommended rank for the task was B or higher. Holding the parchment, a look of sudden realization crossed his face. He knew this place. Returning to the counter, the receptionist presented them with their official adventurer cards. One was for Ares, F-rank warrior, and the other for Love, F-rank wizard. With their new identities in hand, they departed. As they walked, Lib asked if he had found anything of interest. He confirmed that he had, explaining that thanks to her, he had decided which dungeon they would challenge first. His companion, Lib, reviewed the quest details with a look of disbelief. She questioned if he was truly certain about proceeding to such a remote location for their first job. Rest calmly laid out his plan. They would first travel by carriage to a nearby post town, and from there, they would have to continue on foot to reach their final destination. Following his instructions, they boarded a public carriage, which trundled along a dusty road through the countryside before finally arriving at the designated town. During the journey, the two adventurers sat side by side, silently watching the mountainous landscape pass by outside the carriage window. They disembarked at the town, leaving the other jovial passengers behind. Standing apart from the carriage, They prepared for the next, more arduous leg of their journey. Their path took them through a rugged, rocky canyon. Rest forged ahead, pointing towards their goal with unwavering confidence, while Live followed with an expression of utter exasperation. At last, their destination came into view. A colossal stone entrance carved into the face of a cliff. This was an A-rank dungeon. The structure was known as the Shrine of Jaimin, its arched entranceways promising both treasure and peril within. As they approached, Rest recalled what he knew of this place from the game. It was considered impossible to clear on a first attempt, and a full clear was said to require at least 10 tries. It was infamous for its first-time killer gimmick. He knew that despite this ominous reputation, the dungeon was filled with countless nasty traps. However, for that very reason, the items that could be obtained within were exceptionally valuable. He and Live stood at the entrance, surveying the vast stone courtyard. He recalled the statistics. The dungeon had only been discovered half a year ago, and based on the records of those who had challenged it, the clear rate was a mere 30%. It was far from a simple task. Despite the grim odds, his expression hardened with resolve. His decision made, he turned to his companion and suggested they proceed. Live simply affirmed, and together, they walked deeper into the Shrine of Jaimin. Rest Albion and his companion, Live, venture into a vast, torchlit dungeon. They walked side by side down a long, wide corridor of cracked and weathered stone, heading towards a distant, dark staircase that leads deeper into the earth. As they proceed, Live notices a set of distinct footprints left in the dust. She remarks that the path ahead is like a maze and that these tracks suggest someone else has recently challenged the dungeon, indicating they're not the first to arrive. She continues her thought, musing that the most obvious route forward is likely not the correct one. Turning to Rest, she suggests that given his fake name and hair color, perhaps she should just call him Gale instead, but Rest remains silent, his expression unreadable. He internally assesses the situation. While his own combat power may be diminished, he knows this dungeon's greatest feature is its wide variety of gimmicks and traps. He is confident, however, that his prior knowledge covers every single one of them. His thoughts continue as they gaze down the dark corridor. Even if B-rank monsters were to appear along the way, it would pose no problem for him and Live. They should be able to proceed to the very deepest level without issue. Live, however, breaks his concentration with a confident grin. She declares that a dungeon appearing in such a remote area is the perfect opportunity for her to conquer it quickly. With a dismissive wave, she urges him to hurry up so they can proceed. As she confidently strides up a nearby staircase, Rest's eyes widen in alarm. He shouts for her to wait, insisting that she is going the wrong way and is about to make a mistake. He continues to yell, his face strained with urgency, pointing out that the path she is taking is not the correct one. Her heeled shoe hovers just above the next stone step. The moment her foot makes contact, the wall beside the staircase erupts in a violent explosion of stone and dust, the force of the blast echoing through the corridor. He watches the aftermath with a grimace of utter exasperation. Just as he thought, he confirms to himself that of the multiple passages in this area, roughly half of them are rigged with traps. He watched the dust settle from the explosion. Most of the dungeon's obstacles were indirect gimmicks and dead ends, but the path with the lethal landmine was now completely buried. He grimaced in annoyance, unable to believe she had fallen for it in a single misstep. He began to wonder if she was simply a reckless person with no common sense. She, now covered in soot, shouted at him as he began to walk away. He casually waved a hand, telling her not to forget the days they'd spent together, calling it love. She furiously retorted that he had better not die. He glanced back, his voice sharp with irritation. He reminded her that he had specifically told her this dungeon was full of traps and that he thought she would have been a little more careful. She yelled back, refusing to accept the blame. "Why are you acting like it's my fault?" she demanded. As they continued down the stone corridor, their argument simmering, he suddenly stopped. His eyes widened slightly, having noticed something ahead. From the shadows emerged a group of small, rabbit-like creatures with dark, shaggy manes. They were trap rabbits, a lower B-rank monster. Live noted with some relief that monsters had finally appeared. She smirked, unimpressed. She commented that if this was the caliber of monster they were to expect, it was quite the letdown. Beside her, Rest had already conjured a small flame in his hand, ready for a fight. He watched the creatures intently. He knew that for an A-rank adventurer like himself, defeating them would be no problem at all. But as the thought crossed his mind, the rabbits burst into motion, their squeaks echoing as they darted across the floor with unnatural speed. He realized with a start that if they were inside a dungeon, their abilities might be enhanced. He watched as the small, white creatures ricocheted off the stone walls with startling speed, their movements a blur as they closed the distance. Reacting instantly to the charge, Rest yelled at Live, ordering her to get back. She turned to him, her expression a mix of surprise and alarm. She did not retreat. Instead, a blinding flash of light erupted from the floor directly in front of her, illuminating the entire corridor. Her eyes widened as she stared at the aftermath, demanding to know what had just happened. Rest, his expression grim, identified it as another of the dungeon's gimmicks, just like the landmine trap from before. He elaborated on his theory, explaining that some of the monsters in this dungeon seemed to be consciously using the built-in traps to their own advantage. Live listened, a look of understanding dawning on her face. He reasoned that while they could likely overpower the creatures with sheer force, The most crucial part of conquering a dungeon was the careful conservation of both physical stamina and magical energy. Putting his strategy into motion, he ordered Live to draw the enemy's attention to the front while he acted as rearguard. She immediately protested, questioning why she had to be the one in front. But he cut her off, urging her to move quickly. With a frustrated sigh, she complied, positioning herself before the horde of rabbits. As the creatures lunged forward, Rest, poised against the wall with his hand pressed to the stone, gave the signal, shouting for the trap to activate now. At his command, a volley of arrows erupted from hidden panels in the walls, piercing the air and impaling the charging rabbits mid-leap. Live stood frozen in the center of the deadly barrage, her face a mask of shock. She spun around, her face contorted with fury, screaming at Rest about the danger he had just put her in. Unfazed, he simply pointed towards the aftermath, noting that one of the rabbits had survived. Her anger, however, did not subside. She watched as the final trap rabbit lunged, its small sword glowing with what was identified as transition magic. Its attack was effortlessly parried by a larger blade, shimmering with its own white, flame-like energy. She turned to Rest, dangling a small vial between her fingers. With a sigh, she remarked that a single low-grade potion was hardly a great prize for their efforts, a sentiment he seemed to share. This outcome was a consequence of the dungeon's nature. Unlike the open world, dungeons operate under their own unique set of rules, existing as isolated spaces with their own internal logic. A key aspect of this logic is the nature of the monsters themselves. Born from the dungeon's ambient magical power, they are not truly living creatures and simply dissipate into nothingness upon defeat, leaving no trace behind. He explained that while his knowledge from the game prepared him for monsters not leaving behind any items, witnessing it directly was still a jarring experience. He mused that for someone like Libe, a native of this world, it must seem like a completely ordinary phenomenon. This distinction is crucial. General exploration areas, such as the Alls Forest, are categorized as fields. In the world of the game, these two types of locations, fields and dungeons, were always clearly separated. Bringing the lesson to a close, he decided they had done enough for their first day and should return. He held out his hand, reminding her of the reward. With an irritated click of her tongue, she tossed him the potion, reluctantly agreeing. He stood firm amidst the aftermath of the trap, his expression resolute. Despite Libe's constant pestering, they had successfully reached the first intermediate point of the dungeon. Libe grits her teeth in frustration, sweat beading on her brow. She can't believe how perfectly she's being targeted, having stumbled into nearly every single trap along the way. In response to her silent fuming, Rest turns with a confident grin. He notes that she hasn't taken much damage despite it all, which is to be expected. Libe's composure breaks, and she whirls on him, demanding to know why she's the only one suffering and accusing him of being a corrupt demon Lord Executive. He glances back dismissively, telling her to stop fooling around. She snaps back, questioning how he can be so nonchalant when she was the one who had to deal with everything. Her anger finally erupts. She accuses him of being the one who is truly fooling around, demanding an explanation for his bizarre movements earlier. 2 steps forward, 3 steps back, 2 steps to the right, and then a full sprint forward. He turns to her, his expression suddenly serious, and states that his strange dance was the very method for breaking through the passage. Internally, he reflects that he was simply following his memories of the game without resistance, but understands that from her perspective, his actions must seem utterly nonsensical. He then instructs her to simply mimic his actions from this point on. Libe eyes him with deep suspicion, remarking that this is a rather heavy responsibility for him to take on. He looks ahead into the darkness, explaining that they cannot afford to be careless. The complexity of the path and the viciousness of the traps are about to escalate significantly. As he walks, he recalls the lore of this place. In the game, this dungeon only appeared a year from now, and even then, its completion rate was a mere 50%. This specific route is the one true path, known as the divine path of the deceiver. He considers the greatest danger. Choosing any route other than this correct one creates the possibility of encountering an irregular boss. They both stand before the long, torchlit corridor. An irregular boss, unlike a standard dungeon boss, is a powerful monster that appears at random within the dungeon's halls. He knows that here, in the divine path of the deceiver, choosing the wrong route carries a 50% chance of triggering an encounter. As if on cue, 2 winged, bat-like creatures emerge from the darkness ahead. As more of the creatures swarm them, some bizarrely impaled with swords, Libe observes that she can't seem to read their levels. She questions whether they are even opponents they can handle. He leaps into action, parrying one of the monsters. He shouts that based on physical ability alone, they are at best A rank, but they possess some troublesome characteristics. To prove his point, one of the bat creatures erupts in flames. It is known that while a monster's rank is primarily based on physical power, many can exhibit strength far beyond their classification thanks to inherent skills and special traits. He stands back, assessing the threat. Given a monster's unique traits, he concludes that their current situation is disadvantageous. He explains that even if they were to fight the irregular boss, they would need a specific type of weapon to be effective. His mind turns to his knowledge from the game. He recalls that in dungeons containing bosses with special abilities, there are often weapons and items placed specifically to aid in their subjugation. He remembers that this dungeon, too, has a dedicated weapon that drops for that purpose, but its location is random. Worse, the area where the weapon might appear overlaps with the irregular boss's spawn range, creating a terrible risk of encountering the beast before they are prepared. He thinks about the powerful items that drop from that boss. He fully intends to collect them someday, but that day is a long way off. Bringing his focus back to the present, he states firmly that they have no intention of fighting right now. Encountering the boss would be a troublesome mistake, so he warns Lib to be extremely careful. Lib looks at him calmly. Yes, I understand. You don't have to worry so much, she replies, a slight smile playing on her lips. So, you're aiming for what's up ahead, aren't you? She grabs him by the shirt, her face a mask of frustration. You should have told me sooner, she exclaims, demanding to know if he's truly all right to take on his challenge. He raises a hand to calm her, his expression shifting to one of grim focus. Together, they venture deeper into the torch-lit stone passageway. Entering a wider chamber, they immediately prepare for battle. Rest assumes a low, defensive stance as Lib kneels, ready to act. Their caution is rewarded as skeletal warriors spring to life. The two move in concert, Rest's sword flashing to intercept one, while Lib prepares her own counterattack. Having cleared the path, they finally stand before a set of massive, intricately designed doors. Rest confirms their location. This is the boss room. He glances at her, his resolve firm. All right, let's go in, he says. Lib, her expression equally determined, simply responds, yeah. As if responding to their will, the heavy stone doors grind open, revealing an immense, dark chamber beyond. In the center of the vast room sits the dungeon's master, a small, ferret-like creature whose three enormous, blade-tipped tails swirl through the air with lethal grace. This creature is known as Trident Tail, the boss of the divine path of the Deceiver dungeon. It is an A-rank designated monster, its power concentrated in its three deadly tails. Standing inside the chamber, Rest turns to Lib with a somber look. He states the grim reality of their situation. Once you enter the boss room, there is no escape. He and Lib watch as the Trident Tail lets out a piercing shriek. Its three-bladed tails lash out instantly, striking the stone floor with enough force to shatter it. The impact leaves a crater in the flagstones. Lib remarks on the creature's destructive power, recalling Rest's earlier warning. She analyzes its movements, noting that while it is incredibly fast, its attacks are linear. With enough caution, she concludes, they should be able to evade its strikes. He leaps aside, narrowly avoiding another whip-like strike. He knows that a direct hit from its tails, which possess the hardness and power of an A-rank monster, would be fatal. However, he also understands that the rest of its body lacks that same formidable durability. She understands the implication immediately. The best strategy is to prioritize evasion while attacking the monster's main body. Lib realizes this is her moment to act, confident that her piercing techniques are perfectly suited to slip past its defenses. Before she can move, Rest declares their true objective. He states firmly that they must first cut off all three of the creature's tails. Lib is left utterly bewildered by this sudden, contradictory command. She whirls on him, demanding an explanation. This new plan contradicts everything he just said. She reminds him that he challenged this dungeon specifically to acquire an item, implying this reckless strategy jeopardizes their mission. As she speaks, the Trident Tail watches them, its tails swaying menacingly. The condition to make this creature drop its special item is to sever all three of its tails before its defeat. Naturally, fulfilling this requirement significantly increases the battle's difficulty. He calmly tells her that he has already prepared a countermeasure for this challenge. With a sharp command, he calls out, "Come, Gale." A vortex of energy materializes, and from it emerges the massive Gale Wolf, letting out a ferocious howl. He smirks with confidence. He explains that since they are in the deepest part of the boss room, no other adventurers can interfere. This complete isolation means he can borrow Gale's power without any reservation. The battlefield is now set. Rest, Lib, and the formidable Gale Wolf stand ready. The numbers are now even, a party of three to confront the monster's three deadly tails. Elsewhere, a different battle was about to unfold. With a sharp, confident smirk, Edward declared his intent to attack without any hesitation. The Trident Tail lets out a sharp growl, its three-bladed tails whipping forward in a rapid assault. Rest Albion stands his ground, sword held ready, and parries the lightning-fast strikes as Elna Blazel watches from a distance. His eyes narrow in focus. He determines that the creature's linear attacks are not difficult to evade with proper attention. The real problem is identifying the perfect timing to launch a counterattack. As if sensing his hesitation, the Trident Tail growls again and unleashes another furious volley of tail strikes, the bladed tips carving through the air and gouging the stone floor of the chamber. He observes that the creature has switched its attack pattern, but its speed is now less than half of what it was. Seeing his chance, he braces himself and unleashes a powerful technique, the wind-severing form. The blow lands, but the creature's surprisingly flexible body absorbs and deflects the impact. A confident smirk appears on Rest's face. This opponent is proving to be quite formidable. Undeterred, the Trident Tail lets out a fierce cry and whips its tails around for another assault. From behind a pillar, Elna watches with alarm as the relentless attack continues. She calls out, asking what he intends to do. She notes that its piercing power is low, making it a troublesome foe. He replies that he can't risk severing its tails just yet, but he has a plan. He reassures her that there's no problem and instructs his two companions to fall back while he presses the attack. As he speaks, the trident tail snarls, its eyes glowing as it prepares to lunge. Rest smirks, recognizing the creature's move as a nasty feint. He had deliberately shown an opening, correctly predicting it would lure the beast into a direct, linear charge. As it lunges, he sidesteps with ease. He raises his sword high for a powerful thrust. Unlike its previous shallow strikes, this deeply committed lunge has left the creature completely exposed. This time, he knows the impact will be inescapable. He understood that blunt force would be more effective against this creature than a cutting attack. Compressing the wind-severing technique he'd previously unleashed, he prepared a smaller, more potent finishing blow, startling the trident tail. With intense focus, he invoked his technique, the entwining style's leg wind sword. He brought the compressed vortex of wind crashing down onto the stone floor. The blast of wind missed its target, carving a deep crescent-shaped trench in the ground as the trident tail shrieked and leaped away. As the monster dodged, a new figure intervened. The woman with the braided hair, Lib, remarked that she would have to look away from Rest for a moment as she unleashed a torrent of magical chains from her hands. The chains shot forward, slamming down with immense force to pin each of the trident tail's appendages firmly to the ground, immobilizing it. Turning back with a confident smile, she asked if this was what he needed. Rest affirmed that her timing was perfect, and his companion, Gale, let out a low growl of approval. With their target now helpless, he and Gale prepared a coordinated assault, a dual wind slash. Their combined attack struck true, severing the creature's three-bladed tails and eliciting a piercing shriek of agony. Lib remarked with a smirk that it was no fun anymore, suggesting they could now simply torment the disarmed creature. Rest, however, shouted back that the fight wasn't over yet, much to the surprise of his horned companion. He refutes the idea that the fight is over. With a sharp, determined glint in his eyes and a tight smile, he declares a no. On the contrary, his words hang in the air as the trident tail proves him right. The creature stands firm on the cracked stone floor, its three severed tails now regrown into blazing, ethereal forms. It announces with chilling confidence that the real battle is only just beginning. Inside the stone chamber, Rest faces the trident tail, which now stands opposite the Gale Wolf. The smaller creature's three tails are flared, a state that requires a massive amount of magical energy to maintain. Its eyes glow with newfound intensity. The creature realizes that only now, after losing one of its tails, does it possess a skill that can finally be activated. Sensing the shift in power, Rest's eyes widen as he shouts a warning to himself. It's coming. The trident tail explodes forward in a blur, unleashing its exclusive skill, Beast Trample. He brings his sword up to block, but the force of the blow shatters his magical defenses, sending him flying. This technique, it is revealed, is a superior version of body reinforcement that only beasts can utilize. The creature's special attack style, which sacrifices finesse for overwhelming power and speed, temporarily elevates its physical capabilities to the level of a mid-rank monster. Watching from the side, the Gale Wolf lets out a shocked gasp, its fangs bared in alarm. Suddenly, Lib intervenes, shouting, "Don't get cocky." As she speaks, a volley of magical swords materializes in the air above, catching the trident tail completely by surprise. The enchanted blades rain down, striking the stone floor all around the combatants in a chaotic, explosive barrage. She grits her teeth, yelling in frustration that with so much movement, she can't time her attack properly. Beside her, the Gale Wolf lets out a low, anxious growl. Despite the chaos of her attack, Rest calmly analyzes the situation. He deduces that while the trident tail's raw power is less than an ogre's of the same rank, its speed is far superior. With the creature using the entire space for its assault, reacting to its movements is nearly impossible under normal circumstances. His assessment is proven correct as the beast lunges forward in a blur of motion. Rest throws himself to the ground, narrowly dodging the lightning-fast charge that streaks past him. He pivots instantly, sword at the ready. As the trident tail soars through the air after its attack, Rest declares that he was waiting for this exact moment, for the creature to unleash its maximum power and expose its magic stone. He understood the creature's tactic. The Beast Trample skill has a distinct characteristic. It compels the user to attack from the enemy's blind spot. Knowing this, he deliberately created an opening to lure the beast into a predictable assault. As the airborne creature flails, Lib watches with a smirk, remarking on its cute, kicking legs. At that moment, Rest shouts the signal, "Now." In response to his call, magical chains erupt from the stone floor, shackling the trident tail's limbs and binding it in midair. With the creature trapped and struggling, Rest prepares to deliver the final blow. He roars, calling forth advanced wind magic. Arrow burst. Simultaneously, Lib unleashes advanced fire magic, crying flame burst, and the Gale Wolf howls, casting the intermediate wind spell, Cyclone Blast. The three spells converge on the helpless creature, erupting in a massive, blinding explosion. The trident tail is completely engulfed in the destructive energy, its struggles silence. When the light fades, the beast lies motionless on the shattered floor, smoke rising from its defeated form. Standing over the cracked stones, Rest lets out a breath of relief. The subjugation is complete. He celebrated their easy victory, patting the Gale wolf enthusiastically. Lib, smiling with satisfaction, remarked on how simple the fight had been. Rest agreed, praising Gale for a job well done. With the boss subjugated, its body began to dissolve. The only remaining issue was whether their target, a specific item, would drop from the defeated creature. He recalled the mechanics from the game. In dungeons that could be cleared repeatedly, even a boss monster didn't have a 100% drop rate for the coveted divine eye of deception. However, he had been training relentlessly every night since his reincarnation. He was confident that not only his strength and magic, but also his luck parameter had increased considerably. Kneeling on the stone floor, he clasped his hands together. He knew that the luck parameter greatly influenced the success of probability-based skills and, crucially, item drop rates. In preparation for moments just like this, he had made it a habit to pray every day. Lib approached him from behind, her expression puzzled. She asked what he was doing. With his eyes still closed, he explained that he was praying to slightly increase the chances of a better item drop. She seemed unconvinced, stating that while she didn't understand, she would help if that's what he wanted. He quickly told her to stop, worried that her involvement would somehow have the opposite effect and lower his luck. Her confusion only deepened. Their conversation was cut short as a large shadow suddenly fell over them. Both he and Lib looked up in alarm. A massive, shadowy creature with enormous bat-like wings loomed over them. As Lib stared in shock and Gale looked on, Rest's expression hardened. "All right," he declared, "the real show starts now." Without warning, the new monster struck. A massive, blade-like appendage slammed down, shattering the stone floor where they had been standing just a moment before. He stood frozen for a moment, his eyes wide as he processed the sudden appearance of the shadowy creature. Before he could even react, a blinding flash of light erupted, and the monster was obliterated in a powerful explosion that tore through the dungeon chamber. In the aftermath, where the creature once stood, a single item materialized in a brilliant shimmer of light, a bracelet made of silver beads, for which hung 3 ornate, crescent moon charms. A triumphant, almost manic grin spread across Rest's face as he clenched his fist. "All right, success," he declared, his voice filled with exhilaration. His companions, Lib and Gale, could only stare, their expressions a mixture of bafflement and disbelief at the bizarre turn of events. An artifact of considerable power is revealed, the Trident Necklace. It is a piece of equipment designed exclusively for beast-type monsters, capable of increasing the wearer's strength, stamina, and speed by a full 20%. Rest Albion holds the necklace, contemplating its extraordinary properties, performance far beyond anything available in the game he once knew. Without a beast-type companion, his options seemed limited. He could either sell the valuable item or perhaps have the royal blacksmith attempt to reforge it for human use. Those are the only 2 paths he could see. But now, things are different. He turns to his companion, Gale, who barks in acknowledgement. Rest smiles, calling the Gale wolf to his side. He approaches the large wolf, declaring his intention to put the necklace on him. Gale seems startled for a moment as Rest fastens the collar around his thick neck. Instantly, the necklace glows and magically resizes itself to fit Gale perfectly. Rest watches in amazement, noting how it transformed to match the wolf's form. As Gale lets out a ferocious howl, feeling the surge of new power, Lib appears behind Rest. She takes in the scene with a knowing look, simply remarking, "I see." She elaborates with a faint smile, admitting she'd been wondering what he was so desperate to acquire. To her surprise, it was a piece of equipment specifically for a magical beast. He glances back at her with a confident smirk. Rest explains that while it might be useless to others, for a tamer of magical beasts like himself, it is the ultimate item. With this, he declares, Gale's physical abilities have been elevated to a whole new level. This was the most efficient path to ultimate strength. It wasn't just about the experience gained or the rigorous training. As a reincarnated person, Rest could leverage his knowledge of the original story to exploit items and systems in ways others could. With this knowledge, he looks over at a slumped, defeated Lib. He muses that his objective is complete and it's time to return, before sighing at the depressing thought of having to navigate the trap-filled passage once more. He turns to Lib, confirming that the trap she was caught in is still active. She reacts with disbelief, but he explains that a sufficiently powerful master of the dungeon can return without any trouble. He adds that it was fortunate the necklace dropped when it did. Otherwise, they would have had to face the resurrected boss again, which would have caused all the traps to reset. The thought makes Lib's face contort in horror. With their business concluded, Lib takes to the air on her mace. As Rest watches, a sense of unease about the path forward settles over him, and Gale lets out a low growl. 30 minutes after leaving the boss room, they find themselves at the dungeon's halfway point. Suddenly, a loud, reverberating clang echoes through the stone corridor, startling them. Rest questions the source of the noise, and while Lib wonders if it's the sound of a nearby battle, she seems to think it unlikely. His mind races, finding it hard to believe other adventurers could have reached this point so quickly. He recalls that in the original timeline, the Shrine of the Beast King was only 30% cleared at this stage. Furthermore, this midpoint was already conquered when they first arrived, making the current situation even more perplexing. He speculates that it might be a rare conflict between monsters fighting over territory. Urging Lib to quicken her pace towards the exit to avoid getting caught in the crossfire, His words are suddenly drowned out by a deafening roar. Startled, he shouts, asking if that was a scream and if someone is truly fighting nearby. Lib advises that retreating is the safest course of action, but Rest insists he needs to see what's happening with his own eyes, as this event deviates from his knowledge of the original story. His expression hardens with grim realization. This is not a game, it is reality. The scream he just heard was a clear sign that someone is facing a dire, undeniable threat. He makes a snap decision, declaring they will act now and think later, and immediately turns to head towards the sound. With a resigned sigh, Lib agrees to follow his lead. As they rush forward, a colossal, shadowy leg slams into the ground directly in their path, the impact shaking the very foundations of the dungeon. He arrived to find a scene of devastation. The adventurer Goldo, battered and bleeding, knelt amidst the rubble, his arm bandaged. Before him lay an unconscious female party member, her hooded form still. A pained grunt escaped Goldo's lips as he clutched his own injured arm. His eyes widened in shock. The oppressive aura he felt was unmistakable. Lib, beside him, also sensed the immense pressure. He realized with dawning horror that this was an irregular boss, a foe he had desperately hoped to avoid at this point in his journey. From the shadows of the ruined hall emerged the source of that power, a colossal figure made of jagged stone. It was a destruction golem. The remaining members of Goldo's party stood before it, dwarfed by its sheer scale. This was a monster infamous within the world of Sword and Magic Symphonia for bringing despair to countless players. While its power was certainly worthy of its high A-rank designation, its true terror lay in the abnormal skills it possessed. Rest's mind raced. He knew that a B-rank party like Goldo's stood no chance against such a creature. He questioned why they would have even come here, breaking through the dungeon's midpoint to face a foe so far beyond their capabilities. As if in answer, the destruction golem let out a deep, guttural roar that echoed through the chamber, its stone body grinding as it moved to attack the adventurers cowering before it. It lunged forward. One of the adventurers braced himself, shouting a warning to his comrades. Rest watched, his expression grim, knowing that a shield was utterly useless against the overwhelming defensive power of a destruction golem. The golem's massive stone fist descended. An armored adventurer met the blow with a shield, but the defense shattered into pieces on impact, the force of the blow undeniable. The shockwave sent another party member, a figure in a dark cloak, hurtling through the air with a strangled cry. Goldo caught another of his fallen comrades, a blond man now grievously wounded. "Sorry, Goldo. I messed up." The man groaned. Goldo's face was a mask of fury and desperation as he yelled, "Hey, get a hold of yourself." He watched, sweat beading on his brow, as the stone behemoth lumbered forward, its glowing core pulsing ominously. But before the golem could finish its advance, a new figure appeared. Rest Albion gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on the monster. Lib, standing behind him, was aghast, questioning if he truly intended to fight it. He didn't hesitate. With a powerful cry, Rest lunged forward, bringing his sword down in a heavy arc against the golem's massive leg. The impact sent a jarring shockwave up his arms, but the stone limb remained unscratched. He had somehow withstood the first blow, but his sword had done no visible damage. As he braced himself for another assault, Lib decided she couldn't stand by. Declaring that she had no choice, she extended her hand and unleashed a fire javelin spell, which erupted against the golem's chest. The magical flames dissipated harmlessly. Rest explained the creature's unique properties. The destruction golem was completely immune to magic, taking 0 damage, and possessed a high-tier resistance that nullified half of all physical damage. Lib stared in disbelief, realizing how impossible it was to even wound the creature. As Goldo watched from the sidelines, he finally recognized the young man, wondering why Ares was there. Lib, however, was focused on her failed attack, questioning why her magic had simply vanished. Rest clarified that it wasn't just resistance. The golem didn't apply normal rules. He continued, explaining that the golem's immunity meant that even his greatest assets, the magic power of the goddess and his armor break, wind slash, would be completely ineffective. He knew, with chilling certainty, that this creature's threat was far greater than it appeared. Inside a cavernous, stone-walled chamber, the colossal destruction golem looms over a lone, light-haired swordsman, its crystalline fist raised to strike. The swordsman reacts with incredible speed, ducking under a wide, horizontal swing from the golem that carves through the air where he just stood. He grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow as he endures the immense pressure of the battle, small fragments of stone flying past his face. He shouts at himself not to get distracted, parrying a blow with his sword while simultaneously twisting his body to evade another crushing fist. Despite his evasive maneuvers, the golem's overwhelming power connects, sending him hurtling backward through the air with tremendous force. He manages to activate the skill, Float, leaping backward in midair to soften the impact and successfully reduce the damage taken as he lands. Watching from a distance, Goldo's eyes narrow in confusion. The figure on the ground is not the light-haired boy he was just fighting. He wonders what Ares is doing here. The young man, now revealed to be Rest with his black hair, touches his head. He realizes that the powerful attack he just endured was enough to dispel his mimicry skill. The golem's true defense is a magic membrane, an ability that activates by covering its entire surface with magic, rendering it the subject of complete magical immunity. He rises, understanding that the golem's troublesome ability is merely a prelude. Its true threat isn't its physical might, but its absolute resistance, a fact that changes the entire nature of the fight. He watched as the golem's inherent skill activated, weapon destruction. The blade that struck its core shattered into fragments. This ability was a terrifying one. Whenever a weapon made contact with the golem's body, there was a low probability that it would be instantly destroyed, a skill that discouraged evasion. Worse still, this effect applied whether the golem was attacking or defending. He grit his teeth, thinking to himself what a truly awful gimmick it was. He recalled the history of this particular foe from the game. Many players had attempted to overwhelm it, preparing numerous powerful weapons in hopes of a quick, decisive battle. But their efforts were almost always in vain. The golem's high stats and superior resistances, combined with its weapon-breaking ability, meant that most challengers found their entire arsenal shattered before they could land even 10 solid hits. The memory of the developer's response to player complaints brought a fresh wave of irritation. After many had complained to the game company, the reply was simply to abuse the save and load feature, a complete dismissal of the issue. This left players with only one viable, albeit tedious, strategy, repeatedly challenging the golem, reloading their save file each time, until they managed a run where only 4 or 5 weapons were destroyed. Achieving a perfect run with 0 broken weapons required an astronomical number of attempts, far more than a mere 10. This infuriating mechanic was precisely why the dungeon had earned its infamous title, the Labyrinth of the First Glance Kill. The memory alone made him angry. He pushed the frustration aside, focusing on the immediate problem. What should he do now? He glanced down at his remaining weapon. His short sword was already destroyed, leaving him with a single wooden practice sword. In any normal circumstance, this would be the moment to retreat without hesitation. He remembered the creature's nature from the game. It was an irregular boss, one that, no matter how desperate the situation became, never offered the option to escape. But as he dodged a crushing blow, a crucial thought struck him. This wasn't the game. This was reality. He recalled that in the game, an encounter with this boss was an inescapable setup. However, unlike his fight with the three-headed beast, the door behind him had not been sealed shut. His eyes darted to the dungeon entrance. The path remained open. Retreat was not impossible. With this realization, he turned to his companion. "Rave," he yelled. "Take Goldo and get away from here." She immediately understood and agreed. With his allies retreating, he faced the golem once more. Instead of retreating himself, he charged deeper into the chamber, intending to buy time. To his shock, the golem ignored his advance and turned, lumbering back toward the exit. The creature let out a guttural roar and slammed its massive fist into the ceiling. A cascade of rock and debris rained down, sealing the very exit he had planned for his friends. Both he and Rave could only watch in stunned silence. The stone behemoth stood impassively before the wall of rubble it had created, its objective complete. He understood then. The golem's aim wasn't just to attack them. It was to methodically seal their only escape route. Just like in the game, the option to flee had been deliberately erased. A grim determination settled on his face. He had never asked for such a faithful and deadly recreation of the original game's mechanics. He stood trapped, facing the destruction golem. With the exit now completely obstructed by rubble, any chance of a simple escape was gone. On the other side of the rockfall, Goldo grimaced, realizing it would take too much time for them to flee. He concluded that trying to clear the rubble was not a realistic option. Lib offered a desperate alternative, suggesting her power of annihilation might forge a new path, though she wasn't certain it would be enough for a full escape. The grim reality settled upon rest. There was no way out. He had to defeat the golem here and now. He recalled the golem's dreaded reputation from a game, the worst irregular boss, a notorious first encounter killer. He had hoped for more time to prepare, but circumstances left him no choice. Steeling his resolve, he stood before the colossal automaton, wooden sword in hand. He declared that they would subjugate this beast on their very first attempt. Before rest stood the colossal stone automaton, a destruction golem. This formidable opponent was known to be immune to magical attacks and possessed a resistance that halved all physical damage. More troubling still was its unique skill, weapon destruction. He glanced back at the defeated Goldo, his mind racing. His only weapon was a simple wooden sword. If the golem destroyed it, he would be left with no way to fight back. His eyes narrowed with grim resolve. He had never intended to reveal this particular asset to anyone, but the direness of the situation demanded it. With his decision made, he slammed a hand against a nearby pillar. He declared that this was not a monster he could afford to hold back against, then roared, "It's your turn." Answering the summons, the massive Gale Wolf appeared, letting loose a ferocious roar that echoed through the chamber. The unexpected arrival left Goldo, still kneeling on the floor, utterly stunned. The wolf wasted no time, lunging forward and sinking its powerful fangs deep into the golem's stone arm. The construct groaned, its massive form staggering back from the unexpected assault as cracks spread from the point of impact. Observing the successful attack, a confident smirk spread across Rest's face. It was just as he had predicted. The golem's weapon destruction ability only targeted the equipment wielded by its opponents. His theory was proven correct as Gale stood over the damaged automaton. The wolf's claws and fangs, being a natural part of its body, were not subject to the skill's weapon judging criteria. The wolf's power was not solely its own. The trident necklace it wore was more than a mere accessory. It was an artifact that boosted its strength, stamina, and speed by a full 20%, making its already formidable attacks even more potent. It let out a low growl, ready to press the advantage. His master, Rest, watched with a confident smirk. He understood the golem's fatal flaw. If magic and weapons were nullified, then an opponent with overwhelming physical ability was the perfect counter. It was a strategy that could never be replicated in the game, a perfect and otherwise impossible countermeasure. He called out to his companion, declaring that this battle was Gale's to win. The wolf barked in affirmation. Nearby, Goldo stared in disbelief, utterly confused as to what was happening. He couldn't comprehend why a monster had suddenly appeared from nowhere and begun fighting the golem. His eyes remained fixed on the unfolding clash. For the moment, Gale was successfully holding his own against the stone behemoth, but Rest knew he couldn't leave the entire burden on his companion. He assessed the situation grimly. Gale's individual combat power was formidable, equivalent to a low or middle-tier A-rank monster. However, even with the enhancement from his necklace, defeating a high A-rank boss like the golem single-handedly was an impossible task. The young noble knew he had to provide support soon. Yet, a critical problem remained. If he lost his wooden sword, his only means of attack would be gone. A flicker of doubt crossed his face before he dismissed the thought. No, that wasn't right. His mind raced, and then it struck him. He did have another option. He remembered the new skill he had acquired after taming Ray. A confident grin spread across his face as he raised his wooden sword. He focused on the ability, teleportation magic power. This, he realized, would be the key. The skill was unique. Teleportation magic power allowed him to freely alter the very form of his magical energy. An entity that had undergone a complete metamorphosis was no longer just magic. It became a tangible weapon with a physical form. Concentrating his will, Rest unleashed his power, and a colossal blade of pure energy materialized around his simple wooden sword, ready to strike the golem. His massive blade of pure magic power descends, striking the destruction golem. The stone creature groans under the impact, its single eye glowing as it registers the attack. The blow connects, and he sees with satisfaction that his theory was correct. The magic, shaped into a weapon, is inflicting tangible damage. But his satisfaction is short-lived. The golem's core begins to glow with an intense, ominous light, gathering power for counterattack. The creature retaliates with immense force, slamming its massive fist into the stone floor where he stood just a moment before. He leaps back, narrowly avoiding the crushing blow as Gale watches from a distance. He lands, but the strain of the battle proves too much for his newly formed weapon. The blade of pure magic shatters into fragments. Before he can recover, the golem's enormous foot descends, aiming to crush him where he stands. He realizes with dawning horror that his body cannot generate the magical heat fast enough to continuously create new swords, especially while dodging. Seeing his predicament, Rave declares that if that's the case, she will just have to act. She acts immediately, flinging two physical swords through the air directly toward him. He catches them perfectly, a wide, determined grin spreading across his face. This, he thinks, is the best kind of support. Rave watches him, her expression calm and analytical. She acknowledges to herself that his actions had surpassed her predictions. The fact that he could precisely channel refined magic power into her hands, even while emotion was, she conceded, exactly what one would expect from an executive of the Demon Lord's army. With the problem of supplying weapons now solved, Rest found he had the leeway to focus entirely on magic manipulation. The ground cracked beneath his feet as he channeled his power. He let out a powerful roar, gripping the two swords as he faced the towering destruction golem. He then launched himself into the air, unleashing a flurry of strikes with a newly devised technique. Body Enhancement X, Magic Destruction, X2 Sword Style. His assault struck true, forcing a pained roar from the stone behemoth. As Rest landed, he felt a surge of confidence. It was now clear that skills like Body Enhancement and Magic Destruction, which use magic internally, were outside the scope of any nullification abilities the golem possessed. His eyes alight with battle fervor, he declared that this level of firepower was more than enough. The preparations to defeat the golem were complete. He challenged the creature, stating he would go through 100, even 1,000 blades if necessary, and dared it to hold on until the very moment its power finally gave out. The destruction golem and the Gale Wolf stand together amidst the rubble, a formidable and unnatural alliance facing their single opponent, Rest Albion. Watching from a distance, Goldo stares in utter disbelief, questioning if he is dreaming. The sight of a human and a monster seemingly cooperating to fight is something he never imagined he would witness. The golem lets out a silent roar as it and the Gale Wolf surge forward in perfect unison, launching a coordinated charge. Seeing the dual threat bearing down on him, Rest shouts a desperate warning, yelling for the Gale Wolf to get away from the golem. The wolf, however, continues its roaring advance. The golem ignores the wolf entirely, its focus solely on Rest. It unleashes a devastating martial arts system skill, the Gale Strike, its massive stone fist cutting through the air with incredible speed. The Gale Wolf's eyes widen, startled by the golem's action. Rest grits his teeth, realizing he was a fool to think he could hide his intentions. He wonders if he should have acted sooner. He twists his body, throwing himself sideways just in time. The golem's fist smashes through the space he occupied a mere fraction of a second before. Though he evades the direct hit, the shockwave from the attack is enough to graze his cheek, drawing a thin line of blood. He lands, his mind racing. He realizes that after receiving the blow, the attack's range is far wider than he predicted. To evade the gale strike, he must perfectly assess the timing and distance. Before the golem can recover for another attack, the gale wolf makes its move. In a stunning betrayal, it lunges and sinks its fangs deep into the golem's stone arm. The beast lunged, kicking out with its powerful hind legs to strike the golem. The blow sent the stone giant stumbling back. Rest watched intently, realizing that with its incredible speed, the gale wolf could avoid the golem's attacks as long as it kept its distance. He reasoned that even if Lib were targeted, it wouldn't be a problem for the wolf. The destruction golem's abilities, weapon destruction, and magic attack nullification, dictated its combat strategy. It prioritized targets based on the threat they posed. Weapon wielders like Rest were its primary concern, followed by physical attackers without weapons like the wolf. Magic users, such as Lib, were its lowest priority, which is why it had focused on Rest first. He processed this information, a bead of sweat tracing his temple. There was, however, a single exception to this pattern, an attack method that had yet to be revealed. Suddenly, a deep rumbling sound echoed through the chamber, drawing the attention of Lib, Goldo, and even the gale wolf. Goldo looked around in alarm, demanding to know the source of the noise. Before him, the very stones of the dungeon floor began to tremble and rise into the air. He watched, his eyes wide, realizing what was about to happen. As the debris swirled together, Lib cried out in confusion. Rest explained grimly that this was the golem's unique skill. It was gathering the remnants of shattered weapons and fragments of the dungeon itself to forge a colossal new armament. The swirling fragments coalesced in the golem's grasp, forming a massive, crude sword of stone and steel. This was its remnant armament. He grit his teeth, realizing they had depleted their weapons too quickly, giving the golem the materials it needed. He knew its standard attack would take a moment to charge, but the true danger of the remnant armament was its immense, sweeping attack range. The golem let out a deafening roar as it raised the colossal blade. The shockwave from its impending strike would be powerful enough to inflict fatal damage on everyone in the chamber. Once it was unleashed, there would be no escape. As the colossal creature prepared to unleash its devastating attack, Rest Albion resolved to act before it could be launched. But the golem was faster, swinging its massive, chain-like weapon in a wide arc as it initiated its entanglement skill. He met the assault head-on, countering with his own technique, the Gale Sword, which whipped up a powerful vortex of wind. The golem's glowing eyes seemed to register the unexpected force of the countermeasure. Its form began to crumble under the magical gale. As the golem groaned, Rest analyzed the situation, realizing that the weapon created by remnant armament was different from the golem's body. It possessed no magical properties. This meant it was vulnerable to magic attacks, a weakness he intended to exploit. He pressed the attack, clashing blades with the creature. He noted that his close-range strikes and even the wide-ranging Gale Sword were being neutralized. Still, he believed that if he could just hold on, his magic would eventually wear the weapon down. From behind, Lib shouted, signaling for the next part of their plan. Following her cue, he leaped backward, tossing his sword aside. The golem immediately swung at the now unarmed Rest, prompting a shocked cry from Lib, who questioned why he would discard his weapon. The massive weapon smashed into the stone floor, missing him completely. He glanced back, a flicker of surprise on his face as he saw the golem stumble. The reason for its miss became clear. The golem was suddenly impaled by numerous glowing swords that had erupted from the ground. Lib, standing behind it, realized with a start that the golem was now targeting her, the magic user. This deviation from the game's established patterns left her bewildered. He, however, saw the more immediate danger. The golem's strange behavior was irrelevant. He knew with grim certainty that if they lost Lib at this critical moment, they would have no chance of victory. He watches as the golem's massive stone arm swings down toward Lib. On the ground, she looks up in shock, exclaiming in disbelief that her entire stock of magically created swords has been completely exhausted. His hands are now empty, but his gaze is sharp with focus. He analyzes the situation, noting that the golem should be attacking the nearest enemy, himself. Instead, it has shifted its attention, making Lib its primary target. The colossal automaton presses its attack, swinging its other fist in a devastating arc. Rest throws himself backward, narrowly escaping the blow as it pulverizes the stone floor where he had just been standing. The shockwave from the impact sends him reeling, and he coughs up a spray of blood. From a distance, Elna cries out his name in alarm, asking if he's all right, while Goldo watches the scene unfold with a grim expression. He struggles to his knees, cursing himself for taking the brunt of the attack. But as the destruction golem looms over him, a realization dawns through the pain. He finally understands the secret behind the automaton's seemingly incomprehensible movements. Sweat beading on his brow, Rest Albion comes to a startling conclusion. All this time, he had been fighting with a weapon he believed was shared by Lib. He now understands the truth. The sword she produced was his own. This realization explained the golem's behavior. The creature was programmed to prioritize attacking anyone holding a weapon. Just as intended, it had targeted Leib, who now lay vulnerable on the ground, aiming for her destruction. With Leib disarmed, the golem's attention snapped back to Rest, its original target. He reflected on the grim reality of his situation. Unlike the game he knew, there was no convenient teleportation magic, no allies who could simply supply him with another weapon. The stone behemoth lunged, its colossal fist smashing the ground where Rest had been moments before. He understood now that the creature's behavior wasn't based on some predictable game mechanic. It was simply reacting to his movements, a far more dangerous and unpredictable opponent. He glanced at his empty hand, recalling how his previous attacks had been useless against the golem's two-handed defense. A grim resolve settled on his face. If that was the obstacle, then he knew there was still a way forward. He raised his sword once more, the weapon solidifying in his grasp. Leib watched from a distance, understanding the condition. For the weapon to remain tangible, Rest had to keep it equipped. As long as he held it, she would be unable to face it. As he held the blade ready, the destruction golem thundered towards him, the very flagstones cracking under its immense weight. The time had come to execute his plan. His gaze sharpened, a clear image of victory forming in his mind. He knew how to win, but he also knew that in his current state, it was a losing battle. Before he could act, the golem loomed over him in gale, its sheer size casting a deep shadow. A bright, star-shaped light suddenly flared to life in the center of its chest, drawing shocked gasps from both Rest and Leib. A deafening, guttural roar echoed through the hall as the light intensified, raw power crackling visibly around the golem's core. It was gathering energy for a devastating attack. The colossal golem lets out a deafening roar as its power surges. Beside Rest, Gale howls in defiance. Rest himself watches with grim resolve, recognizing that the final phase of the battle has begun. He remains composed as Leib, watching from a safe distance, shouts in alarm, sensing a sudden and dramatic shift in the creature's aura. Rest calmly informs her that this is the golem's defensive stance, a state triggered only when its health drops below 10%. He continues his explanation, much to Leib's shock, revealing that from this point forward, conventional physical attacks will be rendered almost completely ineffective. He clarifies the golem's new state. It now possesses a 90% resistance to physical damage, meaning only a tenth of any blow will land. Furthermore, its magic nullification remains active. Leib cries out in disbelief, questioning if even magic is now useless against it. He watches the construct's form shimmer with restorative energy. If its enhanced defenses were the only problem, the situation might still be manageable, but he knows the true difficulty lies in another, more troublesome ability. He recalls a key detail from his knowledge of the game, Sword and Magic Symphonia. Many high-ranking monsters possessed an auto-regeneration skill. This particular golem's ability activates when its health drops below 10%, relentlessly healing it until it recovers to half its full strength. He considers his remaining options, concluding that only two strategies are viable now. The first would be a grueling battle of attrition, slowly wearing the golem down until its magical reserves are completely exhausted. As the golem slams its fist into the ground, he reasons that the regeneration process consumes immense energy, meaning it can likely only be performed once to reach 50% health. Despite this, he dismisses the idea of a prolonged battle as an unrealistic and dangerous option. His gaze hardens with resolve. In truth, he had anticipated this exact scenario from the very beginning of the fight. Meanwhile, Leib reflects on their recent trials, from the dungeon depths to the fight with the trident tail. She understands now that Rest's seemingly reckless actions, forcing her to generate the sword and pushing her past her limits, were all part of a calculated plan leading to this critical moment of the golem's recovery. Rest watches the golem, his mind racing as sweat drips down his bruised cheek. He considers Leib's remaining magical power, realizing with grim certainty that it's an unknown variable. It might not hold out until the end. He knows the second effective strategy, a massive, high-power blow delivered before the regeneration completes. It was the standard approach in the game, but he laments that they currently lack a weapon with sufficient power for such a strike. As the golem's stone form knits itself back together, he realizes their only hope is to find that weapon before the monster can act again. With time running out, he concludes that a reckless gamble is their only path forward. He briefly considers a battle of attrition, but dismisses it almost immediately. The pressure mounts, his gaze hardening with resolve. A decision must be made, and it must be made now. His internal debate is shattered by Goldo's enraged shout from nearby. The B-rank adventurer watches in disbelief as the golem erases all the damage they had desperately inflicted, his frustration turning to confusion as he notices Rest approaching. He glances back at the monster, and a crucial detail clicks into place. He recalls that one particular wound on the golem's body, now healing, was present even before their battle began. The realization sparks a new line of thought. It seems impossible. Goldo and his party are B-rank adventurers. They shouldn't possess the power to breach the destruction golem's formidable defenses to inflict such a significant injury in the first place. A sudden, shocking possibility dawns on him, reflected in his wide-eyed stare. Goldo, watching him, senses the shift and looks on in stunned silence. Whirling around, He makes a direct appeal to the downed warrior. "Goldo, I need a favor," he calls out. "Lend me the great sword you used to attack the golem." The request leaves Goldo utterly bewildered. Though confused, Goldo doesn't hesitate, roaring as he hurls the massive, ornate greatsword through the air. Rest's hand shoots out, firmly gripping the hilt. He grips the greatsword, a look of grim understanding dawning on his face. He now sees the weapon's true nature, realizing it is the legendary greatsword of shattering. This blade was a special weapon, prepared specifically for this dungeon. Its unique property, activated when using a skill, allows it to completely ignore an enemy's resistances and deal direct damage, making it the perfect counter for the destruction golem. He marvels that Goldo's party had already acquired such a crucial item. With this sword, a finishing blow is possible. Though he acknowledges his own greatsword skills are still unrefined, he steels himself, knowing he has no other choice but to act. Turning to his ally, he shouts orders. He tells Live to work with Gale to stop the golem's movements and buy him some time. Annoyed, she retorts that he's a demanding person, but she understands the necessity. In response, the Gale wolf lunges, sinking its fangs into the golem's shoulder. The stone giant flinches, swatting the wolf away, and then notices its own arm regenerating from previous damage. Seizing the momentary opening, Libe casts her chains, which whip through the air and coil tightly around the golem's massive arm. The chains shatter upon impact with the golem's stone body, a phenomenon known as weapon destruction. Watching from the sidelines, Goldo cries out in disbelief as the weapon is broken. She smirks, undeterred. She explains that there is always a low chance of a weapon breaking upon contact with the golem's body, but it's an acceptable risk if one is prepared to sacrifice it. Following her declaration, a multitude of chains erupt and ensnare the destruction golem, binding its limbs and torso completely and halting its movements. High above the restrained golem, Rest activates his levitate skill, hovering in the air with the greatsword at the ready. He understands that even this special weapon is not immune to the golem's weapon destruction ability and could be destroyed. He understood with grim certainty that this was his only chance. Below, the destruction golem strained against the heavy magical chains binding its stone limbs, with Libe standing watch in the distance. He had to treat this as his one and only opportunity. With that resolve hardening his features, his eyes widened in fierce concentration. He would bet everything on this single strike. His grip tightened on the hilt of the greatsword, the metal groaning under the pressure as he prepared to descend. The destruction golem lets out a deafening roar as Libe hovers high above it. Rest watches from below, his eyes wide with alarm as the magical chains binding the creature begin to strain and crack under immense pressure. He can only wonder what is happening as the restraints start to give way. With a final surge of power, the chains shatter completely, freeing the golem. Rest realizes with dawning horror that the situation is critical now that its wreckage armament is no longer restrained. He clenches his fist, bracing for the inevitable. The freed golem immediately swings its massive, stone-encrusted arm in a devastating arc, gritting his teeth. Rest calculates that the timing is a toss-up. It's a 50-50 chance whether his attack or the monsters will connect first. He knows the situation is hopeless. Libe is struggling just to maintain her silver thread of magic and needs support, while Gale is too far away to intervene. All the while, the enemy's automatic regeneration continues unabated. There seems to be no way out. Despite the overwhelming odds, his expression hardens into one of pure resolve. Gripping his greatsword, he decides he must end this here and now, no matter the cost. Just as the golem's crushing blow is about to land, Gale streaks across the battlefield, leaping and sinking its fangs deep into the monster's arm. The golem halts, surprised by the sudden, fierce intervention. He stares in utter disbelief, calling out his companion's name. Gale had been some distance away. He couldn't comprehend how the wolf had managed to close the gap in an instant. The wolf stands its ground, a faint aura shimmering around its body. To Rest's astonishment, he realizes Gale has just demonstrated the Trident Tail's signature skill, Beast Gale, right here on the battlefield. Seeing this incredible feat, Rest's expression shifts to one of grim determination. His partner had done the best job imaginable, creating the perfect opening. Now it was his turn. He had already decided on the skill he would use, the ultimate high firepower technique exclusive to the greatsword. The conditions to activate this powerful technique are precise. One must possess a certain level of muscle parameters and swing a greatsword held with both hands from a proper overhead stance. From above, Rest is seen raising his blade high, perfectly matching the requirements to unleash his final attack. He planted his foot, digging into the ground with immense force. As long as he could maintain his footing, the very earth would serve as a celestial platform. His eyes narrowed with sweat beading on his brow, his focus absolute. With a sharp exhale, he committed to the attack. The destruction golem, however, reacted with a furious roar, swatting him into the air. Undeterred, he let out a defiant shout of his own, twisting his body to face the beast. He used the upward momentum to his advantage, positioning his great sword high above his head. This was it, a skill exclusive to the greatsword. The blade descended, imbued with immense power, unleashing the technique known as Azure Peak, Heavenly Sword. It connected, A blinding flash of light erupted as the great sword cleaved the stone giant cleanly in two. Below, Goldo, Libe, and Gale watched in stunned silence as Rest let out a breath of exertion. He stood amidst the crumbling remains of his foe. He recalled that this skill, Azure Peak, Heavenly Soar, was the superior version of Rock Mountain Crush, a technique Edward used to use. The power difference was like heaven and earth, all because the required parameters were on an entirely different level. A smile of relief spread across his face. It had been a true battle, he thought, but he was glad it had somehow worked out. He turned to his companion, affectionately rubbing Gale's large snout. He told the great wolf that with a partner like him, there was no way he could have failed. Gale responded with a happy whine. Her gaze lingered on the two of them for a moment. Noticing her attention, Rest turned from Gale, a bright smile on his face as he looked toward Libe. He turned his attention from his wolf companion, a light smile on his face despite the grime from the recent battle. Facing Libe amidst the rubble, he offered his gratitude to her as well. She seemed taken aback by the sudden acknowledgement, her eyes widening slightly. She could only manage a confused sound, clearly not expecting his words. He clarified his statement, explaining that it wasn't just Gale's support that led to victory. He insisted that her assistance was also crucial and that she had been a great help. A small, knowing smile touched her lips as she processed his words, her expression shifting from surprise to satisfaction. Her confidence returned in a rush. She asked if he had finally recognized her value, adding with a laugh that with her level of power, such a contribution should be expected. As she demanded more gratitude, Rest simply laughed, pleased that she understood. He cheerfully mentioned that he had now learned the beast gallop skill. Nearby, Gale peeked from behind a pillar, letting out an exasperated puff of air at the exchange. In the aftermath of the battle, the colossal stone legs of the defeated destruction golem stand motionless amidst the rubble. In the distance, Ares, Libe, and the Gale wolf survey the quiet destruction. The adventurer Goldo stares, his face a mask of disbelief and exhaustion. He struggles to comprehend the scene, muttering to himself, questioning if the golem was truly felled. He turns to Ares, acknowledging that it was thanks to the young man's greatsword that they were able to safely deliver the final blow. Ares, however, humbly insists that he is the one who should be thanking Goldo. As his party members begin to carry him away from the chamber, the large warrior looks back, shouting that because of Ares, his companions were saved. He continues, noting how badly beaten his own party was, and questioning how Ares managed to encounter such a monster so deep within a dungeon. According to the guild's records, he says they should have been stopped much earlier. Ares explains that it was because all the traps on the way had been disarmed. The revelation shocks Goldo, who realizes someone must have gone ahead of them and triggered everything. The large man erupts in hearty laughter, remarking on what a foolish and careless person that must have been. Beside Ares, Libe listens with a pained and weary expression. After they depart, Ares turns his attention back to the pile of rubble where the golem fell. His eyes catch a faint glimmer from within the debris, and a realization dawns on him. Lying on the cracked stone floor are two heavy, metallic armbands. These are the bracelets of the destroyer. He understands at once. It is a rare drop item from the destruction golem. This monstrous accessory increases the performance and attack power of an equipped weapon by a full 30%. Kneeling down, Ares reaches for his prize. He stood alone in the silent chamber, contemplating the bracelets. He realized their very existence was the reason this dungeon had been so notoriously difficult, a challenge that had forced all previous players to give up despite its simple gimmicks. These were the bracelets of the destroyer, an excellent item he had used until the very end of the game. A wave of relief washed over him. He felt incredibly fortunate to have acquired them at this early stage. His thoughts then turned to the other adventurers. Although he had dealt the final blow, it was Goldo and his party who had originally engaged the golem. By convention, the first party to engage a monster had priority claim on any rewards. As if summoned by the thought, Goldo's voice boomed from behind him. Startled, Ares turned as the large warrior's eyes fixed on the bracelets. Goldo acknowledged the item drop and bluntly asked if Ares would be willing to hand them over. The large man suddenly burst into a hearty laugh, dismissing his own request as a joke. He declared that, of course, the monster and its spoils belonged to the one who defeated it. In response to his generosity, Ares offered a sincere thank you. Goldo's demeanor then shifted from jovial to curious. He asked about the magical beast that had been with Ares and, more pointedly, questioned why his hair had suddenly changed color during the fight. His expression hardened. He knew that explaining the intricacies of the Albion family or the nature of his mimicry ability was out of the question. It was a secret he had to protect. Seeing his reluctance, Goldo conceded the point. He noted that the wolf, Gale, was also connected to TAME, and that it wouldn't be right to pry into the secrets of someone he had only just met. Just then, a woman in a hooded cape appeared beside Goldo. "Then I'll be a little rude," she stated calmly, raising a hand. Goldo turned, surprised by her sudden interjection. Before he could react, she invoked a spell. A brilliant light enveloped the large warrior as the power of teleportation magic took hold, whisking him away from the chamber against his will. She looks down at the exhausted Ares, who is pushing himself up from the ground, and asks if this resolution was acceptable to him. He replies that for now, it is, though he admits he still doesn't quite understand what it means to tame something. She explains that while she mentioned it before, The only thing she can truly control is her own memory, adding that the recent events are not particularly important to her personally. As Goldo stands with his head bowed, she advises Aries that it would be best for him to assume she succeeded, just in case. Aries quietly agrees. Sometime later, the wheels of a carriage rattle against a stone-paved road. The horse-drawn vehicle travels across a sturdy stone bridge, carrying its passengers away from a dungeon. Inside, Goldo awakens with a start, looking around in a state of utter confusion as he tries to understand where he is. His bewildered gaze lands on Aries and Lib seated across from him. He demands to know why Aries is there, reminding him that they were in the middle of fighting a monster just moments ago. Aries explains that he found Goldo and his companions unconscious during his own battle. Believing victory was impossible, he claims he carried all 4 of them and fled. The story seems to give Goldo a sharp headache. Struggling with the information, Goldo asks if this means he was saved and should offer his thanks. Aries simply tells him not to worry about it, as thanks were already given earlier. He sat hooded in the carriage as Goldo began to stir, groaning that he was in pain. Lib, sitting opposite them, asked where they were, her voice laced with concern. He thought to himself that, for the time being, things seemed to be working out. Lib quietly agreed. However, a chronicler's note reveals that their true problem was waiting for them just ahead. This problem would manifest immediately upon their return to the guild. Or rather, that wasn't quite right. Inside the bustling guild hall, Goldo suddenly roared at another adventurer, who looked back in confusion, asking why he was shouting so abruptly. His face contorted with fury, Goldo declared that he remembered everything. He accused Aries of telling them they had simply escaped from the monster, insisting that was wrong. He bellowed that he had, in fact, defeated it himself. At this outburst, both Aries and Lib froze in shock. Aries' mind raced. Had Goldo somehow recovered his true memories? He felt a surge of panic. If word of the item got out in front of this many people, it would be a catastrophe. He wasn't sure if Lib's memory magic could be passed off as a simple misunderstanding. The other adventurer questioned Goldo's claim, asking if he was serious. He pointed out that their party had been beaten badly, and it was a rookie who supposedly defeated the monster. Goldo shot back that there was no mistake. Aries grew desperate. He had to stop this somehow, but couldn't resort to violence in front of everyone. He remembered the actual events with perfect clarity. Goldo, however, continued his fabricated tale with gusto. He shouted that he thought Aries had blown the monster away with his bare hands, and then followed up by carving it to pieces with a massive number of swords. He gripped Aries' shoulder, his eyes wide with a frantic energy. He confessed that the details were hazy, but he was certain of one thing. At the climax of the battle, he had somehow split a greatsword in 2. The claim left Aries utterly speechless. As he processed the absurd statement, Aries' mind raced. He understood now that simply erasing Goldo's memory wasn't the core issue. The truly staggering revelation for the swordsman had been witnessing Aries fell the destruction golem. A secondary, but still significant, shock was seeing him fight alongside a magical beast. He pieced it all together. With the memory of Gale completely gone, Goldo's mind had instinctively filled the void. It had fabricated a new reality where Goldo himself had performed the feats originally accomplished by the Gale Wolf. This, he realized, was the only logical explanation for the bizarre story. His internal crisis was interrupted by the murmurs of the crowd. 2 nearby adventurers, captivated by Goldo's tale, began to speculate aloud. One questioned if the story could possibly be true, reasoning that if it were, it would mean Aries possessed power equivalent to a B-rank adventurer or even higher. The other recalled how the magic measuring device had been destroyed, lending some credence to the idea. Another adventurer scoffed, loudly asking if everyone was blind to Goldo's obvious lies. But as Aries looked at the man, he saw no deceit. Goldo was laughing with pure, unadulterated conviction, utterly convinced of his own fabricated heroism. His genuine fervor was convincing. The 2 onlookers who had been speculating were now believers, exclaiming that if Goldo's account was real, it meant the legendary item had truly vanished from the dungeon. From that moment, a new legend began to take root in the city. Whispers spread of a rookie adventurer who had single-handedly overwhelmed an A-rank monster. The full tale of how that rumor evolved, however, would unfold later. For now, Aries decided it was best to lay low. Walking through the streets with Lib, he resolved to avoid the guild until he could acquire his official identification. He sighed, reflecting on what a turbulent conclusion it had been to his very first dungeon expedition. A few days passed. He was then greeted by a familiar, cheerful voice. Princess Charlotte beamed at him, her attendant Estelle standing dutifully behind her, as she welcomed Ressa, noting it had been some time since they last met. Outside the Grand Albion estate, Princess Charlotte greets Rest Albion, exclaiming that it has been a long time. A bit taken aback, Rest agrees that it has been a while. He internally notes, however, that it has only been about 2 weeks since her highness's last visit. She, however, beams with a radiant smile, enthusiastically agreeing that it feels like it has been a very long time indeed. He then turns his attention to her attendant, Estelle, who stands with her head bowed. Rest thanks her for the repeated visits and kindly tells her to raise her head, stating that he welcomes her presence. She opens her eyes and replies that his words are a great help, while the princess laughs happily in the background. Their exchange is interrupted by a new arrival. A confident voice announces that she already heard the story from Churro, expressing surprise that their relationship has deepened to this extent. Both Rest and Charlotte turn, startled. Rest recognizes her immediately, murmuring the name, Elnis, as the swordswoman stands before them with her hands on her hips, a confident smirk on her face. She looks directly at Rest, remarking that while it hasn't been that long since they last met, she feels that every time she sees him, he is being surprisingly underestimated. Her words bring a genuine smile to his face. He thinks to himself how hearing that from her, of all people, give him a surge of confidence. He muses that it's been a month since they last crossed swords, wondering if she could somehow sense his growth. He smirks inwardly, acknowledging her sharp perception. As expected of her, he thinks, though he knows he is still far from his full potential. He looked between his two guests, asking why Elna and Princess Charlotte had arrived together. The reason was that their previous training session with the princess had been abruptly halted by a magical beast attack, a situation so severe it necessitated their retreat through a teleportation circle. He understood, then, that Elna was using her official duty as the princess's guide to continue their interrupted sword practice. He mused that he likely wouldn't have received permission otherwise, smiling as he dismissed the unlikely thought that the beast had been targeting him instead of the princess. Elna then announced that she would first go to instruct his brothers, Edward and Sid Ward, suggesting that he and the princess take their time before joining her. With that, she declared it was time to move. He offered to prepare tea, noting it might take a couple of hours, but Elna declined, stating that she had no other place to practice her swordsmanship anyway. In response, he mentioned the existence of a small training hall, though he quickly added that it was hardly a suitable place to host a guest. Princess Charlotte, however, was overjoyed at the prospect. Clenching her fists, she eagerly declared that if there was a place to swing a sword, she wanted to begin her training with Rest immediately. Behind her, her attendant Estelle simply muttered about the impending practice. Following her enthusiastic lead, they arrived at the small training hall, a sturdy stone building on the estate. Upon entering, they found a young girl inside, her face glistening with sweat from her own training. She turned in surprise, calling out, "Brother?" He turned to the curious Elna and made the introduction. "Ah," he said, "this is my sister, Rain." Princess Charlotte's eyes widened with delight, sparkling with excitement as she realized the identity of the young woman before them. She exclaimed, asking if this was truly Rest's younger sister. Her enthusiasm quickly turned into action. Before the shy girl, Rain, could properly react, Charlotte reached out and firmly grasped her hands. Holding her hands gently, she introduced herself as Charlotte von Final, adding that she was honored to be considered a sword friend to Rest. In response, the younger girl introduced herself simply as Rain. Rain then bowed deeply, apologizing profusely in case her behavior had been rude. Charlotte was taken aback, shocked to hear herself addressed so formally as Charlotte Sama, and realizing Rain now knew she was the second princess. She quickly reassured the girl that no apology was necessary. The princess smiled warmly, explaining that since Rain was Rest's sister, she was welcome to casually call her Charo. This informal invitation sent Rain into a panic. She waved her hands frantically, insisting that she could never address a princess by nickname. Charlotte watched her, a hint of disappointment on her face. Seeing the situation, Rest stepped forward to explain to Charo that his sister had not yet undergone her divine revelation ceremony, and was therefore not accustomed to speaking with people from other noble houses. Charlotte listened, admitting she may have been a bit too forward. With this new understanding, she formally reintroduced herself as the second princess, Charlotte von Final, and expressed her hope that they could become friends. In response, Rain performed a perfect, deep bow, introducing herself as Rain Albion and formally asking for the princess's favor. Pleased that they were getting along, Rest suggested that since they were all there, Rain and Charo should train together. Charlotte's face lit up with a brilliant smile as she declared that she would, of course, be delighted to. Following her brother's lead, Rain formally asked Charlotte to train with her. Still a bit flustered but happy, the princess stammered her acceptance. As they prepared for their training session, Princess Charlotte began her warm-up stretches, diligently limbering up on the stone floor. Watching her, Rest turned to Rain and remarked that it was unlike her to push herself so hard during training. Rain admitted that while she was fine, her heart was still pounding with nervous excitement. She was also a little surprised. She had heard that her brother and Princess Charlotte were close, but she hadn't realized they were familiar enough to use pet names. Rest simply acknowledged her surprise with a soft. He then explained to Rain that, given his standing, he couldn't widely publicize their arrangement. He asked her to please keep it from their father and Jur as well. He leaned in slightly, clarifying that this would be a secret strictly between the two of them, and asked if that was all right. Taken aback, Rain could only ask why. Her surprise quickly turned to delight. With a bright smile, she repeated the words to herself, "A secret, just between me and my brother." Her cheerful acceptance left Rest momentarily perplexed. Their exchange was interrupted as Princess Charlotte announced that her preparations were complete. Both Rest and Rain turned their attention toward her. She stood ready, holding a large wooden practice sword with a confident smile. "All right then," she declared, "let's begin our sword training." In a spacious, stone-paved hall, Princess Charlotte brandishes a wooden sword with a bright smile, eagerly declaring that it's time to begin their sword training. Across from her, Rest Albion and his sister Rain stand together, with Rest looking somewhat hesitant at her enthusiasm. He responds with a confident smirk, telling the princess that while he appreciates her eagerness, they must first begin with warm-ups. He proposes 5 types of training exercises, starting with sandbags, much to Charlotte's surprise. Following his own instructions, Rest dashes past with a towering stack of sandbags, seemingly without effort. In stark contrast, both Charlotte and Rain tremble under the weight of a single bag each, struggling to keep their balance while Estelle watches from the side. After they complete the 5 grueling exercises, the training shifts to form practice. Rest stands behind the 2 girls, correcting their posture as they hold a long pole together, guiding them through a special training regimen designed to simulate actual combat. With the physical conditioning complete, Princess Charlotte turns to Rain, her expression bright with anticipation. She announces that it is now their turn and encourages Rain to begin. Rain responds with a determined cry of affirmation. The spar commences immediately. Rain charges forward with a powerful shout, her wooden sword meeting Charlotte's in a sharp clash of wood on wood. Watching them from the side, Rest reflects on the situation. It has only been a few days since Rain began to wield a sword in earnest. He acknowledges that even with her latent potential as a future sword god, she is still no match for Charlotte at this stage. His assessment is proven correct by Charlotte's performance. In the mere 2 weeks since she began, her swordsmanship has grown remarkably sharper and more refined, her focused gaze a clear indicator of her rapid progress. After the intense session concludes, Estelle arrives with a tray of refreshments. Rest smiles approvingly, and Charlotte appears pleased, while Rain is completely spent, panting heavily from the exertion. She looks at Charlotte in awe, exclaiming how amazing she is and that she can't believe she only recently learned to use a sword. Charlotte modestly dismisses the praise, but Rain, flustered, insists that her skill is truly incredible. She looks at Princess Charlotte, flustered but deeply impressed, exclaiming that the princess was incredible. Rain admits that no matter how many times she tried to set up an attack during their spar, her efforts were completely useless. The princess responds with a brilliant, sparkling smile, thanking her, but humbly attributing her improvement to the guidance of both Lady Elna and Rest. She explains that it is only because she has been able to train alongside them that she has grown stronger. Her smile fades into a more serious expression as she turns her full attention to Rain, asking what she thought of the session. Nearby, Rest observes their interaction, a thoughtful look on his face. Rain is taken aback by the direct question, stammering for a moment. She bows deeply in apology, explaining that she had thought if she could just have a similar exchange with the princess. She trails off, then asks if she can repeat what she said earlier. Charlotte gently interrupts, clarifying that wasn't what she meant to ask. With Rain looking up, embarrassed, the princess asks more directly what Rain thought of her personally. Still flustered, Rain hesitates before answering that she sees the princess as an older sister. She then timidly asks if she might be permitted to add that title before Charlotte's name when addressing her. She looks up with wide, hopeful eyes, testing the words out loud. Big sister Charlotte? The words strike the princess with unexpected force. A visible shock runs through her before she suddenly lunges forward, seizing Rain in a powerful, crushing hug. Rain is caught completely off guard, her face a mask of shock, while Rest can only stare, utterly baffled by the abrupt turn of events. Still clutching the bewildered girl, she turns her head to look directly at Rest, her expression one of fierce, unyielding determination. She offers a curt apology, then declares that from this day forward, Rain is her little sister. She continues to hug Rain tightly, explaining with teary-eyed joy that this is the first time anyone has ever called her big sister. Watching the scene, Rest reflects with a sense of resignation that it can't be helped. His own sister is simply too endearing. He considered Princess Charlotte's family situation. She was one of 5 siblings, positioned in the middle of the royal line of succession, which included a first princess, a first prince, and a third princess. He also recalled that she was supposed to have younger twin siblings, though they were still too young to speak. His concern growing, he turned to the princess, telling her that her impulsive declaration hadn't changed anything. He pointed out that his sister, Rain, was clearly troubled by the sudden development. Suddenly, a new voice cut in, remarking that they all seemed to be having a good time. It was the S-rank adventurer, Elna Blazel, whose unexpected appearance startled the group. She looked toward Rain with a thoughtful expression, stating that her face seemed familiar, though she couldn't quite place it. He stepped forward to formally introduce his sister, Rain, explaining to Elna that they had recently begun training together. Continuing, he proposed an idea to the swordswoman. Since Rain did not yet possess the physical strength to receive Elna's direct instruction, perhaps she could observe the training instead. Elna smirked, agreeing that it was an excellent idea. She then formally introduced herself to the younger girl as Elna Blazel, the instructor for his 3 brothers. In response, Rain bowed deeply, stating her own name, Rain Albion, and politely asked for Elna's guidance. The training he had mentioned was intense, a flurry of motion as he and Princess Charlotte sparred with wooden swords, their movements swift and powerful. The sheer intensity of the exchange left Rain and a nearby made wide-eyed with shock, while Elna shouted from the sidelines, her expression fierce and demanding. After the display, Elna gave a dismissive wave, a sharp, knowing smile on her face. Rest remained focused and serious, while Princess Charlotte appeared slightly dazed by the encounter. She immediately put them to the test, her blade a blur as she engaged both Rest and Princess Charlotte in a fierce sparring match. The clash of steel echoed through the training grounds as the two younger combatants struggled to keep pace with the S-rank adventurer's overwhelming speed and skill. The brief but intense exchange left Princess Charlotte completely winded, bent over and gasping for air. Nearby, Rain and the maid could only stare, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief at the sheer power they had just witnessed. Rain, still processing the spectacle, looked up with a mixture of fear and admiration. From a short distance, Elna glanced back, acknowledging the young girl's presence. Without a moment's hesitation, Elna turned her attention to the novice, her training sword held ready. She lunged, putting Rain on the defensive in a one-on-one lesson that was just as demanding. Watching the rigorous session unfold, Rest wore a look of satisfaction. Beside him, Princess Charlotte gratefully accepted a drink from the maid, still visibly exhausted from her own turn against the master swordswoman. When the training finally concluded, both Rain and Charlotte were left sitting on the floor, utterly drained. "Thank you very much," Rain managed to say, her voice filled with exhaustion. The princess echoed the sentiment, equally spent. Elna looked down at them with a slight smile, acknowledging their effort. "Good work, everyone," she began, before turning her focus to the princess. "Charo, you still need to learn how to manage your stamina better." She then knelt to face Rain directly, her tones softening slightly. "And Rain, your swordsmanship is quite good. Keep practicing just like this," she encouraged, prompting a quiet yes from the young girl. Standing once more, Elna apologized for keeping them. "My apologies, both of you," she said to the girls. "I have something to discuss with Rest. You two can go ahead and wash off the sweat." Her attention then shifted fully to the young man. He watched them leave, a thoughtful expression on his face. Elna's voice cut through his thoughts, a smirk playing on her lips. "Now then," she said, her gaze sharp and direct, "let's talk." She turned to Rest, a knowing smile on her face, and asked why he hadn't been serious during the earlier training. She surmised there must have been a reason he was conserving his strength. He was taken aback by her perception. He had hoped to keep his true intentions hidden, at least from Charlotte and Rain. Her smile widened, confirming his unspoken thought. She had seen through him completely. He could only offer a wry, almost dismissive reply, acknowledging her insight. He met her gaze with renewed determination. Addressing her formally as Elna-san, he asked if she would grant him a match. As an aura of power began to emanate from him, he explained his reasoning. In the months since they had last parted, he had leveled up, and his status had grown in ways that normal training or simple leveling could not account for. Therefore, he continued, he desperately wanted to test the limits of his current abilities. He acknowledged that he was borrowing Gale's power, but it was his own strength he needed to measure. Her expression hardened as she processed his words. He wanted to know how his newfound power stacked up against the very best, an S-rank adventurer like his master, Elna. Her eyes narrowed slightly, a confident smile spreading across her face. She understood this wasn't a request for instruction, but a challenge. "Very well," she agreed. She drew her sword, its blade gleaming in the light. She would personally gauge the full extent of his current power. With a challenging look, she beckoned him forward. "Come at me." Inside a training hall, the clash of steel rings out as Rest Albion and Elna Blazel engage in a high-speed sparring session. Their blades meet and part in a blur, each combatant testing the other's defenses with swift, precise strikes. With a powerful cry, Elna unleashes a heavy blow that shatters Rest's guard. The force of the impact sends him stumbling backward, his sword knocked from his grasp as he falls to the stone floor with a grunt of pain. He remains on his hands and knees, confused by the sudden turn of events. Elna stands over him, her expression unreadable as she silently observes him. Her silence breaks as she questions him, asking if this level of effort is truly all he has. She points out that he surely isn't fighting with his full strength. Her gaze intensifies as she clarifies her position. She has no intention of prying into whatever he might be hiding, but she declares that she will not forgive him for holding back against her. Her words strike a chord within him. Rest realizes she is correct. This duel is not merely a place to test the skills she has taught him. He rises to his feet, his demeanor completely changed. He tells her that this is his opportunity to unleash everything he has gained in this world. He resolves internally that for this purpose, he will use all the power he has acquired through his time ability. Sensing his shift in resolve, Elna's lips curl into a predatory grin. She tells him she intends to defeat him and challenges him to come at her. Rest simply agrees, his eyes locked on hers. He surges forward, knowing he cannot afford to hold back. If he drags out the fight, the difference in their time will become apparent. To win, he must end this quickly. He activates his skills in rapid succession: body enhancement, magic sword, and levitation. He roars, bringing his blade down in a powerful overhead strike. Below, Elna calmly raises her own sword to meet his, bracing for the impact of his entwined technique. In response, she counters with a gust of wind magic from her own blade, effortlessly deflecting his attack and sending him stumbling backward. Elna states that she has already seen this technique once, and that it's not enough, urging him to throw everything he has at her. Rest is aghast that his entwine was broken so easily, but grits his teeth, knowing he must do more. He finds himself unable to catch his breath as she presses the attack relentlessly. The force of her assault drives him back, forcing him to retreat a step, much to his own frustration. Seeing a momentary opening, he decides he must take the gamble now. As Elna watches with a knowing smirk, He once again gathers a swirling vortex of energy around his wooden sword, preparing another entwine attack. But at the last possible second, he abruptly cancels the technique. The sudden reversal catches Elna completely off guard, her eyes widening in shock. This was his true aim. He knew his powerful fighting sword technique would be defended against if used directly. Instead, he used the massive amount of wind magic he'd gathered as a simple feint. He resolves to end the match right here. With his opponent momentarily stunned, he lunges forward, unleashing a single, decisive flash of his blade. His eyes widen in utter disbelief at what happens next. The dust settles to reveal the impossible. Elna has stopped his full-powered thrust cold, catching the blade between just 2 fingers. He strained against her grip, pouring all his strength into the attack. But the S-rank adventurer held his blade fast, her expression unyielding as the force of their stalemate sent shockwaves through the air. He grit his teeth in frustration, realizing that even with all his effort, his attack was having no effect. Elna, however, offered a slight smile, acknowledging his progress by telling him he had certainly grown. She then dismissed his frustration, questioning what he was talking about. She pointed out that he had withstood a full swing from her without dropping his sword, and then asked how he could possibly not consider that to be growth, a wide grin spreading across her face. Her words made him recall their first encounter. He remembered that it was the first time he had ever used the skill Flash, and the result had been his immediate disarmament. Elna apologized, explaining that she hadn't intended for their spar to become a trip down memory lane. Rest, however, remained lost in thought, realizing he had been so focused on his own perceived failures that he hadn't been able to properly express his gratitude. She looked at him with a gentle smile, confessing that his growth was not only a surprise to her, but also a source of genuine joy. Her gentle expression vanished in an instant, replaced by one of intense focus. A powerful aura erupted around her, whipping her hair and coat about as she declared that she would now get serious, and that it was time to begin. The young swordsman froze, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He was struck by an absolute, overwhelming pressure that threatened to buckle his knees just from her standing there. He tried to comprehend the feeling, comparing it to the powerful foes he had faced, the Black Dragon, Rave, the Destruction Golem. But he understood immediately that this was on an entirely different level. He was witnessing the true power of Elna. With a calm but resolute expression, she looked at him and stated, "Well then, let's go." A voice cuts through the darkness, calling out a single name. "Wake up, Rest." He jolts into consciousness with a sharp, sputtering gasp. Lying on his back in a puddle of cold water, Rest coughs violently, his eyes wide with confusion as he shouts, "What? What's going on?" Standing over him, Elna Blazel lets out a triumphant laugh, holding an empty wooden bucket. "Good," she declares, "you're awake." As he pushes himself into a sitting position, the young man groans, realizing he must have lost consciousness during their match. He understands now that she must have thrown the bucket of water on him. She smiles warmly, confirming he was thoroughly beaten. Elna notes that while he's much younger than her, she's relieved to see he has the face of a proper master, and extends her hand to him. Their hands clasp. He reflects internally that the real Elna's power is on a completely different level, a strength that cannot be described with mere words. He looks up at her from the floor, his eyes wide with a sudden realization. In that moment of defeat, there was no bewilderment or fear. Instead, what he felt was an overwhelming, absolute admiration for her strength. She stands before him, her back turned slightly as she looks over her shoulder. "So," she asks, "what did you think?" Elna watched him, a slight, knowing smile on her face as she awaited his answer. She asked if he had learned anything from their serious duel. He paused, his finger touching his chin in thought. Initially, he admitted to himself, his goal had been simple: to learn from Elna and become strong enough to survive in this world, to escape the fate that seemed pre-written for him. But now, he realized that was no longer the case. His eyes narrowed with newfound conviction. He now had confirmation. If he continued to chase the back of the strongest person he knew, he would surely reach his goal. He told her that he had indeed learned a great deal about technique, about experience. But most importantly, he declared with unwavering intensity, he now understood that she herself had become his ultimate objective. She considered his words, a small smile playing on her lips. She interpreted his declaration as a desire to catch up to her swordsmanship, acknowledging that for him, it might be possible, though the path would be incredibly long. Confused, he quickly corrected her, stating that wasn't what he meant at all. He stood tall, his fist clenched at his side, his voice ringing with passion. His true goal, he proclaimed, was to one day surpass Elna entirely. Her eyes widened in genuine surprise at his audacious statement. Undeterred, he vowed that he would become the strongest and would prove it to her. The weight of his own declaration suddenly hit him, and he became flustered, shouting that he hadn't meant for it to come out so boldly. He tried to backtrack, stammering that it wasn't what he meant. He continued his frantic explanation, insisting that he didn't think for a moment that surpassing her would be easy. As he spoke, Elna looked down, a small sound escaping her lips as she tried to contain herself. Her composure finally broke, and she erupted into loud, unrestrained laughter. Her laughter subsides as she wipes a tear from her eye, a wide grin still on her face. She repeats his words back to him. "So, you're going to surpass me?" Rest, still taken aback by her reaction, can only stammer her name in confusion. She then reaches out and playfully, yet vigorously, ruffles his hair. Well, she admits, still smiling, this is certainly unexpected, but I don't dislike it. Her expression softens into one of genuine acceptance. Very well, she declares, making a vow. I will continue to be the goal you strive for. She looks at him with a sharp, challenging gaze, a smirk playing on her lips. But don't for a second think it will be easy to surpass me, she warns. Rest can only watch, still processing her words. And let me be clear, she continues, her tone firm. Now that you've declared this in front of me, don't even think about taking it back so easily. A bead of sweat forms on Rest's temple as the weight of his own ambition settles in. Her expression then breaks into a bright, eager smile. I'll be looking forward to it, she says with genuine excitement, to the future where you finally surpass me. He is left speechless, his eyes wide with surprise and a dawning sense of determination. A small, resolute smile forms on his lips as a realization dawns on him. The desire to surpass Elna. He reflects that he was never a person who held such a powerful ambition before. He looks out from the balcony, Elna beside him. At least, his self from his previous life was never like this. The days since his reincarnation as Rest Albion have fundamentally changed him. He understands now that this new life has been an opportunity to forge an entirely new version of himself. He walked beside Elna along the sun-dappled path, a quiet thought crossing his mind. This new dynamic between them wasn't so bad. As they walked, a voice suddenly called out, "Please wait, Rest-sama." Both he and Elna turned to see Princess Charlotte hurrying towards them. Rest murmured her name in surprise. She rushed forward, her words tumbling out in a flurry of excitement. She explained that she'd heard stories in the town's guild about a young, S-rank prodigy named Ares who had defeated a high-level A-rank monster completely barehanded. Listening to her excited recounting, Rest offered a wry smile. The world is a wide place, isn't it? He mused before adding. But the one you're talking about is standing right in front of you. Charlotte stared back, utterly bewildered. Before Charlotte could process his words, Elna interjected, asking if she'd like a chance to spar with such a hidden gem. Then, looking directly at the princess, she stated plainly, "Your Highness, I just beat him to a pulp." Rest flinched, his face a mask of strained embarrassment. With that abrupt declaration, the day's sword training came to an unceremonious end outside the Grand Albion estate. The following day, as the group gathered before the mansion, Elna announced she had something important to tell Rest. He followed her inside, where she explained her decision. She had already informed the Marquis, but for the time being, she would no longer be coming to the Albion household to conduct his sword instruction. Confused, Rest asked her for the reason. Her reason was a grave one. She explained that across the continent, damage from demons and other monstrous creatures had been increasing significantly. In response, she had received a direct request from His Majesty to help stop the threat. She looked at him directly, her expression resolute. For a while, she would be acting as an adventurer to deal with these incidents. She acknowledged it could take several months and asked for his understanding. Hearing her decision, Rest processed the implications. He realized that this departure signaled the approaching start of the main story from Symphonia of Sword and Magic. Accepting the situation, he quietly prayed for her safe return. Outside, she placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, encouraging him to continue his training with the same diligence. She added that she was looking forward to seeing how much he had grown when they next met. He simply affirmed his commitment. Their exchange was interrupted by Princess Charlotte, who approached with an announcement of her own. She explained that due to certain circumstances, she also would be unable to attend swordsmanship training for a while. Elna, turning to her, inquired about the duration of her absence. The princess estimated she would be gone for about a month. Internally, she panicked at the thought that with Elna also gone, she would only see Rest once a month for the next 2 months, a situation she likened to a hyper-long-distance relationship. As she fretted, her attendant, Estelle, stepped forward to formally conclude the farewells. Estelle stated that since both parties had matters to attend to, they should await further contact. Elna then turned to Rest and Rain, telling them she was counting on them in her absence. With that, the 3 women boarded the waiting royal carriage. Princess Charlotte waved an enthusiastic and cheerful goodbye, while Elna offered a more reserved, backward glance as they departed. He watched them go, a strange, unsettling feeling creeping over him. He couldn't quite identify the source of his unease. Standing on the steps with Rain behind him, he resolved that he could not remain stagnant. The memory of Elna's encouraging smile surfaced in his mind, solidifying his determination to move forward.